Selena felt very uneasy when she noticed Luke's eyes. It wasn't a lascivious expression, which wouldn't have been scary. Instead, it seemed like he was planning something dangerous. Selena really knew Luke better and better now. She could tell from his eyes that he was up to something. Returning to the police department, they greeted Elsa first before reporting to Dustin. Dustin frowned. "That stew is so good. Even you couldn't catch him." He never thought that anyone would be able to escape from Luke once the latter found them. Considering Luke's performance before, how strong must this stew be? Luke shook his head. He's too vigilant. He ran off immediately when his plan failed. We kept an eye on his girlfriend, but he never returned. Dustin nodded his head. It was impossible to ask Luke and Selena to wait in town for Stu indefinitely, since they were among the most capable detectives under Dustin's command and were indispensable. Luke thought for a moment before deciding to tell Dustin about Stu's weird ability. He said, "Boss, I didn't tell the local police department any of that." Surprised, Dustin pondered for a moment, then patted Luke's shoulder. "I'll talk to Deputy Director Condra. Your efforts won't be ignored. Do you need a rest? You can come to work tomorrow." Luke shook his head. "No need. It's still early. I'll see if Elsa needs us on anything. We'll start working in the afternoon." Dustin nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you can go now." They left the office and went to Elsa. Skipping the formalities, Elsa simply pointed at a case file on the table. "Martin and Roger have been working on this case. It's dangerous. As usual, you can work on it for a few days and give up if you don't make any progress." Luke nodded. "Can we go now?" After a brief hesitation, Elsa asked, "About your previous case, did you?" Luke shrugged. "It depends. If the deputy director is reasonable, he'll feel that he owes us a favor." Elsa frowned. "What happened?" Luke said, "The killer is vigilant and unusual. He disappeared and never returned after his failure. We didn't catch him." Pondering for a moment, Elsa asked, "What did Dustin say?" "He said it was fine and he would report to the deputy director," said Luke. Elsa was relieved, because Dustin could have only told Luke that when he thought that Luke and Selena had done a good job on the case. "Okay, you're free for the rest of the day. You can start the investigation tomorrow," said Elsa. Luke chuckled and said, "Thanks, boss." Selena also bade Elsa farewell before leaving with Luke. Elsa, on the other hand, wondered if she could apply for another group of detectives to work under her if the deputy director owed her a favor. That way, her team would be stronger than before. She wouldn't have accepted the case in Woodsburg if it didn't promise any returns. If the case was solved, both she and Luke would be able to leave a good impression on Condra, which was why Elsa had taken the case. After they left the police department, Luke drove home. Selena said, "Did you mean it when you said that we would start the investigation this afternoon?" Luke said, "Studying the case file and making preparations at home is part of the investigation." Selena argued, "But haven't I always been the only one to study the case files?" Luke said, "Excuse me, but I have to tell you a piece of good news." Selena asked, "What?" Luke said, "Starting from today, we're going to up our training. We'll be working on more aspects like shooting, boxing, driving, extreme parkour, swimming, running and more." Selena, "Are you crazy?" Luke, "This is just to prevent you from putting on weight since you've been eating too much every day." Selena, "Will you still make food for me every day?" Luke, "Of course." Selena, "Deal." Anything was negotiable as long as there was delicious food. Besides, nobody else would be able to get Luke, probably the strongest man in the country, to help with their training. What Selena didn't know was that Luke was only the strongest ordinary person, and that there were many extraordinary people out there. Luke quickly made lunch after they returned home, and they ate 20 minutes later. Selena then washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen as usual. Luke was never interested in doing that sort of thing. Then, Selena studied the case file as she digested her food. They were supposed to start training in an hour. Luke, on the other hand, went off to create and modify equipment in his garage workshop for himself and Selena, given how dangerous this world was. At 5 in the afternoon, Luke dragged Selena out of the training room. She was in no better shape than a dead dog. The girl declared, "No, let me go. I can't take it anymore." Luke chuckled. "No, we have to practice shooting today." Selena said, "But I think I've reached my limit. It's hard for me to improve." "As you say yourself, it's hard, but it's not impossible. So, stop resisting and start firing guns with me." Luke threw her into the bathroom and went to take a shower himself. He was still vigorous, thanks to the stat points that he added to strength. Even on just 2 hours of sleep a day, he was still as energetic as ever. He was never exhausted or injured in training, because he always instantly recovered with elementary self-healing. However, in order to create powerful equipment, he needed money first. Thinking that, he called Bobby. "Hey, this is Luke. How's the negotiation coming along? Any progress?" After a brief silence, Bobby said, "It's the third time they've turned down my request for a meeting." "So?" Luke wasn't surprised. "So, you're saying that you didn't make any progress?" Bobby said truthfully, "I'm sorry, but that's right. Also, the receptionist at Google told me that our navigation system is hardly practical unless the user carries a monitor around with them, so our product is useless for them," Bobby reported honestly. Luke laughed and said again, "Just keep trying to get in touch with Google and EasyGo. That's all for now." Hearing Luke end the call, Bobby was confused. "That's all?" Luke pondered for a moment, then called Jenny. "Hello, is that Jenny? This is Luke. There are some files that I need you to look into. It's like this." A moment later, he hung up the phone and shook his head at the bathroom door that was still closed. "Fine. This is just the first day. The training was indeed too intense. I probably should give her more time to adapt." He walked to the bathroom door and said, "Okay, this is all the training for today. We'll continue tomorrow." He barely said the words when cheering burst out in the bathroom. A moment later, Selena jumped out and said, "Don't go back on your word." She then lunged at the couch. Seeing that Selena was about to fall asleep, Luke shook his head with a smile. "Your body can get some rest, but not your brain. Read the files. I don't want to waste too much time on this case." Selena said, "You want to take more cases?" Luke shook his head. "No, we need more time for training." Selena turned listless. "I think it's better to focus more on cases." Luke said, "What if we run into weird criminals like Stu again? He used his ability to escape, but what if he used it to attack you? You could easily be killed by people like that if you don't improve yourself." Selena thought for a moment before she nodded helplessly. "Fine, I guarantee that I won't slack off, but I don't have as much stamina as you do." Luke didn't know what he could do about that. His vigor came from the system, and it wasn't something that could be given to someone else. He could only see if he could make any equipment that could strengthen Selena and increase her chances of survival. Just then, Luke's phone buzzed. It wasn't his regular phone, but the fake one. He checked his fake phone, only to be confused. Why did those two want to meet him? Thinking for a moment, he typed something into his phone and sent off the message. In an abandoned factory in Los Angeles, Damon gave his phone to Mindy. What did he say? Mindy glanced at the text and said, "He's agreeing to meet us, but he'll decide when and where." Damon nodded. "He's as cautious as ever." At that moment, Damon was still dressed like a homely man, and Mindy looked like a cute little girl in her pink shirt and jeans. However, the guns and equipment in front of them weren't homely at all. After dinner with Selena, Luke left in his car. Selena didn't ask where he was going. She knew that Luke often went out at night, but she never asked about it. Luke must have a good reason never to mention it, and she knew better than to ask. Actually, she and Luke had a regular routine at home. Outside that routine, whether Luke worked in the garage or quietly left the house, Selena would never ask. It was a mutual understanding that they had formed after working together for so long. Luke parked the car at a distance and walked a block that didn't have any surveillance cameras around it before he ended up in a parking lot. A moment later, an old Ford drove out. 30 minutes later, in an abandoned factory to the south of USC, he sent a text on his fake phone. 10 minutes later, Damon and Mindy appeared. Both of them had completely covered their faces, and were keeping some distance between them so that they wouldn't fall into a trap at the same time. Luke walked out of a corner and said, "Nice to meet you. It's been a long time." Both Damon and Mindy were lost for words. Mindy couldn't help but remark, "We've known each other for a while. Do you have to be so cautious?" Her complaint was understandable, since Luke wasn't using his own voice, but the familiar voice of a famous NBC anchor to speak to them. Smiling, Luke quickly typed, "It's not that I don't trust you, but that I don't trust your ability to hide yourselves." Both Damon and Mindy felt rather embarrassed. They didn't know who the guy was, or if he was a guy at all, but the guy knew their identities and names. Damon decided to skip past the embarrassment and simply asked, "We would like a set of your surveillance and anti-surveillance equipment." Raising an eyebrow, Luke typed again, "Didn't I send you a set already?" Damon and Mindy looked at each other and said, "That's not enough. We were almost caught last time." Luke said, "I don't offer after-sales service." Mindy snorted. "What a petty man." Luke rolled his eyes. "Sorry, what did you say?" Mindy fell silent. Damon chimed in, "She's just a child, don't mind her." Damon said, "We'll pay you in full, including what we owe you from before, but we want the best equipment that you can offer in this order." Luke said, "The best? That will cost $1 million at least. Are you sure you need it?" Damon hesitated and said, "Well, that's slightly over our budget." Luke asked, "What's your budget?" Damon said, $500,000. Luke said, "Well, it seems that you got yourself into quite some trouble this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be paying so much money for equipment." Seeing that he wasn't agreeing to the deal instantly, Mindy pouted. "Hey, you're not going to turn us down, are you?" Luke wasn't angry, because the girl was too lovely. "Fine. For $500,000, I can provide you a set of reasonably good equipment, but it'll take 10 days. Damon said, 10 days? Okay, that's fine. Luke said, "For your generosity, I can offer you some complimentary trinkets." Mindy asked, "Huh? What trinkets?" "See for yourself." Luke took out a laptop. This laptop was sturdy but had lousy performance, so Luke only used it to demonstrate his products on his field trips. Mindy nimbly caught the laptop that Luke threw at her and turned it on. Damon didn't approach Luke. He raised the box in his hand and said, "Here's the payment. $700,000 in total, including what we owe you from before." He opened the box and poured the cash out onto a table. He was demonstrating that there weren't any tricks in the box, and that it wasn't padded with newspaper at the bottom. After that, Damon joined his daughter, and they checked the laptop together. Actually, the two parties trusted each other. Damon knew that Luke was aware of his identity, but it had never leaked. Luke, on the other hand, had worked with Damon before and knew that the man was trustworthy. Luke casually examined the cash but didn't take it. Damon found that weird. "What's wrong?" Luke asked. "You must have covert suppliers who won't reveal your personal information, right?" Damon said, "Yes, do you want to?" Luke nodded. "Yes. I'll write you a list of materials later, and the money here will be my payment. If it isn't enough, I'll pay the rest." Damon said, "Since you're helping us make the equipment, you don't have to." Luke raised his hand and interrupted him. No, I don't think your money is enough. Also, you must be careful and don't let anyone track you. What I want is absolute security. It's okay if you can't purchase some of the materials on the list. Damon was suspicious. You're not trying to buy biochemical or nuclear materials, are you? Luke chuckled. Of course not. I'm only afraid that you might be too careless. I recognized you before after just a quick glimpse of you. Damon was lost for words. Will you let it go already? Mindy's eyes glowed as she looked at the equipment displayed on the laptop. You call these trinkets? They're so cool. I can use them to catch anyone. Luke looked at the girl's legs. You can't catch anyone right now only because your legs are too short. Realizing what Luke was looking at, Mindy said angrily, I'm only a child. I'll be much taller later. Luke was silent, but he thought to himself, it's fine if you can't grow taller, but please don't grow fat. He would hate seeing the girl's cute looks destroyed by fat. After negotiating for a moment, Luke wrote a list on his laptop and gave it to Damon. This is the list. Get the raw materials to me in 3 days, so that I can assemble what you need. I'm leaving. Right, remember not to expose yourselves. Damon and Mindy were speechless. Why are you still talking about that? You've mentioned it 3 times already in this meeting. Satisfied, Luke returned home after teasing Damon and Mindy yet again. He was very pleased with the deal. It would have been tricky for him to purchase the raw materials himself, and he would have to waste a lot of time disguising himself each time. He had little patience to spare to purchase the assortment of items that he needed. Now that Damon was running the errand for him, Luke wouldn't be affected even if Damon's purchases were found out. Before their meeting, he had examined the environment and confirmed that it wasn't a trap. Like he said, it wasn't that he didn't trust Damon, he was just afraid of someone tracking him down by following Damon. There were people with super abilities in this world, after all. Selena was still reading the case file when Luke returned home. Seeing Luke, she dropped the file and yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Luke nodded. Do you want me to take you to your bed? Out of his expectations, Selena nodded. Yes. Luke was speechless, but eventually, he carried her to her bed. It was unnecessary to take off her clothes now since she was only wearing her pajamas. Taking a shower and making a cup of green tea for himself, Luke mulled things over on the couch. Damon and Mindy were mostly active in New York. They could be potential allies. Such allies didn't have to help him in battle. As long as they provided intelligence or other support for him at the right moment, they were irreplaceable. They would also be connections he could use. Even Tony Stark had friends and connections in the military as well as the support of formidable stakeholders of Stark Industries. When Tony lost the support of these people, he was kicked out of Stark Industries by Obadiah, and his influence as a super magnate instantly disappeared. Luke didn't plan to walk Stark's path, so he had to treat his allies and friends well. Thus, he wasn't really making much of a profit from the deal with Damon, which was already hard to believe since he was using Tony Stark's abilities. Even experts who weren't as skilled as Tony would have charged $1 million for such an order. But most of these people didn't lack money to begin with, and without connections, Damon couldn't ask them for help. Besides, the equipment that Luke made for them was highly practical. Electronic surveillance and anti-surveillance devices, gadgets to hide your tracks and to walk on walls, special bulletproof armor, and so on. Luke focused on the file again. On their way to work the next day, he noticed that Selena showed no signs of exhaustion. Luke recalled that Selena seldom fell ill or suffered overexertion ever since he got to know her. Did she have an unusual gift as well? They didn't need to go to the police department today. Since Selena had studied the case yesterday and talked to the detectives who worked on it previously, they would go directly to the crime scene. They got out when they arrived at their destination. Luke looked at the signboard above the store, which was a gigantic circle that was hollow in the center. He was amused. Everybody loves donuts. This was a store that sold various kinds of donuts, which were hard for Americans, who loved sweets, to resist. For police officers, donuts were also indispensable. Unlike Luke, who could make dozens of cupcakes in 10 minutes, most police officers chose to snack on donuts. After all, donuts had enough calories, could be eaten with one hand, and most importantly, were cheap and often sold 24 hours a day. So, the officers who had to work nights became loyal donut customers. It was also the reason why the case that Luke was supposed to help with had happened in a donut store. Luke and Selena didn't go in but simply observed the closed store from outside. The glass windows of the store were shattered, allowing them to see most of the interior even though they were outside. While they were observing the scene, a car stopped nearby, and someone said, "Hey, Luke and Selena. You're here." Luke and Selena turned around and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Roger, Martin." Roger was black, and Martin was a handsome middle-aged white man who had a messy beard. It was Roger who had greeted them just now. He lifted the cordon and had everyone enter the store. It happened at 5 in the morning yesterday. 2 shooters opened fire on this place with 9mm automatic weapons from a motorbike. 2 customers were killed on the spot, and the worker manning the store was injured by broken glass. The killers didn't come in. According to the worker, there was another customer who went missing. He was at the same table with the victims, and had come with one of them. Luke nodded his head, showing that he got it. It was described in the case file, but Roger didn't know how much they knew, so he repeated the key information for their benefit. Looking at the body outlines in the nearby environment, Selena pictured the attack in her head. Luke, on the other hand, stared at the bullet holes in the wall. He asked, "Has ballistics run the tests?" Roger said, "Yes. 2 guns were fired, but..." Luke interjected, "But one of the guns didn't shoot as many bullets." Roger was surprised. "Did you talk to the forensics department already?" Luke shook his head. "No, I was guessing." Then, a woman spoke from the door. "Well, it seems that I'm late." Everybody turned around. She turned out to be a beautiful young brunette, with her hair tied up. She was wearing a suit, and both the suit and the shirt underneath weren't buttoned all the way, revealing a hint of her sexy collarbones. Roger said, "Agent Palmer, you're not late. We arrived early. This is Luke and Selena, our colleagues. They'll be helping us with this case." The detective named Palmer shook hands with them courteously. "We could really use your help." She then asked directly, "Have you found anything?" She was asking Luke the question, because she and Roger had already investigated this place yesterday, when the bodies were still on the ground and the blood had yet to dry. Now, only the body outlines remained. She was genuinely curious to know what Luke and Selena might have found. "Were there any eyewitnesses?" Luke asked. Roger shook his head. "No, it was 5 in the morning. There was a homeless woman who was drawn in by the gunshots, but she only saw the surviving customer leaving the store." Luke asked, "What about the duration of the attack?" Roger shook his head. "That homeless woman doesn't have a sound mind, and the worker is still in shock, and can't tell us anything yet. So, we can only make a rough guess at the duration of the attack." Luke nodded, deep in thought. Palmer couldn't help but ask, "Is there a problem?" Luke said, "If the killers didn't stop the motorbike when they fired, it's a big problem." Martin's eyes glowed. "You've noticed?" Luke chuckled. "Let's stop talking in riddles. You go first." Martin broke his silence when he learned that a colleague was thinking the same thing. "I reached my conclusion after I read the forensics report this morning." Roger complained, "Wow. And you didn't think to tell your partner sooner?" Martin said, "Well, I would have to repeat myself to everyone even if I did tell you earlier, right? Only one of the shooters was the real killer, and the bullets that hit the victims all came from his gun. If the nervous worker is to be believed, the attack might have only lasted 2 seconds. Palmer found that odd. Didn't she say that she couldn't remember anything? Martin said, her exact words are, "I feel like I've spent a year in Afghanistan." So, everybody was lost for words. This worker was obviously too overstimulated for her brain to function normally. But 2 people had been killed by a barrage of 30 bullets. It would have been strange if the worker didn't suffer mental trauma from that. However, most of the bullets were fired from one gun. They destroyed most of the store, but missed the victims. Martin continued, "The way I see it, it's hard to shoot when you're driving a motorbike at 50 kilometers per hour, so this is understandable." So, it was the person sitting behind him who took action. He only fired 2 shots, and both victims were shot in the head. Palmer was surprised. His shooting was so precise. Hitting 2 targets in the head with just 2 shots while moving at high speed was unbelievable. "Yes, and it gets worse," said Martin. He pointed at the road outside. The parking bays outside were occupied then, and the 2 shooters could have only shot from a range of about 10 meters from the store. The driver even sprayed the parked cars with bullets. Luke nodded inwardly. He had already felt that the barrage of bullets were unlikely to be from 2 guns. Martin's detailed analysis confirmed his assumption, and he grew more interested in the shooters. "So, Agent Palmer, what intelligence do you have for us?" Palmer wasn't from LAPD, but was an agent with the DEA. She was here because one of the victims was her partner Jimmy Watson, who was also a DEA agent. Palmer said, to put it simply, Jimmy was here to negotiate with Femra, the other victim. The man had some critical information that we needed. Noticing the look on Luke's face, she added, "I can't tell you exactly what it is, but the information was very sensitive, so Jimmy was here to talk to him. I was supposed to come too, but I was delayed by something else and didn't make it." Luke suddenly asked, "You suspect that someone leaked details of the meeting?" Palmer remained silent, but her expression indicated that was her suspicion. Luke understood why the case was difficult. DEA had more information, but they were unwilling to disclose it on grounds of confidentiality, so Martin had no leads to work with. It would be very difficult if they wanted Palmer to spill anything. Since there was a possible traitor lurking in the DEA, the agency certainly wouldn't want the scandal exposed to LAPD. Luke thought for a moment, then asked, "What about the survivor? Who is he?" Roger said, "He's a lawyer. Femra brought him along for negotiations. He's just a regular guy. We tracked him down last night, but he said that he didn't know anything, and that he was only there to help his client with the negotiation." Luke found that odd. Wasn't he afraid that he could be killed? Roger said, "The man said that he didn't really know everything about his client, or he wouldn't have taken the case at all." Luke could only shake his head. It didn't seem like there were any leads for now. The lawyer might know more than he was letting on, but it was tricky trying to keep a lawyer in custody. Those people made a living by playing with the law, and they could easily demand compensation if the police made any sort of mistake. They could be utterly shameless when it came to making money. After some discussion, it was eventually decided that Roger and his partner would follow up on the lawyer, since he might be the next person to be killed. As for Luke, however, he had already mentally dropped the case. The trickiest cases were the ones without leads or where an internal conflict was involved, such as with this case. If he discovered the traitor in the DEA, would the DEA really feel grateful to him? Obviously, the DEA might pretend to be happy, but they certainly wouldn't be. Luke simply reminded Martin, "You can investigate that shooter. Such a skilled shooter can't be a Mr. Nobody. You might uncover some leads if you look for remarkable shooters in previous cases." He said that to Martin because Martin was a Navy veteran who was a great shooter himself. There was only a limited number of people in the circle of top shooters, and they definitely knew a thing or two about each other. Martin nodded, and they bade each other farewell. When Luke said goodbye to Roger, he noticed that Martin and Palmer were talking and laughing. He asked in a low voice, "What's that about?" Roger said, "They're seeing eye to eye. When it happens, right?" Luke smiled and waved goodbye at Roger. He got in his car and glanced at Selena, who was next to him. "Why are you staring at me?" Selena said, "You rarely look me in the eye." Luke rolled his eyes at her. "You mean this?" Selena did exactly the same back to him. "Yes, thank you very much. I feel a lot better now." That was the end of the topic. They knew very well that their relationship was different from what Luke and his female friends had. As long as he was willing, he could invite his female colleagues out for a drink when they got off work, and it wouldn't be hard for certain things to happen naturally after that. Female officers were as busy as male officers, but they also had to scratch the itch sometimes, and wouldn't demand more when the night was over. It would be all too easy for Luke, so he never wasted his time on that. A partner that he could completely trust, on the other hand, was hard to come by. Back in Nakatomi Plaza, Detective John fought hard for his wife and daughter. But the truth was that he and his wife were already separated, and were going through a divorce. To make things worse, it wasn't over money, but a difference in attitude toward life. A detective's partner might be even more important to them than a spouse. Marrying the wrong wife might be a waste of time and money, but having the wrong partner could get them killed or sent to the Internal Affairs Division for investigation. Luke and Selena went to a special shooting range. Selena practiced regular shooting in one corner while Luke practiced his quick draw. Luke had read a lot of files on quick draw. Many of the opponents he defeated used it too, but it was included under the basic firearms ability and wasn't listed independently. Luke speculated that it was because their quick draw wasn't good enough to be listed as an independent ability yet, just like how the system wouldn't acknowledge that bilingual speakers boasted basic language proficiency if they weren't fluent enough. Should he find Bob Munden, the god of quick draw, and obtain the ability from him? Luke dropped the idea. His physical stats were good enough, all he needed was more practice with quick draw. It wouldn't be too hard for him to master quick draw with more practice. After all, Bob Munden was an old man who wasn't half as strong and as agile as Luke, but the man could still draw his gun astonishingly fast. Luke had much more strength and dexterity, and he wasn't new to guns. It would be weird if he couldn't grasp quick draw. He was using a revolver, which was a gun necessary for practicing quick draw. He had a modified revolver in his inventory, but he couldn't use that Smith & Wesson M500 in public. Also, its barrel had been lengthened, which made it unsuitable for quick draw. The essence of quick draw was speed and precision. Thus, a common revolver was more suitable for practice. With his tenfold strength and his elementary self-healing, his hands didn't get sore at all. With his cheat, Luke began to burn through guns as training. He stopped to analyze the flaws in his movements every now and then before he continued. He was also able to reload his gun much quicker than other people. It wasn't until an hour later that he finally stopped, satisfied. He tried a dozen revolver models of varying caliber, and some of them overheated while he was shooting. Luke was very satisfied. After an hour of practice, he had more or less picked up quick draw. With his strength and dexterity, he was fast and ruthless at shooting inside a range of 10 meters. Most of the time, an officer's combat range with a pistol was 20 meters, and their precision would decrease sharply beyond this range. Luke was practicing quick draw primarily as part of his identity as a police officer, so precision within a range of 10 meters was good enough for now. More practice with quick draw later would help him further improve the speed and range of his shooting. Selena had been dutifully shooting pistols with earmuffs on. Focused on her training, Selena didn't talk to Luke. It wasn't until she used up the bullets in her magazine that Luke patted her shoulder and indicated that it was time to leave. After they returned home, Selena took a 30-minute break before starting on the exercise regime which Luke had drawn up for her. The house had 5 extra rooms, so they converted 2 adjoining rooms into a gym and a training room. Luke went to the garage workshop and began creating new equipment for Damon and Mindy. Most of the raw materials hadn't been delivered yet, so he was only working with whatever he had on hand. Also, the items he was making for them were experimental products, and he was expecting them to give him feedback. Of course, that meant that there were risks in using this equipment, but the risks certainly wouldn't be as high as if Damon and Mindy went on missions without the equipment. Luke worked until it turned dark outside. By the time he finished, Selena was exhausted and lying on the couch as she went through the training plan that Luke had drafted out for her. The plan was rather flexible. She only needed to know what aspects she had to work on, and she could decide when to undertake the training herself. "I'm done with training. I'm waiting for your dinner." She gave Luke a quick glance before she continued reading the documents. "You seem rather energetic." Luke chuckled and began to make dinner while Selena rolled her eyes. Now that both of them were busy, Luke dropped the complicated dishes that he had cooked before, and instead made simple but delicious food. Selena was always satisfied as long as the food was delicious. While they were eating, Selena's phone rang. Her mouth full of food, her expression indicated that Luke should pick up. Luke looked at the caller ID and picked up the phone. "Hi, Roger. What's up?" Bang. 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 He heard gunshots. F***CK. Roger cursed and said hastily, "Luke, we've run into some trouble regarding the donut store case. Can you drop by?" Luke asked, "Where are you?" "West 35th Street near USC, said Roger. "Copy that." Luke rose and left with Selena, who was already wiping her mouth. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the location, and easily found a gathering of police cars. They squeezed their way through with their badges and went over to Roger. "What happened?" Roger looked at them and said, "Someone was here to kill the lawyer, but luckily, he escaped. Now, the criminal is hiding in the building with hostages. This lawyer was truly lucky to escape death twice." Luke said, "You didn't call for SWAT." Roger said, "A SWAT team went in earlier, but the criminal set off a bomb and injured multiple agents." Luke raised an eyebrow. "So vicious." Generally speaking, officers and criminals in big cities had a tacit agreement where they would only use firearms as weapons, and would retreat if they didn't hit the enemy. Not every officer was willing to sacrifice themselves for their job, at least, Luke wasn't. Roger quickly gave them a rundown of the situation. Now, 2 criminals were in the building with 2 hostages. But the tricky thing was that the criminals had detonated a bomb, and there was no telling how many more bombs they had. Even more troublesome was the fact that there were a lot more residents in this 6-story apartment building who were stuck inside their homes. If the police were to press the assault, the criminals might slaughter the residents in the building in their agitation, and the police would certainly be blamed for it. Luke was lost for words. "So, you got me to come over to share the blame with you?" Roger, however, didn't feel guilty. "Is there anything you can do? I know that you're the best fighter in the LAPD, so you're the only person I can ask for help." Ignoring Roger's flattery, Luke simply asked, "Where's Martin?" Roger said bitterly, "He's observing the environment and preparing to kill those 2 criminals if he can." Luke knew that Martin was a great shot, but his strategy wasn't a guaranteed success. If one of the criminals survived, and detonated the explosives, Martin would definitely be punished. Luke thought for a moment before he said, "All right, we'll put on bulletproof vests before we go in." He then led Selena to his car. In his car, Luke adjusted the windows to darken them, before the both of them put on their equipment. They put on the special bulletproof vests that Luke made, then the police vests, and also strapped on the walkie-talkies which Luke had invented himself. His instructions might wind up being in violation of certain rules of the police department, so it would be better to keep a police communication line open after they went in. They examined their guns and magazines, and carried smoke and stun grenades made by Luke. He also gave Selena a grappling hook, but as with the smoke and stun grenades, it was only designed to be used in a critical moment. Selena was unsurprised as she had already tested the equipment before. Once they were all set, they got out. They hung their badges around their necks, in case the SWAT team accidentally injured them. Finally, they took a detour and entered the apartment building from a back street. Roger had spoken to the captain of the SWAT team, who agreed the moment he heard Luke's name. Roger was both delighted and bummed, since his young colleague seemed to have much more influence than he did. What he didn't know was that this captain had been on the Nakatomi case, and Luke had left a deep impression on him. After all, an officer who could eliminate 50 armed criminals on his own was hard to come by. They didn't go through the door. Instead, Luke gave Selena a boost so that she could reach a ledge on the second floor, before she pulled Luke up. It was just for show. Luke could easily jump up to the third floor, but he didn't dare do so. A lot of people close by were watching, and it would be a big problem if any of them captured that with a camera. Moving quickly, Luke and Selena entered an apartment through a half-open window. Flashing their badges at the lovebirds in the unit who were shivering in a corner, they quietly opened the door and left. Luke had confirmed that the two criminals were on the first floor. Instead of immediately going downstairs, he told Selena to hide and watch the stairs while he searched the floors above them. With his sharp nose, he soon confirmed that there weren't any bombs set up on those floors, which was a relief. At the very least, the two criminals weren't crazy enough to plant bombs everywhere in the building. 10 minutes later, he rejoined Selena on the second floor and went downstairs. Bang! There was a gunshot, and Luke quickly lay flat on the ground and kicked Selena into a corner. Get down! There's a sniper! In the command van outside the building, Roger and the captain were startled. The captain asked through the walkie-talkie, "Who opened fire?" Nobody responded. A moment later, someone said, "Captain, I just saw someone open fire from the building to the northeast. That's York's position." The captain said, "York, come in." The walkie-talkie was silent. The captain said darkly, "All units, switch to the backup channel." He then cut the communication. A moment later, a team member in the van reported, "Captain, everybody has switched to the backup channel, but York is still silent." The captain said coldly, "A1 squad will go check up on York. You're free to open fire if you find anything wrong." Roger seemed quite worried. "Captain, about Luke." The captain thought for a moment and said, "B1 squad, how are the two detectives doing?" "They're hiding after the emergency just now, but I think Detective Luke was shot," someone said over the walkie-talkie. The captain and Roger were silent. "This is B2 squad. We see them. They're fine. They're still moving," another person suddenly said. "Are you sure?" the captain asked. "Positive. Luke's movements are normal." "Huh. He's running even faster than us. He's entering the lobby on the first floor." Bam! 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 Gunshots burst out inside the building again, and then Roger's phone rang. "It's me, Luke. The criminals have been subdued. The hostages are safe. There's a bomb inside a vase in the lobby. Try to avoid it." The captain and Roger looked at each other. "You're done already." "Where's the shooter who fired at me?" asked Luke calmly. Roger looked at the captain. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie, but before he could say anything, gunshots burst out from the northwest again. It was followed by a series of screams. The walkie-talkie suddenly connected. "Captain, we're under attack. We have 3 dead and 2 injured." Ah dash. The walkie-talkie fell silent after a scream. The captain looked awful. "B1 squad, are you really monitoring the area? You can't find anything?" Someone said over the walkie-talkie, "B1 didn't find anything. A1 is in our blind spot. There are no signs of attackers." Roger secretly got out of the van without hanging up his phone. "Hey, Luke, did you hear that?" Luke said, "The guy who just shot me is in the building with gunfire." Roger said, "Yes, a SWAT team just went in, but they're probably, ugh." Luke had already hung up. Roger said helplessly, **T. At least let me finish." On the other side, Luke calmly put down his phone. "Selena, watch them and hide there." He pointed at an open unit. Selena looked at him worriedly. "Were you shot just now?" Luke shook his head. "I'm wearing 2 bulletproof vests." "Look, there's no blood." Realizing that he didn't seem heavily injured, Selena nodded. "Be careful." Luke nodded and left quickly. After leaving the apartment building, he rushed to the building in the northeast. His sharp nose could already pick up the smell of blood dozens of meters away. His heart turned heavy. There were 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 victims. There were 8 people on the SWAT team that had just arrived, plus an earlier sniper. Now, they were all dead. The moment he entered the building, Luke pressed a gear on his left arm, and it split open into a tiny shield. The one lesson a person could take from Captain America was that the best weapon anyone could need was in fact a hard shield. However, this shield wasn't huge, and it was attached to his left arm. He didn't take out his gun, and his right hand only rested above his holster. Watching out for any movements in front of him, he went upstairs quietly and quickly. When he reached the 6th floor, he didn't go forward immediately, but took a deep breath and raised his left arm. Bam! Clang! A bullet hit the shield that protected his head. In the meantime, Luke fired his revolver. He had locked onto the enemy in advance with sharp nose before he opened fire. Bam! He almost heard the sound of a bullet hitting flesh. Bang! Bang! Another 2 bullets were shot. Luke jolted from being hit, but he didn't stop firing his M686 at all. Bam! 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 However, the enemy seemed to have anticipated it, and retreated to a corner. Luke backed up to the stairs as well. He put the M686, which only had 1 bullet left, back into his holster, before he drew out the Glock and quickly approached the corner. Suddenly, something was flung out from around the corner, and Luke raised his arm. Clang! The object was blocked by his shield. With his keen eyes, Luke saw that it was a black dagger. Narrowing his eyes, Luke moved faster, but his speed still didn't exceed what an ordinary human being was capable of. Another 3 black daggers flew out in the next moment. Luke immediately stepped back. However, the 3 daggers flew in an arc from both sides and deflected off each other 2 meters in front of him to bypass his shield as they aimed at his back and lower torso. **T. Luke cursed in his heart and rolled backward, before he knocked the daggers aside with his shield. Before he could charge forward again, another 5 daggers flew at him from around the corner. Even Luke himself felt his blood freeze. Not only were there so many daggers, they were also unpredictable. Luke could only retreat again. He avoided 3 daggers at the turn of the stairs and knocked away the other 2 with his shield. Just as he was about to sigh with relief, he sensed danger again and quickly ducked his head. The dagger that he had just dodged hit the wall behind him. At that moment, Luke detected with his sharp nose that the guy was leaving from the roof. Frowning, Luke quickly headed up the stairs. He craned his head out the door to the rooftop, and saw a man gliding away from the building. The man seemed to have expected Luke, and pulled the trigger the moment Luke poked his head out. Sensing danger, Luke hurriedly pulled back and crouched down. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his head and hit the wall behind the door. Luke sweated hard. Where was this shooter from? It was almost impossible to take precautions against him. More unbelievably, the guy was as adept at guns as he was at knife throwing. Wait, no, perhaps knife throwing was what he was best at, and guns were only a second choice. Luke thought for a moment, then withdrew and stopped pursuing the dreadful shooter. That was because a lot of reporters with cameras had surrounded the place. If he displayed his full capability, he would probably hit the headlines of many newspapers the next day. But when he got downstairs and saw the 8 bodies on the 5th floor, he sighed. Well, this place is going to hit the headlines anyway. Luke had smelled the blood of another person on the rooftop, which must have belonged to the sniper. Together with the 8 victims here, 9 SWAT team members had died. The reporters would definitely be focused on this piece of news for quite a few days. Luke met Roger and the captain downstairs. The captain asked earnestly, "How did it go?" Luke shook his head. "I'm sorry, but your teammates," everybody knew what he wasn't saying. The captain's face twisted. "Damn it. Who did it?" Luke turned to Roger. "Would you like to tell him?" Roger was confused. "Huh?" Luke said, "If my guess is correct, it was the shooter from the donut store. I didn't see his face. He escaped from the roof." The captain was stunned. "The roof?" He spoke into his walkie-talkie. "B1 squad, did you see a target?" "Stanley?" Everybody reported negative, but Stanley, a sniper deployed on the rooftop of another building, didn't say anything at all. The captain almost went crazy. "Go check up on Stanley." A moment later, someone said through the walkie-talkie, "Captain, Stanley's dead." The captain threw his walkie-talkie to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn it. I swear that I'll catch you and string you up before I cut you into pieces." Roger was silent, and Luke secretly shook his head. It was going to be very difficult to catch the guy. Even Luke had almost been killed just now. Unless they could surround the man and bombard him until he died, it was highly unlikely that the captain and his men would be able to avenge their dead teammates. Luke didn't know if the shooter was an extraordinary human being, but the man's skills in shooting and knife-throwing were truly remarkable. However, the man's name wasn't made available in the system. It seemed that the system determined the fight between Luke and the man to be ATIE. It was easy for Luke to figure out why. The fight started when Luke was shot. At that moment, the 2 bulletproof vests that Luke was wearing stopped the bullet. Later, when they fired at each other on the 5th floor, he hit the man in the shoulder with quick draw. In the meantime, Luke's metal shield blocked the man's bullets. After that, he took the enemy's bullets the hard way with his double bulletproof vests, forcing the enemy to stop him with daggers and escape. With the enemy's escape, one of Luke's ribs was broken, and he had internal bleeding. Of course, the injuries were already halfway through healing, and they didn't impair his movements, although they itched and hurt a little. That mysterious shooter hadn't bled after he was hit in the shoulder. Clearly, he had been wearing some sort of bulletproof vest as well. In conclusion, both of them suffered injuries in the brief fight, but Luke's were heavier. Without elementary self-healing, he would have had to wait for an ambulance after he was shot the first time. Thank God he had learned elementary self-healing for fear of possibly dying in strange or unusual ways someday. This wasn't a game or a movie. When Tony ran into Whiplash, Whiplash at least wasted some time talking so that Tony had time to put on his suit. However, this shooter could easily shoot Luke from 800 meters away without giving him a chance to speak. For Luke, who had a system, he could continue to get stronger as long as he was alive. This case was already quite huge after the death of 10 SWAT members. The captain of the team regretted underestimating the 2 criminals in the apartment buildings and sending the snipers to the rooftops alone. Luke, however, didn't think that the man had made a mistake. After all, it was a bunch of police officers up against 2 criminals, who were surrounded. Besides, if the captain had sent another team member along with each sniper, there would have only been 2 more victims. Luke was only able to fight the shooter because of his elementary self-healing and his bulletproof vests. 2 extra SWAT members wouldn't have changed anything. He told Roger to handle the rest, before he took Selena with him and left the area. On their way back, he had Selena call Elsa to tell her what happened. Dustin had already let Elsa know after Roger briefed him on the gunfight. After hearing Selena's report, Elsa simply told them to stay in touch and to rest up. When Luke and Selena arrived at the crime scene, they subdued the two criminals, rescued the hostages and discovered the explosives, all without making any mistakes. Even if the mysterious shooter got away in the end, nobody could blame Luke for it. The man annihilated an entire SWAT squad, but Luke returned in one piece after a fight with the man. This proved that Luke really was strong. When they got home, Luke told Selena in detail what happened with the dreadful shooter. Shocked, Selena asked, "What should I do if I run into someone like that?" After some thought, Luke said, "Your best bet is to keep your distance and don't linger in one place. Also, his shooting skills are only mediocre at best compared with his knife throwing." Selena was lost for words. "You call that mediocre?" Luke nodded and said, "I was able to counterattack when he used his gun, but when he started throwing daggers, I couldn't find an opening to shoot at him." There was no need to mention that he was far nimbler than ordinary people. Selena was well aware of the gap between her strength and Luke's. Luke would never let Selena think that she should try to approach the man and kill him. The man was so good at knife throwing that he would always hit his target however he flicked his hand. Fighting a close-range battle with such a man was too dangerous and should only be considered as a last resort. After their discussion, Luke urged Selena to train. Selena was dumbfounded. "Huh? It's almost 9. Luke said, "It's 9, not 12. There's still a long way to go until bedtime." Selena roared and charged at him. She punched him hard for a while, then said, "Okay, I'm going to train. Leave me alone." Luke didn't resist at all, because Selena hadn't pulled her punches, her hands had to hurt far more than he did. After sending Selena off to train, Luke returned to his workshop to continue working on his equipment. If it wasn't for the bulletproof vest that he had been wearing, the sniper's bullet would have torn open a hole in his body. The special bulletproof vest he had made was extremely tensile, thanks to a particular alloy which Luke created with Tony's abilities. However, the alloy was costly and difficult to make. Luke couldn't mass-produce it, and could only make it for his own use. Every last bit he created went into the bulletproof vests for him and Selena. Although the vests weighed no more than 5 kilograms, the raw materials cost Luke more than $500,000. But the cost was definitely worth it, considering how the bulletproof vest saved his life. With this vest and his elementary self-healing, Luke practically couldn't be killed. Even Selena would only sustain an injury, when she would otherwise be killed if she wasn't wearing the vest. After reflecting and working for a long period of time, Luke completed his modification goals for the day that he then went to the gym to check on Selena. Selena wasn't practicing the technical moves that Luke had told her to, but was using far more violent movements. Luke asked, "Aren't you supposed to be practicing the technical moves?" Selena ignored him and simply continued attacking the human-shaped target in front of her. After a long while, she finally stopped, breathing hard. "I'm not an idiot. If I don't work hard, I may be killed if I run into the guy from today again." After a brief silence, Luke suddenly asked, "Do you want to go back to Houston?" Selena rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm an idiot who wants to spend my entire life dealing with street fights and family drama every day? Without you, I would just be on street patrol." Luke said, "But you'll run into more danger if you follow me. Are you really sure you don't want to reconsider?" Selena rolled her eyes. Hee hee. Too late. Also, didn't I run into that female shooter with Donald? And back in Shackleford, we clashed with those shooters from the Carlos family. There's danger everywhere. When I'm with you, at least, I can grow stronger." After a brief silence, Luke nodded. "Fine, since you understand our current situation so well, let's train for another half an hour. There's still something wrong with your movements." Selena's eyes bulged. "What?" Luke said, "My demands are higher so that you can live longer. In the end, Luke had to carry Selina to the bathroom. She was too exhausted to walk on her own, and could only tell Luke to draw a hot bath for her. When Luke called her name again half an hour later, she didn't respond. Luke opened the bathroom door to find that Selina had already fallen asleep in the bathtub. Shaking his head, Luke picked her up, wiped her down and dried her hair, before he put her in bed. Selina simply moaned and showed no sign of waking up. Sitting on the bed and looking at Selina, who was sound asleep, Luke sighed and left. He returned to his workshop after he left Selina's bedroom. Now, the sense of crisis he felt was stronger than ever. He had run into two tricky extraordinary human beings one after another, and both had escaped. He had never been so scared of this world before. He had to work hard if he didn't want to become one of the unknown casualties on the news. With his strength and his elementary self-healing, he only needed to sleep 2 hours a day. Hence, he could work for an extra 6 hours each day, which was plenty of time for him to accomplish many things. The next morning, Luke made breakfast and woke Selina up. "Gorgeous, while you did a great job yesterday, you still have to go to work today." Selina threw a pillar at him angrily, but Luke grabbed it and threw it back. "All right. There's food waiting for you." As if a switch had been flipped, Selina bolted upright. "What food?" Luke said, "Not breakfast, but dessert. However, need I remind you that I had to put you to bed last night?" Selina quickly lay down and covered herself with the quilt. "Go away and close the door." Luke smiled and left. After all the ice cream he had in the morning, he was feeling mellow and slow to anger. A few minutes later, Selina came out. "What's the food?" Luke was having breakfast. "I put it in the mini fridge in our car." Selina asked, "What? There's a fridge in our car?" Luke said, "Yes, I installed it last night." Selina was lost for words. "You're kidding." Half an hour later, Selina looked at the box-like object in the middle of the back seat, shocked. "Is that really a fridge?" Luke shrugged. "There's no space in the front, we can only put it in the back." "Hey, you just had breakfast, didn't you?" Selina said, "I love how it tastes." "Right, should you give Elsa some of this?" Luke said, "If you're willing. After all, what she eats is up to you." Selina thought for a moment before she nodded. "We should give her some." Luke reminded her, "She doesn't have a fridge to keep the tiramisu." Selina said, "She can keep it with Dustin." Luke said, "I'm afraid that Dustin will finish it before she can. I packed the cupcakes you didn't finish yesterday. You can give her that." Selina, "Fine." Just before they entered the police department, Elsa gave them a call. "Come to the boss's office." They did as instructed. Closing the door, Dustin said, "We made progress on last night's case." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Since 10 SWAT agents died, the DEA finally shared some of their intelligence with us. Here's the file on last night's mysterious shooter. Take a look." Dustin tossed a case file at them as he spoke. Luke picked up the case file and read it himself instead of giving it to Selina. He was truly curious about exactly who the shooter was. Then, he saw a name, Wilson Grant Fisk. It didn't ring a bell. A while later, he slowly raised his head. "Kingpin." Dustin said coldly, "That's him." Frowning, Luke skimmed through the rest of the file and soon found the name of the mysterious shooter, Lester. He shifted his gaze and saw another word, Bullseye. Luke frowned. According to the file, Bullseye was Kingpin's best fighter. Luke had heard a thing or two about Kingpin before, but not very much. He only knew that the man was the leader of a major gang. More information on Kingpin was listed in the case file. The super big shot originally known as Wilson Grant Fisk and currently addressed as Kingpin was growing more and more powerful, and the FBI, DEA, and IRS hadn't been able to do anything about him. Kingpin hid himself well and stayed behind the scenes to control his criminal group, which was getting bigger and bigger. He was mostly based in New York, but his influence was spreading throughout the country. That was why he was revered as kingpin by the gangsters, who all respected him as a ruler. Quickly reading the rest of the file, Luke tossed it to Selena and looked at Dustin. "Boss, what's the plan?" After a brief silence, Dustin said, "There's no plan. Kingpin isn't Sergey. NYPD hasn't been able to do anything about him for years. Do they think we can help them capture this guy?" Luke nodded. He felt exactly the same way. Kingpin was too powerful to be apprehended by ordinary people. Even extraordinary human beings would hardly be able to take him down. Bullseye alone could kill most of the people who approached him. "What about Bullseye?" Luke asked. Dustin shook his head. "It's none of our business now. The FBI has taken the case." Luke said, "So, there's nothing we need to do now?" Dustin nodded. "I asked you to come here mainly to warn you that you should keep an eye out. After all, you were the only one to survive that exchange with Bullseye." Luke chuckled. "I'll be prepared if he comes back for revenge." Dustin said, "Additionally, the FBI wants to talk to you about what happened last night." Director Brad agreed to the request, on the condition that they meet you in our police department. Luke smiled and said, "Thanks, boss." Dustin must have done something to obtain this privilege for him. Luke was free to say whatever he wanted in his territory, and the FBI wouldn't get to play any tricks. A good boss always defended their subordinates in crucial moments. Dustin waved his hand. "You work for the Major Crimes Division, of course we've got your back. That's all for now. Don't take any cases in the next few days." Luke knew that Dustin was scared that they would be ambushed by Bullseye while investigating a case. He simply nodded and said, "Okay, we're leaving." Dustin nodded, and Elsa left with them. Just like how Dustin supported Luke in front of the director, Elsa being in Dustin's office was also meant to show Dustin that she fully supported Luke. She was also making her position clear to Luke and Selena. Elsa took them to an inquiry room, where 3 FBI agents were waiting. Luke and Selena were both amused to see them. "Oh, it's been a long time, Agent Charles and Captain Wales." The FBI agents responded with smiles. They remembered Luke when they read his file. Elsa was slightly stumped. "Do you know each other?" Luke said with a smile, "We met Captain Wales back in Houston." Since they knew each other, the meeting went a lot smoother. Luke had nothing to hide. He explained last night's case as well as the donut store case to illustrate Bullseye's abilities. An hour later, Captain Wales stretched out his hand. "Thank you for your cooperation, Luke and Selena." Luke shook hands with him. "You're too kind. I also hope the guy will be caught sooner rather than later. He's too dangerous." Wales shook his head with a bitter smile but didn't say anything. If Bullseye was so easy to catch, he would have been thrown into the prison for special criminals a long time ago. Besides, Bullseye always attacked from dark corners at long range. It was hard to say how many cases were his handiwork. It was truly difficult to capture Bullseye in a big city full of skyscrapers and people. After seeing Captain Wales and Agent Charles, everybody returned to Elsa's office. After Selena closed the door, Elsa sighed. "Why does this keep happening to you?" Luke asked, "Are you willing to give me a vacation, Elsa?" Elsa said, "You had a trip to New York and another one to Paris. Then, you visited Las Vegas and Woodsburg. Now, I have to give you yet another vacation." Luke shrugged. "I didn't really ask for it." Elsa said, "Fine. By the way, the application was approved. 2 rookies will be starting in a day or 2. You can train them if you're free in the next few days." Luke said, "All right, just have them come look for us." Elsa said, "Fine, off you go, leave me to my exhaustion in my office." She sounded rather despairing. But could she blame Luke? Of course not. Luke was definitely more likely than other detectives to run into these sorts of situations because of his capability. If he wasn't such a capable fighter, Roger wouldn't have asked for his help, and there wouldn't have been any trouble. However, if Luke hadn't gone in as backup, Roger and his partner could have ended up in the morgue. It was the greatest news in the Major Crimes Division when nobody died on a case. As they left the department and headed for their car, Selina said, "I should probably share some of the tiramisu with Elsa. It's almost noon, anyway." Luke knew that Selina was only taking pity on Elsa, who was so busy. "Go on, then. I'll wait for you." Selina generously gave Elsa a large portion of the tiramisu, before she and Luke returned home. The next 3 days passed without incident, except that Luke went out one night to retrieve goods. The goods were the materials which Damon had acquired for him. The materials sped up Luke's progress in making the equipment. Damon had bought almost half of the materials on his list, and there was enough to last Luke for quite a while. Luke even made himself a new phone when he was free. After testing it out for a day, he called Jenny. "Hey, how've you been?" Jenny was surprised to receive his call. "Are you free?" Luke said helplessly, "I'm in the middle of something and can't meet you yet." Jenny was disappointed. "Okay. Is there anything I can do for you?" Luke said, "Our company is getting new business. You need to go with my useless PR manager and talk to Google." Jenny, "Huh? Luke, that guy has been contacting Google, but hasn't even been able to see one of their senior managers, so I can only count on you." Jenny, "I'll try." Luke said, "I'll give the necessary things to Bobby, my PR manager. Just contact him." Jenny, "Mr. CEO, are you really not going to inspect your company once?" Luke smiled bitterly. Of course he wanted to. But he didn't know if Bullseye was gone yet. That man had no scruples. "I'm occupied with a case. I'll come look for you when it's over," said Luke. Then, he met Bobby at the police department and gave him the new phone he made as well as the navigation app. He also told Bobby about Jenny. After a long hesitation, Bobby said, "I'm not qualified for the job you gave me. I'm thinking about quitting." Luke waved his hand. "Don't. You've been doing a great job." Bobby was confused. "Huh? Getting nothing done was doing a great job?" Luke said, "You've never done PR before. It's already good enough that you found out why they aren't interested in the navigation map. Even Jenny might be unable to make a deal with them, but we have to try. Just do your best to help her." Bobby asked, "How should I help her?" Luke looked at him. "You haven't forgotten your ability, have you? Don't tell me that you haven't made any progress." Bobby hesitated, then nodded. "I'm a little better at it now, but I can only sense someone else's emotions vaguely. I don't see how that can be useful." Luke said, "That's enough. It'll become more useful as long as you keep practicing it. All you need to do is tell Jenny what the guys handling the negotiation are feeling, got it?" Bobby nodded. Luke said, "That's all for now. Contact me if there's anything else. Your salary will be transferred to your account regularly." Bobby felt slightly guilty. He didn't think that his recent work was worth an annual salary of $100,000. Luke stopped talking and told Bobby to contact Jenny. By involving both Bobby and Jenny in the negotiation, he was hoping that they could both help and restrain each other. Also, he couldn't let Bobby get away, or the man might go and harass Shira again. More importantly, Luke coveted Bobby's mental communication ability, and he would have to waste time looking for Bobby if the man disappeared again. He wasn't scared of Bullseye discovering him through this corporation. The corporation wasn't directly registered under Luke or Selina, but through an offshore company. It wouldn't be hard for the FBI or IRS to discover that Luke controlled the company, but hoodlums like Bullseye certainly wouldn't find it easy. Luke wasn't doing this to evade tax, but purely to avoid trouble. On the 8th day after Damon dropped by, Luke and Selina went back to work. Neither of them had been idle during the past week. In addition to their own training, they had to groom the two rookies that had just been transferred to Elsa's team. The two rookies were Billy Walter, a young black man, and Elizabeth Parker, a white female. Elsa sent them to learn under Luke and Selena. Different from other seasoned detectives, Luke didn't keep the tricks of investigation to himself. He didn't act like a superior, since Elsa was the rookie's boss and not him. He was just a tutor for the two new detectives. He conversed with the two rookies mainly at the police department. He didn't do anything for them, but only pointed out to the rookies the best way of doing things at the right moment. As for the legwork, the rookies had to do it themselves, and Luke didn't step in. The two rookies respected Luke. When they transferred to the department, Elsa had related Luke's achievements to them. In the recent tragedy where a SWAT squad was annihilated, Luke was the only person to survive after fighting the mysterious shooter. Elsa's reason for telling them this was simple, and that was to curb the rookies' arrogance. Watching Luke and Selena's shooting training was an eye-opener for the rookies. Selena was only 24 and a woman, but she was one of the best shooters in the major crimes division. Nothing needed to be said about Luke. When he was practicing quick draw, two targets 10 meters away were hit almost simultaneously. They could completely imagine that they wouldn't survive 1 second if they encountered a shooter as skilled as Luke. Elizabeth even declared admiringly that Luke had to be the fastest man in the world. Luke quickly refused the title. "You should say that to Bob Munden. I'm not as fast as he is." Elizabeth asked, "Who's that?" Luke said, "He holds the world record for quick draw at 0.0175 seconds. He's in his 50s, but he's still young." Elizabeth was lost for words. Elsa's burden was reduced now that Luke was helping to train the rookies. This week wasn't as tiresome as she had thought it would be. When Luke and Selena returned to work, they didn't feel like they were coming back from a vacation since they had still been coming to the police department every day for the past week. Taking a new case from Elsa, they studied it at their desks. Luke's expression was complicated when he read the case file. He wondered if the perpetrators were Damon and Mindy. 8 drug dealers in his district had been killed in a house last night. 2 of them were shot, and 6 were killed with a blade. While Elizabeth and her partner had taken the case, they were actually only going to be helping Luke and Selena out and learn from them. Pondering for a moment, Luke told Selena that they would be checking the crime scene. It was a decrepit building in a terrible neighborhood. Even before Luke entered, his sharp nose told him that his guess was correct. This was indeed Damon and Mindy's handiwork. "But why did you have to do it in my district?" Luke felt complicated. He went into the house and saw blood everywhere on the walls and the furniture. Remembering Mindy and her unique long saber, it wasn't hard for Luke to picture the battle in his head. As for the 2 men who were shot, Luke could easily tell that it was Damon who had done it from outside the building as cover for Mindy. After figuring it out, Luke immediately lost interest. Could he really catch Damon and Mindy? They were doing exactly the same as Luke when he went out as a vigilante, it was just that they were more blatant about it. He should remind them to keep a low profile later. It would be more convenient for the police if they had made the scene look like the drug dealers had killed each other. When the investigation was over, Elizabeth asked, "Luke, what do you think of the case?" Luke said solemnly, "It's probably a gang conflict. If you want to look into it, you can follow up on the case for a few days, but drop it if you don't find any leads." Elizabeth knew that Luke was implying that he wasn't hopeful about the case. She and her partner had quite a few cases on hand. Now that Luke expressed his lack of interest in this case, they weren't really motivated to pursue it further. After they left, Luke thought for a moment, then sent Damon a message to pick up his equipment tonight. "They can't stay in Los Angeles anymore. They're obviously here to compete with me," Luke murmured to himself. If the father and daughter could hide themselves well, Luke wouldn't mind at all because there were too many gangsters in Los Angeles. However, those 2 obviously had no intention of cleaning up after themselves. They simply killed gangsters, looted their cash, destroyed the drugs and left, unlike Luke who just made the gangsters go missing without turning everything into a homicide case. If it wasn't because he was worried about Bullseye, Luke could have earned 1,000 experience and credit points in the past week. On the other end, Damon received a message and gave his phone to Mindy. "Mindy, translate this." Mindy threw her butterfly knife into a pillar not far away and read the message. "V said that the goods will be delivered tonight." Damon nodded. "Delivery 2 days ahead of the deadline. Not bad. We don't have to hang around unfamiliar territory anymore." Mindy said, "New York is much better. We know which gangs there are rich." Damon, however, turned grave. "But Frank convinced Kingpin to send Bullseye after us. If it wasn't for the tools that Mr. V provided earlier, Bullseye would have tracked us down when we attempted to sabotage their business. We'll just fight him if we can't avoid him," Mindy declared aggressively. Damon shook his head. "Don't even think about it. Bullseye is a formidable man. The best way to deal with him is to ambush him without giving him a chance to counterattack. After we get our equipment, I'll try to lure him into a trap and kill him." Mindy was suspicious. "Will he fall for it that easily?" Damon said, "At the very least, we can teach him a lesson. He'll just keep chasing us like a rabid dog if we don't show them how good we are. He's also in Los Angeles now. I'm very certain that he was the one who killed the SWAT team the other day." Luke didn't know that Bullseye had followed Damon and Mindy to Los Angeles. He was still putting the final touches on the equipment. Since he had a lot of spare time in the past few days, he had made a complimentary vest to go with the equipment that Damon ordered. The vest was made from the leftovers of his own special bulletproof vest. It was too small for a regular-sized adult to wear, but Mindy as a little girl could still use it. It was a special privilege for the cute little girl. Night had fallen by the time he was done. He had Selena turn on the house alarm system before he left. He put the equipment in an abandoned factory and set up surveillance before he sent a message to Damon. 10 minutes later, Damon and Mindy arrived. Luke had barely gotten out when he heard a warning in his earphones. "Unknown cars detected." As he walked, Luke pulled up the surveillance video on his fake phone. He saw 2 trucks, followed by 3 cars, enter the gate of the abandoned factory. Pondering for a moment, Luke disappeared into the dark. With the equipment he had just upgraded, he quietly approached the intruders. At that moment, he heard another warning in his earphones. 36 targets detected. 30 with automatic weapons. Luke frowned and observed them with night vision goggles which he took out from his inventory. He scanned the gunmen, then focused his attention on the people who got out of the cars. The 5 people, who were in black suits, were clearly different from the other shooters who were equipped with battle vests and helmets. However, they didn't look like SHIELD agents like Cheney, but more like gangsters. Eventually, Luke fixed his attention on the last man. He was the only person from the cars who wasn't wearing a suit. However, his cool leather cloak and the weird bullseye tattoo on his forehead reminded Luke of something. Bullseye. It was Bullseye. Thinking quickly, Luke took out his fake phone and sent a message to Damon. Then, he took out his equipment and quickly put it on. A moment later, he was covered in a set of pure black armor. Aside from protection, the armor could also completely disguise his body shape, as he didn't want to be recognized by Bullseye. After everything was done, Luke aimed the M4A1 in his hand at the enemy. 100 meters away, Bullseye, who was watching his subordinates advance, felt a strong sense of crisis. Without any hesitation, he ducked his head and hid in the shadows of a car. Bang! 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 3 gunshots broke the quiet of the factory. Luke secretly chuckled. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy. Bullseye wasn't an opponent that could be finished off in one ambush. However, now that Luke had initiated the attack, he wouldn't stop so easily. He aimed his M4A1 at the car, finger on the trigger. As long as Bullseye was hit once, the system might determine that Luke won, because Luke hadn't been shot this time. When he used up the bullets in the magazine, Luke began to move quickly. Bang! Bang! The sound of a pistol wasn't as obvious amidst the noise from the gunman's submachine guns, but 2 bullets struck where Luke had been standing. If Luke had moved half a second late, he would have been hit in the face. Luke, however, was more excited than ever. It had been forever since he unleashed his full capability, given his identity as a police detective. Finally, he was facing a challenging opponent, and he was no longer Luke Coulson, but V. Luke jumped off the building with his grappling rope. After he landed, he moved forward in an erratic pattern. In the meantime, he heard an electronic warning in his earphones. 2 enemies 12 meters to the left, 1 enemy 23 meters to the right. It was a battlefield radar system which Luke had invented recently. It could lock onto his enemies and inform him of their locations based on the surveillance cameras which he set up earlier. Naturally, the system wasn't as advanced as Jarvis, and with his keen senses, Luke didn't need to rely on it too much. But as he continued to upgrade the system, his team and friends who didn't have super abilities would also be able to use it. Luke wasn't in a hurry to eliminate the shooters. Instead, he moved quickly and let those people live in order to interfere with Bullseye's observations. Bang! 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 After Luke shot 3 times, Bullseye, who had just dashed to a corner, jerked back, and 3 bullet holes appeared in the wood in front of him. He stepped back and sneered. With a flick of his hand, 3 daggers flew out in a strange arc. He had barely thrown out the daggers, when his face changed and he dropped to all fours and quickly crawled several meters away. Bang! 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 Another 3 bullet holes appeared behind him. Bullseye turned cold. He knew that he had run into a dreadful opponent. The 3 daggers he flung out hadn't hit the enemy. Furthermore, the enemy even used them to pinpoint his location and shoot back at him. Luke couldn't be any more excited. Bullseye was really great at knife throwing. Luke had started running after his first shot, otherwise he would have been hit in the back of his head. He was wearing a helmet, but he wasn't planning on finding out if Bullseye's daggers could penetrate it. He didn't know anything about Bullseye's abilities, or whether the other man had better skills that he had yet to display. Damon and Mindy were quickly putting on the equipment in the abandoned factory after Luke warned them that Bullseye was here. Not only that, Luke also briefly explained Bullseye's abilities to them. The man basically wouldn't miss a target within 100 meters, and his daggers could even curve and deflect to kill his enemy. Luke also specifically warned the father and daughter to use the new gear to stay away. Damon and Mindy weren't scared of Bullseye as they were seasoned killers themselves, but they wouldn't dismiss Luke's opinion. They put on the new equipment and carefully observed the battle outside with the new surveillance devices that Luke had supplied them with. They had always been curious about this Mr. V. What kind of person was he? Exactly how strong was he? They hadn't been able to tell how good V was from their encounter in New York when they eliminated the drug dealers, since those drug dealers were too weak. Now, the infamous Bullseye from New York's underbelly was about to battle it out with V. V specifically asked them not to intervene, so they decided not to step in unless V was losing. But there was a problem. They observed for a while, only to find it hard to differentiate between the 2 men. Both men were in black, and there wasn't much light in the factory. The 2 men were also moving as swiftly as ghosts. Whenever gunshots rang out, they would dodge and disappear. A moment later, the father and daughter found a way to discern who was who, and that was through their weapons. V was using an M4A1, whereas Bullseye was using a Beretta. The sounds the 2 guns made were utterly different. However, it didn't make much of a difference to Damon and Mindy, who sweated hard after just watching for a minute. Even though they had surveillance equipment and weren't involved in the battle, they could barely track the 2 men as the latter opened fire. This only suggested that Damon and Mindy were incapable of fighting at such a level, and they might die in under a minute if they meddled. Luke had completely forgotten about Damon and Mindy. As he adapted to the rhythm of Bullseye's attacks, Luke's movements became quicker and more aggressive. He had never fought an extraordinary, albeit fitting, opponent like this before, so he had a lot of shortcomings. Now, his battle experience was increasing quickly, and he was making use of advanced tricks that never came into play when he dealt with common criminals. He was becoming more and more familiar with his battle abilities. Bullseye was the best whetstone to hone himself with. Even though Bullseye was flinging daggers at Luke from the least expected spots, Luke wasn't scared at all. He was excited, but his head was extremely clear. He was enjoying the skirmish. While the two experts were engaged in battle, the gunmen caught in between suffered. Even though they were shooting at the enemy incessantly from behind cover, they didn't hit anything in the end. Since they were even weaker than Damon and Mindy, it was even harder for them to differentiate between the two men in battle. As for the two experts, these gunmen were only pawns on the battlefield, and their submachine guns were more like toys than weapons. Bullseye even once blocked Luke's bullets with one of the gunmen. However, the two men crazily fighting on the battlefield both knew that Luke was gradually winning. There were two reasons. Firstly, Luke had unleashed his full strength in this battle. His quick movements were quite a headache for Bullseye. If Bullseye were less skilled at shooting and knife throwing, he wouldn't be able to stop Luke's attacks. In the end, Bullseye even aimed for Luke's legs, hoping to injure him and limit his movements. Secondly, Luke basically had a never-ending supply of bullets in this battle. He had dozens of magazines in his inventory. Bullseye, on the other hand, had used up the bullets in his Beretta 92 FS. He had to grab one of the gunman's submachine guns. Once he used up the bullets in this submachine gun, it would be yet another dangerous moment for him, whether he had to look for a new magazine or grab another submachine gun. Even more critically, Bullseye was running out of knives as well. Bullseye never thought that he would encounter an enemy whom he couldn't kill with 50 daggers. He could still fight without the knives, but he couldn't fully demonstrate his talent without his special daggers. His knife attacks were the easiest and most formidable. This opponent he was facing was stronger than he was in the first place. Without his special daggers, he might be killed instantly. Finally, Bullseye coldly gave his first command since the start of the battle: scatter and attack with everything you've got. The 20 gunmen who were left carried out his command without any hesitation. Immediately, gunshots rang out. Even Luke had to retreat in the face of this barrage. Not only were they shooting, they also threw out multiple grenades. If he was cornered by these gunmen for even just a moment, Bullseye might be able to stab him with his daggers. The next second, however, Luke knew that something was wrong. Bullseye jumped into a car and drove off. In the meantime, the men in suits who had never once participated in the battle got into the other two cars and fled with him. Luke rose and was about to shoot them, when the gunman close by suddenly exploded. Yes, they really exploded. The thick dust and smoke created by the explosion instantly blocked Luke's sight. Luke crouched down and cursed. He had smelled bombs on those gunmen earlier, but hadn't paid much attention. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the bombs might have been a precaution on Bullseye's part. In the next 10 seconds, all the gunmen exploded, including those who had been killed earlier. Luke quickly retreated, an awful look on his face, and sent a message to Damon. He had smelled a huge amount of explosives in the trucks as well. The trucks hadn't exploded yet, probably because Bullseye wanted to lure him closer before he detonated the bombs. It was common to chase someone down the exact same route. If Luke didn't have sharp nose, he might have really fallen for the trap. He ran out of the factory, went around the trucks, and rushed to his own car. At that moment, the trucks suddenly exploded, and shards of debris shot out with the violent force. Luke had no choice but to hide behind a wall. He wondered how many bombs Bullseye had packed into the trucks. Thankfully, the trucks were 100 meters away from the factory where Damon and Mindy were, and the two of them had already evacuated after Luke sent the message. Luke sent another message to Damon, telling them to get out of Los Angeles as soon as possible. He got into his own car and quickly chased after Bullseye. Very soon, he caught a whiff of the three cars. The car he was driving was a modified one and was only meant to help conceal his identity, so it wasn't top of the range either. Bullseye's three cars, however, were the best Benz cars, and the drivers were also quite skilled. There were few cars on the street at night. Bullseye's cars even ran the red lights. Of course, Luke had to follow them. He wondered if the system would punish him for the traffic violation. But the system acknowledged that he was pursuing villains and didn't penalize him for it. Luke frowned as the three cars ahead of him drove on. After reaching a highway, Bullseye's cars charged forward at full speed without taking any turns. Their cars were better than Luke's, and they ignored the traffic lights, so Luke couldn't catch up to them. The car chase was quite a scene. Police cars were already arriving. They had yet to catch up, but as was LAPD's procedure, a helicopter would be deployed in 10 minutes at the very latest. 5 minutes later, there were sirens closing in from all directions. Clearly, the race between Luke and Bullseye on the highway had attracted the police's attention. By then, the cars had reached the coast. Suddenly, the Benz at the back exploded. Luke couldn't help but curse out loud. He jerked his steering wheel and swerved into another street to avoid the blast from the explosion. Then, he gritted his teeth and resumed pursuit. Damn it! You're not escaping today. Blow up your own car if you think you're good enough. A moment later, the second Benz car exploded too, which created even more distance between Bullseye's car and Luke's. After another 2 minutes. Boom! With a complicated look on his face, Luke stared at the dilapidated dock not far away, before he turned back in his car without any hesitation. Bullseye had really been crazy enough to blow up his own car. Of course, Bullseye had left on a boat by then before blowing up both his car and the dock. The man had created 4 explosions in this area in the last 10 minutes, and Luke would be held responsible if he didn't run off in a timely manner. Besides, he didn't have a boat. It would be impossible for him to catch up to Bullseye. Quickly leaving Los Angeles, Luke sank the car in a bay. He took a big detour, and then returned home in a cab. When he got home, Selena was coming out of the basement. She asked, "Are you okay?" After some reflection, Luke shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. Actually, I'm feeling pretty good." Selena observed him for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Luke was amused. "Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Go watch TV first." Selena was confused. "Huh?" Luke said, "Check the breaking news." After a shower, he watched the news on the serial explosions along the LA coast. He felt lucky after watching for a while. Thankfully, there hadn't been anyone at the factory or at the dock, and no innocent victims were injured. The 2 cars that were blown up before they reached the dock had injured 3 people, but not too badly. Luke could finally relax. If there had been multiple deaths tonight, the case would have been thoroughly investigated. Now that nobody had died and only 3 people were injured, it wouldn't be too serious an investigation, right? Well, maybe not. Those people who had been keeping an eye out for Bullseye, including Wales, would definitely pursue him even more intensely. Bullseye had caused quite a scene, but had escaped with his life. After Bullseye ran out of daggers and bullets, Luke could have worn him down. After the battle, Luke estimated that Bullseye's physical attributes should be 5 times the normal. Bullseye's body was weaker than Luke's, so he could only withstand Luke's attacks with his terrifying skills in shooting and knife throwing. However, Bullseye's instinct for danger was as good as Luke's. He dodged in advance and avoided Luke's shots many times. Bullseye was quite tough in both offense and defense. The bombs that he was insane enough to carry on him also helped him escape. No wonder he was Kingpin's top fighter, and was able to live so well in New York. If he were less capable and brutal, he would have been killed a long time ago. Regretfully, the battle was another tie since Bullseye retreated before Luke could defeat him. So, Luke still didn't know what Bullseye's abilities were. But he wasn't overly anxious. Bullseye was based in New York, a grand battlefield which Luke was destined for. He would have Bullseye's abilities one day. Drinking Dr. Pepper, Selena suddenly said, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Shifting his gaze from the TV to Selena, Luke asked, "You really want to know?" Selena hesitated for a moment, but then lifted her chin. "At the very least, you can tell me more about Bullseye and the female shooter we encountered." Luke thought for a moment, and decided that it was impossible and unnecessary to keep it a secret. In a few years, many extraordinary people would show up, and a certain playboy would even publicly reveal himself as a superhero on TV. As his partner, Selena had already encountered some of those extraordinary beings. It wouldn't hurt for her to know more about them beforehand. So, Luke explained the other side of this world in a simple and straightforward way. In summary, he said that there were a lot of unusual guys in this world. Like regular guys, some of them were good and some were bad, except that regular guys needed weapons to do bad things, while those unusual guys had super abilities for that. Hearing that explanation, Selena said, after a long moment, "You're talking like they're street gangsters." Luke chuckled. Actually, despite the fact that they have abilities, they usually resolve problems the same way gangsters do. If a problem couldn't be resolved through negotiations, it could be resolved through battle. Selena's excitement faded after she heard such a boring answer. She asked again, "Is that why you want me to train harder?" Luke shook his head. "It's not just you, but the both of us who are training harder. I'm not invincible. Do you remember that woman we saw in Las Vegas?" Selena answered quickly, "That long-legged woman?" Luke nodded. "I could barely hit that red-skinned monster, while he could only escape in panic from that long-legged woman, which suggests that she's levels above us in strength." Selena asked, "How many levels?" Luke said, "It's like the difference between school, state, country, and world champions. She might be one of the best in the world, and we're just beginners." Selena immediately got it. Luke looked at her and sighed. "I'm not demanding tremendous things from you, but you should at least distinguish yourself on the lowest level to increase your safety." Selena said, "Huh. That sounds easy." Luke looked at her with complicated feelings. "That's the level that Bullseye is at. How much more training do you think you'll need before you can fight him?" "Selena, you've got to be kidding me. How can he be at the bottom?" Luke sighed and raised his head to look at the ceiling. "I'm sorry, but he's truly at the bottom." Of course, this was purely from a combat perspective. Actually, it wouldn't be hard for Bullseye to assassinate anyone with super abilities, his abilities were too suited for killing. Selena watched TV for a while, then went to bed. Luke, on the other hand, turned off the TV and returned to his workshop. With his physique and his elementary self-healing, it would be too wasteful if he didn't work hard. His 2 hours of sleep were only for getting rid of his mental, not physical, exhaustion. Even though Luke's mental strength had increased, he could only reduce his sleep time and not completely do away with it just yet. Speaking of which, he had to boost his mental strength to 20 as soon as possible. A lot of things would change after he crossed this threshold. He was only one level from there. After what happened tonight, he didn't believe that Bullseye would remain here any longer. A lot of innocent people had been put in danger when Bullseye created the explosions, and he would definitely receive special attention for causing such panic. Thinking this, Luke sent a message to Damon, and soon received a reply. He read the message and was greatly relieved. Damon and Mindy had been smart enough to drive away immediately after the explosions. The two of them were now leaving Los Angeles to go back home. If they hung around, they would probably be found out when the various law enforcement agencies descended on this case the next day. Bullseye had Kingpin to cover for him, but it wouldn't be easy for Damon and Mindy, who were essentially lone wolves, to conceal themselves well enough. The next day, Luke and Selena had breakfast and went to work. They asked Elsa for updates after they reached the police department. Luke put on a shocked expression. Really? What did he do? Pondering for a moment, Elsa told Selena to close the door. Dustin told me something. I pulled some strings as well. Even though the door was shut, Elsa's voice was low when she said, I heard that Bullseye clashed with an unknown person in an abandoned factory. They had a huge fight, and more than 30 people died. In the end, Bullseye ran to the coast and escaped on a boat. Luke said in disbelief, who was it? Do we have such a tough gangster in Los Angeles? Elsa shook her head. Unlikely. He could have been Bullseye's own kind, if you know what I mean. Luke and Selena looked at each other thoughtfully. Elsa thought that they were thinking about the previous cases. So, this case is none of our concern now. Homeland Security and the FBI are in town to look for Bullseye. He can only sneak back to New York where Kingpin has the most power, if he doesn't want to be found out. Luke said with relief, so I'm safe now. Selena's expression was quite weird. Elsa said, presumably, yes, but Bullseye hid himself for a long time when we thought that he had left, so you should still be careful. You'll stay in the police department to guide Elizabeth until we confirm that Bullseye is gone. Luke and Selena said, got it, boss. Elsa said, Elizabeth has the case files. You can go help her. Luke nodded, and as usual, Selena gave Elsa a box of desserts. Elsa deftly put the box in her drawer. Tiramisu was more to her liking, and she had enjoyed it very much the day before. Luke and Selena returned to their desks. Looking at Selena's odd expression, Luke warned her resignedly, do you know what acting is? Even Mr. Stu was a better actor than you. The more knowledgeable you are, the more acting you'll have to do. It's fine in front of Elsa, but your expression might have betrayed you if we had been talking to someone else. Selena nodded silently. She had to admit that Luke performed quite well and acted as if he really didn't know anything about last night. She, on the other hand, had almost burst into laughter back then. While they were talking, Elizabeth and Billy came over. The two rookies had specifically picked desks that were very close to Luke's, so that it would be easier for them to ask for help. They greeted each other, and Elizabeth started to give an overview. Their roles were similar to Luke and Selena's. Elizabeth was responsible for analyzing the intelligence, and Billy was responsible for the grunt work, such as warning or arresting the rogues. Elizabeth said, we have 3 new cases. The first case is a house in Weaver. The house's new owner reported that there was a body there yesterday, but the officers didn't find anything. The second case is in Beverly Hills. The maid of a celebrity was hit with blunt force in the head, and may die from the injury. The last case is also in Weaver. The body of a woman was found on a street bench. It was reported 10 minutes ago, and we're going to check it out. Selena asked, what's with the first case? Is it necessary for us to investigate when there aren't any bodies? Elizabeth said, the case wouldn't have been written up if the new owner hadn't mentioned the daughter of the previous owners. She went missing a year ago when she was 5. The mother died of a heart attack brought on by grief a month after she went missing, and the father killed himself in the house. What about the celebrity's maid? Selena asked again. Elizabeth said, the celebrity said that she was sleeping, and has no idea who hit her maid. Selena chuckled and looked at Luke, who was spinning a pen between his fingers. Luke thought for a moment and said, go and take a look at the body on the bench. We'll study the files on the other 2 cases first. Elizabeth nodded and gave them the case files before she left with her partner. Luke looked at Selena and asked, do you want to pick first? Without any hesitation, Selena picked the case of the celebrity's maid. Luke grinned, he knew that would be her choice. She had always hankered for the gossip that showed up in police cases which involved celebrities. Since she never leaked details of an investigation, Luke didn't stop her. They each picked up a case file and started reading. It took Luke 10 minutes to read the documents in his hands. One of them was the new owner's statement, and the other was information on the missing girl from a year ago. There was nothing surprising in either document. There were too many haunted houses and missing girls in America. However, when the documents were placed next to each other, it became quite bizarre. Why did the new resident claim that he saw the little girl? That was quite odd. Seeing that he had finished reading the file, Selina asked, "Do you want to read this with me?" Luke nodded and sat on the arm of her chair to read the file together. Selina was reading the statements, so she gave Luke the report on the crime scene that she had already read. Luke glanced at the report and asked, "Jennifer Perry? The woman in the Dior perfume commercial?" Selina answered casually, "Yes, she's in the commercial where she wears all those sparkly diamonds, and takes off her clothes while she's walking." Luke said, "I thought it was a diamond commercial when I first saw it." Selina said, "She's rich and famous, so this case is confidential." Luke remarked, "Rich people do have privileges." Selina said, "Chances are that Elsa gave this case to us precisely because of your experience in dealing with rich women." Luke, "Are you talking about the professional men who offer special services?" Luke's phone rang while they were bickering. He looked at the number and picked up the call. "Elizabeth, what's up?" Elizabeth said over the phone, "Luke, the female body on the bench in Weaver is weird." Luke asked, "Weird how?" Elizabeth said, "Do you remember the case of the haunted house in Weaver?" Luke was confused. "Are they related?" Elizabeth replied, "If I'm not mistaken, this woman on the bench seems to be the mother of the missing girl." Luke was stunned. "The woman who died of a heart attack?" Elizabeth said, "That's right. We're asking forensics to check her fingerprints, her DNA and her dental records." Luke rubbed his chin. "Stay there and keep me informed." After he hung up, Selina asked, "What's going on?" Luke patted her head and said, "I think you just missed a jackpot." Selina shook her head, refusing to be petted. "Do you have to do that when you're talking?" Luke said, "The body on the bench in Elizabeth's case might be the dead mother in my case." Thinking for a moment, Selina was shocked. "You mean the mother who's been dead for a year?" Luke nodded and asked, "Now, which case should we work on first?" Selina hesitated for a moment, but refused the temptation. "Let's follow up on Jennifer's case first, then catch up on progress with your case along the way." Luke was lost for words. It seemed that Selina was unwilling to give up either case. It did make sense. That was Jennifer Perry, one of the best actresses in Hollywood. She was much more famous than a B-list star like Katie. Luke simply indulged Selina's wish, and put his case file aside. Without new information, there wasn't much he could do, at least not until the identity of the female body was confirmed. Focusing on Jennifer's case, he read the case file for a moment, then laughed. Does this big star live in the wilderness of Texas? A maid bleeding out in the living room for hours before she was discovered? Are her security guards all like Selov? In that case, it's a miracle that she's still alive. Selina nodded. The security guards claim that they aren't authorized to enter the house at night unless it's an emergency. Luke said, "So, the house is actually a sealed container, and no one outside knows what happened inside, is that right?" Selina replied, "Yes. There were only 3 people in the house that night, the victim Millis, another maid called Manny, and Jennifer, our star." Luke almost laughed. "Fantastic. So, there's a 50% chance that we can find the perpetrator by randomly picking one of them, right?" I take that back." Looking at the photo of the maid's head wound as well as the medical diagnosis from the hospital, he changed his opinion. He flipped back and re-examined the file and photos. Mulling for a moment, he shook his head. "No weapons were found." Selina said, without raising her head, "Not yet. There are no matching items in the house. Neither Jennifer nor Manny are very strong, are they? Asked Luke. Selina nodded at first, but then shook her head. Jennifer is normal. Healthy, at most. As for Manny, we'll have to meet her in person to be sure. If Manny isn't a professional, it would be hard for her to bash Melissa's skull in like this. Narrowing his eyes, Luke said, let's go to the celebrity's house. Selina was surprised. We're leaving the police department. But she quickly came back to herself and put the case file in her purse. Okay, let's go. When she saw the look on Luke's face, she finally remembered that she didn't have to stay in the police department as Elsa had instructed. Luke had forced Bullseye to flee last night. Did Selina really need to worry about Bullseye? No, at least, not when she was with Luke. They drove straight to Jennifer Perry's house in Beverly Hills. Looking at the mansion behind the gate, Selina's eyes glowed. Luke, do you think there'll be? Never mind. Forget I asked. She had remembered her fantasy of 100 maids and a butler with a classic British accent when she saw the big mansion. However, the statements she just read suggested that there were only 2 regular maids in this mansion, and all the other employees would leave after they finished their daily work. Luke pressed a button on the gate and said, I'm Detective Luke from LAPD. This is Detective Selina. We're here about Melissa's injury from last night. In the meantime, he showed his badge to the camera so that the security guards could get a clear look. Selina did the same. A moment later, someone said, just a minute. After that, there was nothing. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, Selina couldn't take it anymore. She asked in surprise, what's the meaning of this? Luke chuckled. Elsa and I waited for quite a while when we visited Katie. Then, a maid ran out screaming that Katie was dead. Selina burst into laughter. That's just a coincidence. There's no way that'll happen again. The gate suddenly opened, and a male voice rang out anxiously. Detectives, please come in. Manny was attacked. Both Selina and Luke were speechless. The mansion was in chaos when they entered. Luke roared, LAPD. Everybody, stay where you are. Stunned, everybody looked at them. Luke said coldly, Miss Jennifer Perry and the person who discovered the injured maid will stay. The rest of you, leave. No talking to each other and no phone calls. Are we clear? Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. A moment later, a beautiful woman with long brown hair waved her hand and said, just listen to this, detective. Luke looked at her and asked, Miss Perry, have you called for an ambulance? Jennifer answered in the affirmative. Luke nodded and dropped Selina a hint. Selina immediately understood his meaning. She quietly walked to the window and took out a phone that Luke had made, before she activated the voice gathering function and pointed the phone at the 4 security guards on the porch. Noticing that Selina had done what he wanted, Luke focused his attention on the beautiful woman in front of him. Jennifer Perry was 27 and in the prime of a woman's life. Her career was soaring and she ranked among the top 5 female stars in the country in terms of earnings last year. She was successful from every perspective. Now, in the face of this tragedy in her living room, she was more perplexed than shocked. Luke gestured for her to sit down. Carefully avoiding the mess on the floor, he examined the maid who had been moved to the couch, and shook his head. The woman's skull was fractured from the blow. It remained to be seen whether she would survive. Luke didn't have the ability to save her. He only knew field first aid, not brain surgery, so he stopped after a brief examination. After calling the police department for reinforcements, he asked a male security guard, "You were the one to discover her?" The guard nodded quickly. "Yes. When I came in, she..." Luke interrupted him. "What's your name and your job here?" The guard replied, "My name is Thompson Morris. I'm the head of security here." "What's her name? What does she do?" Luke pointed at the maid on the couch. Manny Scott. She's a maid here, replied Thompson. Luke nodded. Stay here. He circled the living room and frowned deeply. He had yelled when he entered just now precisely because the 5 security guards and Jennifer were trampling all over the crime scene around the maid. He was positive that most of the clues in the room were gone. Also, while trying to rescue Manny, they had spilled her blood everywhere in the room. There were tissues, towels, blankets and a first aid kit around Manny, all stained with blood. The people here all had varying amounts of blood on their clothes as well. They were only trying to save Manny. But it was actually futile. Regular first aid was useless for Manny's injury, and all they had managed to do was ruin the crime scene. The forensics department would probably curse like crazy too. Luke dropped his head in his hand when he saw the countless bloody footprints of 6 people all over the room. Thompson, tell me how you discovered Manny, said Luke. Thompson, the head of security, hurried to explain. The situation was very simple. He had been telling Jennifer that Luke was at the gate, and was asking for her permission to let Luke in when he heard Manny's scream. He ran through the back door of the living room, only to see Manny lying on the floor, so he cried out for help. The other security guards arrived and helped lift Manny onto the living room couch. It wasn't until then that Thompson remembered Luke, and hurriedly unlocked the gate to let the 2 detectives in. Luke was speechless. Do you really think that those security guards helped? If anything, they only helped the criminal. All they had done was seriously mess up the crime scene and increase the number of suspects from 2 to 6. Luke grumbled inwardly, if we were in a detective TV show, you would definitely be the murderer, and this would be your ploy to sabotage the crime scene. Though he complained, he didn't really think that it was Thompson who had committed the crime. After being a detective for a while, he knew how unreliable preconceptions could be. Other detectives might only be able to follow their gut, but Luke had sharp nose. Although the scents in the room were a complete mess and smelled like a complicated knot, he could still work with that. Jennifer's smell was the simplest. It was the only one to come from upstairs, and carried over the shortest distance. Then there was Manny's smell. Those 2 could be ruled out first. Judging from Manny's wound, the security guards were more likely suspects than Jennifer. Luke said, stay where you are. Thompson, you can sit on the couch if you're tired. Don't bother me. Then, he circumvented the mess of blood and footprints on the floor and began his investigation. It might be tricky for other people to uncover the criminal, but Luke had a lead, which was the weapon. According to Thompson's description, and considering how fast Luke had arrived, it was impossible for the criminal to get rid of the weapon so quickly. Manny's blood and the criminal's scent was bound to be on the weapon. Sniffing for a moment, Luke realized something, but he didn't say anything. He reached Selena, who was by the window, and asked a question with his eyes, but she shook her head. That meant that none of the security guards outside displayed any anomaly. However, Luke already had a theory about who the perpetrator was. It might seem difficult to uncover the person, but Luke was able to lock onto the man directly with his sharp nose. The most challenging problem in the case was resolved, and all that was needed now was evidence. 20 minutes later, forensics arrived. Luke stopped them and whispered something to the person in charge, who nodded slightly. One of the 2 forensic scientists dealt with the people outside, and one dealt with the room. Everybody took off their blood-stained clothes and shoes, which were all evidence. Then, those people had to leave the mansion until the forensic scientists were done with their work. Jennifer was no exception. Accompanied by Selena, she took off her shoes and changed out of her clothes, before she sat down in her garden. Luke re-entered the living room and pointed at the bottom of a cabinet not far away from the back door. Seeing Luke's motion, one of the forensic scientists turned on his flashlight and found an extendable baton under the cabinet. There was obvious blood on the stick. Luke, on the other hand, went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. He opened the door to one of the rooms and took a deep breath. No mistake, this was Jennifer's bedroom. Only her scent and that of the two maids were in this room. However, Luke's expression turned strange, and he didn't walk into the room. Observing the room from the door for quite a while, Luke confirmed his findings with sharp nose again before he closed the door. He went downstairs and called Selina. "Where are the maids' rooms?" Selina asked Jennifer, and soon replied, "The rooms are on the first floor below Jennifer's room. Manny's room is the one with the blue door, Melissa's room has a red door." Luke hung up when he was standing outside the rooms. Neither room was locked, but Luke didn't enter. He simply activated sharp nose again. A moment later, he went to the garden, an even stranger expression on his face. He sat down in front of Jennifer in the garden and asked, "Miss Perry, did you notice anything wrong when Millis was wounded last night?" Jennifer said calmly, "No. I didn't feel well last night, and I went to bed early. I didn't hear anything." Luke remarked, "That's understandable. I can tell that your room must be soundproof." Jennifer nodded. "I have trouble sleeping and any noise will wake me up, so my room has to be quiet." Luke asked, "How long have your maids been working for you?" After a brief silence, Jennifer said, "Manny will have worked for me for 3 years in 2 months. Millis has been here for 14 months. Luke asked, "Are they close?" Jennifer said calmly, "I think they're okay. At least, I've never seen them fight." Luke coughed and said, "Do you allow your employees to engage in romantic relationships with each other?" Jennifer was stunned. "What?" Luke asked with an odd expression, "If a security guard falls in love with a maid, will you fire them?" Jennifer nodded quickly. "Of course, it's stipulated in their contract when they're hired, since it may affect their work. I believe the police have similar rules, right?" Luke nodded and said, "Yes." "So, you're unaware of any sort of relationship like that here?" Jennifer was stunned. "Huh?" Luke said, "In other words, you didn't sense that any of them were together, otherwise someone would have been fired, right?" After a brief silence, Jennifer nodded and said, "Yes." Luke said, "Okay, that's all for now. Miss Perry, you can stay here or get some rest somewhere outside, it's going to be a while before forensics is done." Jennifer said, "Got it. I'll be right here. I won't cause any trouble." Luke nodded and left with Selina. After they left the house, Selina asked, "Did you find anything?" Luke said, "I can roughly guess who hurt Manny, but I can't determine a motive." Selina urged him, "Just spill." Luke said, "Let's talk in the car. Don't talk about a case in an unsecure environment, remember?" Selina immediately shut up. Actually, this was an understanding between the both of them. It wasn't just work cases, their secrets, such as some of Luke's movements or their equipment, weren't to be discussed in an unsecure environment. If Luke was capable of making a gadget to remotely eavesdrop on his targets, it was possible that other people had similar equipment. After they got into the car, Luke pressed a button to make sure that it was safe. Then he said, "Manny was attacked by the security guard named Morgan James." Selina didn't say anything and simply waited for him to finish. Luke chuckled. "Morgan is in a secret relationship with Millis, who was hurt last night." Selina's eyes glowed when she heard the exciting news. Luke continued, "Manny, on the other hand, is in a relationship with Thompson, the head of security." "Oh my God!" Selina asked in shock, "Why was Manny attacked? Was it because she discovered that Millis and Morgan were in a relationship? But that's just a job. There's no need to kill her, right?" Luke chuckled and took out his phone. "Boss, I need a search warrant for Jennifer's house." Elsa was surprised. "Why? You know that this may cause trouble. If the big star is upset, she may hire a lawyer specifically to file a complaint against you." Luke said, "I know, so I'm only asking for a warrant to search the rooms of the maids and the security guards, not her own room." Elsa was relieved to hear that. All of the security guards were suspects, and it was routine to search their rooms, so she said, "Okay, I'll apply for it." Luke said, "Boss, I need a warrant ASAP. Certain evidence may disappear when forensics is done and those people return to their rooms." Elsa immediately realized that Luke had found something, and the search warrant was meant to help preserve legitimate evidence. She said, "An electronic search warrant will be sent to your phone in 10 minutes at most." In fact, Luke received an electronic search warrant on his phone after just 5 minutes. Luke and Selena got out and went back inside. They found Jennifer in the garden and showed her the search warrant. Jennifer's face immediately changed. "You can't do that." Then, she realized that both Luke and Selena were looking at her with smiles, as if they were expecting her to change her stance. Jennifer gritted her teeth. "I'm going to call my lawyer." Luke grinned. "Miss Perry, even if you call your lawyer, it'll take him at least an hour to find the judge and cancel the search warrant. Our search will be done by then. Do you think that's going to help?" Jennifer looked even more awful. "What do you want?" She, too, knew that her lawyer couldn't help, but there were certain things in her home that couldn't be found out. What she was scared of was the paparazzi who was fanatical about her private affairs, not the police. Luke didn't stop smiling. "Miss Perry, we're police detectives, here on a case. 2 serious assaults that could have turned into murder happened here." Jennifer hesitated, her expression changing. "What are you trying to say?" Looking Jennifer in the eye, Luke said calmly, "Please cooperate with us while we work on this case. What you do with your employees is none of our business. Miss Perry, you're rich and you probably know a lot of people, but you can't reduce the negative impact this incident can have if the truth gets out. If that happens, you don't believe that you can keep what happened here a secret from the media, do you?" Struggling with herself, Jennifer finally said in a low voice, "Can you promise me?" She didn't really know what she wanted to say. Luke smiled. "Miss Perry, you don't have a choice. It'll be a huge problem for you if this case isn't resolved quickly. You may still run into problems after the case is resolved, but those will at least be easier to handle." In any case, Jennifer wasn't an idiot. After all, an idiot wouldn't have been able to become a top national star. She finally nodded and said, "Then I'll go in with you." Luke thought for a moment before he agreed. He wasn't worried that she might cause trouble. On the contrary, this star might reveal some more interesting information during the investigation. After the 3 of them went in, Luke asked Selena to search the rooms. Very soon, she found a lot of sex toys in the maids' rooms. Some of them were electric, and some were manual. They were also made of different materials. Selena gave Luke a weird look, and Luke gestured for her to continue. Very quickly, at a hint from Luke, Selena found a hidden compartment under Melissa's bed. There were a lot of videotapes inside the space. Jennifer's face looked quite ugly since there had to be a reason why those videotapes had been so carefully hidden. Luke glanced at Jennifer but didn't say anything. He took out an evidence bag and put all the videotapes inside. "Miss Perry, can we go to your room?" asked Luke. Jennifer quickly refused. "Your search warrant doesn't include my room." Luke nodded. "If that's the case, we'll do it here." Selena, close the door. After the door was shut, Luke put on gloves and picked out the videotapes that had "me" on them. Then, he chose the most recent videotape and inserted it into the VCR in the room. A moment later, the TV started playing the recording. Selena, who was staring at the screen, was utterly shocked. Luke was silent. He had muted the TV earlier, so the room was utterly silent. 10 seconds later, he replaced the videotape with another one that had "all" on it. Jennifer blushed so hard she looked like she was going to explode. "What? What do you want?" Luke pressed the stop button, took out the videotape, and turned off the TV. He turned around and looked at the star serenely. "It's very simple, I want you to help me resolve this case as fast as possible. As for these videotapes, it's possible that they aren't related to this case, right? Jennifer was unconvinced. Then give them to me now. Luke waved his hand. Forgive me, but I can't return them to you until we've cracked the case. After all, this is proof that you might have a motive to kill them. Jennifer gnashed her teeth. If you take them away, how do I know that you won't copy them? Luke said, it's very simple. We'll close both cases today, so I won't have to take the videotapes away. Jennifer said in disbelief, what? How is that possible? The smile on Luke's face disappeared, and he looked at her calmly. Miss Perry, do you really not know anything? I want you to confess everything that you know. You have nothing to hide now, right? He waved the videotape in his hand. Jennifer was both embarrassed and slightly angry. After a long while, she finally sighed. Fine, what do you want to know? Luke said, do the security guards know about your relationship with the two maids? Tell me, even if you only have suspicions. Jennifer quickly shook her head. That's impossible. We only do it in secret. That's why I forbid the security guards from entering the house at night. Luke asked, did you ask Millis to record the videos? Jennifer gnashed her teeth. No way, I'm not an idiot. She recorded them secretly. Exactly what did she want? Luke said, maybe to keep the videotapes as souvenirs, or maybe to threaten you with them someday. Anyway, Millis recorded the videos without your knowledge? Jennifer nodded regretfully. Yes. Luke asked again, what about Manny? Did you notice anything abnormal about her? Jennifer said, not really, except that, she paused in embarrassment. Luke raised his hand, telling her to continue. She could only lower her head and say in a soft voice, except that they fought for my affections every now and then. Selina was completely dumbfounded by the conversation. What the star had done was a real eye-opener for her. Luke nodded and asked, what do you think of Thompson, the head of security? Jennifer was confused. I think he's been doing a good job. Luke almost laughed, but he managed to hold back. What about that Morgan? Jennifer thought for a moment before she shook her head. He's nothing special. Luke was lost for words. Let's go. Miss Perry, you can come with us if you don't trust us. Jennifer asked, Where to? Luke said, to search the security guards' rooms. After all, they're all suspects now, aren't they? 10 minutes later, Luke and the forensic scientists left the security guard's dorm with an evidence bag. Jennifer was outside the dorm with Selina, who was holding the bag that contained the videotapes. Seeing Luke as well as the item inside the evidence bag, Jennifer blushed again. What? What are you doing? Luke said mysteriously, this is the murder weapon. Both Jennifer and Selina exclaimed, what? Clearly, neither of them was convinced that the item could be a murder weapon. With a strange smile on his face, Luke said, although it's designed to satisfy the ladies, who says that it can't be used to fracture Millis's skull? Jennifer and Selina were both shocked. They had never considered such an unbelievable possibility. Luke showed them the item and said, do you see the blood on it? That should be Millis's. He gave the evidence bag to the forensic scientist who was with him. The forensic scientist was clearly surprised as well. I've never seen such a murder weapon in all my years of work. This murderer is truly a genius. Luke glanced at him. Just keep it to yourself. This case hasn't been resolved yet. The middle-aged man shrugged. Trust me, nobody likes to listen to the details of my work. Luke chuckled and had nothing to say about that. Most people didn't know how disgusting forensic work could be. Sometimes, forensic scientists could be haunted by weird smells for days after going out just once on field duty. It was also one of the reasons why it was even harder for a forensic scientist than a regular police officer to find a soulmate. Investigate the murder weapon first, Luke said. I'll be waiting to close this case. The middle-aged man nodded and said, the results will be out by tonight. I'll call you. This was a critical case which had to be resolved before the media took note and reported it, or the police's abilities would be called into question. The forensic scientist would have prioritized this case even without Luke's reminder. The forensic scientist left with a bunch of evidence, and Luke returned to the mansion. Let's go see your room, said Luke. Jennifer didn't hesitate this time. After all, now that this detective had videotapes of her greatest secret, she had nothing left to hide. Going around her room, Luke looked at her and asked, "What were you doing when Millis was attacked?" Embarrassed, Jennifer said in a low voice, I wasn't doing anything." Luke pointed at the closet in the corner of her room. "Do you want me to open the closet and check it?" Jennifer exclaimed, "No, that's unnecessary. I was actually waiting for Millis in my room. She said she was going to fetch something, but she never returned." Luke asked, "Why didn't you go look for her? You have a convenient call system in your house, right?" Jennifer lowered her head and said, "Manny was here, too, so I forgot." Luke raised an eyebrow. "So, before Millis was attacked, you, Manny and Millis were together?" Jennifer could only nod, not even daring to look at him. Selina completely shut up. She found it impossible to understand the lifestyle of the rich and famous. Luke wasn't surprised at all. He had discovered too many secrets with Sharp Nose. Sense would never lie. His physical attributes were much higher than those of a normal person, and his sharp nose had been enhanced too. Given enough time, and provided that the environment wasn't spoiled by wind or a storm, he could pick up subtle scent details with Sharp Nose. For example, it wasn't strange that he had detected the scents of the two maids in Jennifer's room, but the smell of certain body fluids of theirs certainly wasn't normal. What was even stranger was that the distinctive smells were mixed together and came from various clothes and personal items. There were similar clothes and items in the maids' rooms as well. While Selina was still feeling shocked over the videotapes, Luke had already seen it coming. "What about this morning? Did you hear Manny's scream when you were speaking to Thompson?" Luke asked. Jennifer nodded. "I did." Luke asked, "Are you sure you heard Manny scream during your conversation with him?" Jennifer frowned for a moment and nodded slowly. "I did hear Manny scream suddenly when we were talking." "Can the security guards enter your house at night without alerting you?" Luke asked. Jennifer shook her head. "They each have a remote to open the door, but I receive a notification when any of the remotes are used, and I can track who opened the door." Luke asked, "What if you open it from inside? Will there be a record of that?" Jennifer was stunned. "Why would I open the door? Wait, are you talking about the maids?" She suddenly got it, and shook her head. "There'll be a log of it if the door is open from inside, but the maids can't erase that." On the other hand, Luke was thinking that if the security guards were conspiring with the maids, they could enter the house without Jennifer realizing it at all. "That's all my questions for now." Luke asked, "We're probably going to be here for some time. Can we drive our car in?" Naturally, it was impossible for Jennifer to refuse. "Very well. Miss Perry, you're free to leave now. We'll be here for a while." Luke's eyes briefly stopped on the videotapes. Jennifer could only continue nodding. She certainly didn't want them to take the videotapes out of her sight. Luke quickly parked the car in the courtyard. Then, he talked to Selina for a long time in the car. After that, Selina kept Jennifer company, and Luke fetched some food and water for them from the kitchen. As one of the top stars, Jennifer had all kinds of exquisite food in her house. Selina wasn't picky about the food, but she drank the Dr. Pepper that was in Luke's car and not Jennifer's Voss water. While Jennifer was distracted, Luke re-entered Millis's room and watched the only videotape that had a special number on it. Then, he chuckled, feeling bored. At that moment, he suddenly recalled what Takagi had said before, "What kind of terrorists are you? You only want money." Now, he was of a mind to shout, "What kind of love is this?" The murder weapon and the videotapes were enough to show what happened. However, Luke couldn't close the case yet, because he didn't have any proof. Unless the criminal had left evidence on the murder weapon, the case couldn't be closed, even if he knew every detail of it. He then talked to Selena for a while, and told her to take a nap in the car while he kept Perry company. Luke had some water and asked, "Miss Perry, what will you do when the case is over?" Jennifer was clearly at a loss. I don't know." Luke nodded and said, "Understandable. The star would definitely be traumatized after this incident." Suddenly, his phone rang. Luke listened to the call, only to be stunned. He simply said, "Got it." Jennifer appeared calm, but her eyes were fixed on the detective. She asked, "What happened?" Luke leaned back in his chair and looked up at the blue sky. "Miss Manny Scott just passed away in the hospital." Various emotions flashed across Jennifer's face, before she eventually sighed and covered her face with a hat as she leaned back in her chair. Luke secretly shook his head, but didn't interrupt her silent crying. He rose and went off to make a call. "Hey, are the results for the murder weapons out yet? Are you at least done with that extendable baton?" A moment later, he hung up helplessly and sighed. It seems that he isn't a complete idiot after all. The examination of the extendable baton had revealed two things. Firstly, it was indeed the weapon that had been used to smash Manny in the head, since it had her blood and hair on it. Second, there was only one person's fingerprints on it, and they belonged to Thompson. As for the rubber product for ladies, it had Melissa's blood on it. So, someone must have struck Millis in the head with it last night. However, there weren't any fingerprints on this rubber product. One of the murder weapons had been found at the back door of the living room, and the other in a corner of the communal bathroom for the security guards. Therefore, it was impossible to convict anyone using the murder weapons. After a brief hesitation, Luke finally made a call. "Grayson, it's me, Luke. Are you free to talk?" Old Grayson replied casually, "No, but I can give you 5 minutes." Luke was amused. "I'm working a case. I found the murder weapon, but it belongs to someone else, and the criminal's fingerprints aren't on it. Do you have any suggestions?" Old Grayson, "What kind of weapon?" Luke, "An extendable baton." Old Grayson, "Where did it hit?" "The head?" Luke, "Yes." Old Grayson, "Check whether the victim's blood can be found on the suspect's clothes." Luke, "The suspect pretended to be rescuing the victim along with everybody else, so he has a lot of blood on his clothes." Old Grayson, "Is that so? Have your forensic scientists send me the photos of the blood on his clothes. I'll take a look at it." Luke, "Huh? Am I allowed to do that?" Old Grayson, "I'm asking for photos, not the evidence itself. I'll tell you if I find anything." "Okay, I'm very busy. Send the photos to me by the end of the day." Luke, "Okay." A moment later, he contacted the forensics department and asked them to send the photos. The forensics department didn't argue. After all, it was the top expert in the country who was asking for the photos. As insiders of the trade, they knew even better than Luke what a marvelous man Gilbert Grayson was. In less than an hour, old Grayson called back. "Something's wrong with the blood in photos M12, M17 and M33. The pattern can only have been caused by high-speed spatter. If necessary, have your forensics department find an expert on blood pattern analysis. This will suffice as proof." Luke asked, "What if the blood was caused when someone waved a hand?" There were a number of people around. Old Grayson, "That's unlikely, unless someone was behind the suspect and moving like they were throwing a baseball. But even then, the pattern would still be a little different." "Forget it, I'll give you a number. You can tell her that I sent you, and have her do a blood pattern analysis for you. I need to warn you, however, that her fee is very high." Old Grayson was a busy man, and hung up right after that. After thinking for a moment, Luke didn't call the number. Instead, he forwarded old Grayson's conclusion to the forensics department. Very quickly, the forensics department called back. It's true that something's wrong with the blood pattern. Luke asked, will that convince the judge? The forensic scientist said, yes, unless the suspect is rich enough to hire a more professional expert to disprove our conclusion. So, is he rich? Luke looked at the security guard's dorm and chuckled. Well, I don't think so. The forensic scientist said, that's not a problem then. Unless he's been saving all his money for years and not spending on anything, he can't afford an expert like that. Luke hung up the phone and thought for a moment. One case had been taken care of, but what about the other one? He made another call. Elsa, any updates on Jennifer Perry's case? Elsa replied, the chief has asked once. He hasn't started pressing yet, but I believe we'll be under a lot of pressure in a day or two. Luke said, I've found a suspect, and I'm pretty sure he's guilty, but we only have a blood pattern analysis, which isn't enough to prove that he's the murderer. Can you handle him? Elsa said, give me his file. I'll deal with him. Wait, why aren't you coming back? Luke said, because there are 2 cases and 2 murderers, and I've only found one of them. Elsa, fine. I'll try to find more leads for you on my end. Luke, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It'll be good enough if you can take care of the suspect. I'll work harder on my end. 2. Luke hung up and then called Elizabeth. Elizabeth, help me look into someone, check his criminal record, relationship history, and personal assets. Send the info to Jennifer's house when you're done. A moment later, Elizabeth drove over with the files. She asked Luke curiously, have you made any progress? Luke nodded and said, well, with any luck, both cases here will be closed today. Elizabeth's eyes glowed. So fast. Luke said, both our boss and you helped a lot. It would have taken me days if I had to investigate the cases on my own. Elizabeth certainly didn't take that seriously. You're flattering me. All I did was gather the info for you. While reading the files, Luke asked, did you find anything? Elizabeth said, 2 things. Firstly, Thompson is going through a divorce with his wife. Secondly, his mother has been receiving regular bank transfers. Guess who's been giving her money? Luke said, I bet it isn't Thompson's wife. Elizabeth was amused. If she were that generous, she wouldn't be demanding so much alimony from Thompson. Luke chuckled. I can see that. Thanks, Elizabeth, that's very helpful. He then walked into the house. Elizabeth hurried to follow him. Can I come with you? Luke said without looking back, this is your case in the first place. Were you planning on hiding in the back? Hearing that, Elizabeth happily followed him into the mansion. In fact, although it was her case, Elsa had asked Luke to investigate it. Elsa had previously hinted to Elizabeth that as long as she worked hard when she was with Luke, he wouldn't wrong her. Elizabeth had been slightly confused by that back then. At first, she thought that Luke would give her guidance in return for the dirty work that she would have to do for him. However, after a few cases, she realized that she had been overthinking things. After closing her cases with a lot of help from Luke, she gave him the reports, but Luke simply took out mention of his involvement from them. That way, Elizabeth and her partner took full credit for those cases. She had been quite uneasy when she handed in her first report to Elsa, but Elsa had simply said, keep it up, and listen to Luke. Elizabeth immediately got it. Luke wasn't interested in taking credit for solving a case, and was simply focused on cracking them. Of course, Elizabeth knew why he was so self-assured. It was because he was the most efficient detective in the major crimes division. Luke didn't really need the credit, while Elizabeth and her partner would certainly remember the favor. Luke was too lazy to claim credit for Elizabeth's cases. Besides, the system gave him experience and credit points when Elizabeth's cases were solved, which was good enough for him. In recent days, Elizabeth had been energetically carrying out tasks for Luke. For example, she could have spent 5 hours looking into the man, and nobody would fault her for it. However, she finished the task in an hour. After Luke and Elizabeth came in, Elizabeth obediently greeted Selena. Her goal was to become a competent female detective just like Selena. Of course, it would be even better if she could have a male partner like Luke. Luke brought Thompson to the garden. He showed him the recorder he was holding and said, "I'm going to record our conversation. Is that okay with you?" Thompson frowned and hesitated for a moment, but noticing the odd look on Jennifer's face, he could only nod and say, "Of course." Luke said, "Very good. Let's get started. What's your relationship with Manny like?" Stumped for a moment, Thompson said sadly, "We're quite close. I think we're friends." Luke, "Oh. What kind of friends? Friends who only say hi in passing, friends who can talk, or friends that are even closer?" Thompson, "We talk now and then. After all, we both work here." Luke, "Where were you after 12 last night?" Thompson, "In my room, sleeping." Luke, "As the head of security, you don't have to patrol at night." Thompson, "We have 2 shifts. I wasn't on duty last night." Luke, "So, you weren't in Manny's room last night?" Thompson looked rather tense, but he still said calmly, "No." Luke nodded and said, "Okay, you can take a break." Suddenly, Luke's phone rang. He looked at the number and walked off to one side. He talked over the phone for a while and looked at Thompson, who had just gotten up. Thompson, who had been uneasy in the first place, became even more so. Bewildered for a moment, he finally stepped away. However, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Luke several times as he went on his way. Luke had been staring at him while talking on his phone. Thompson's heart was heavy. He had a bad feeling. In fact, the call Luke received wasn't entirely about Thompson. The call was from Elsa. Morgan hadn't been able to withstand the pressure, and had confessed. Morgan confessed a lot of things, but they weren't very important. After Luke found the bloodstain evidence, Elsa found even more solid evidence from the surveillance footage brought to her. Jennifer's mansion in Beverly Hills had a lot of surveillance cameras. Morgan had been a security guard for a long time, and had planned it all out when he attacked. However, Luke's arrival this morning had been outside his expectations, and something went seriously wrong when he tried to shift the blame to Thompson. After examining the footage, Elsa found that all the security guards had alibis except for Thompson and Morgan. Therefore, it could have only been Thompson or Morgan who had the opportunity to kill Manny. Jennifer wasn't a suspect. Unless she had super abilities, she didn't have the strength to make a dent in Manny's skull. She wasn't an action movie star, and she worked out only to maintain her figure, not to increase her strength. Since Jennifer had been talking to Thompson when the crime happened, Morgan was the prime suspect. However, Morgan couldn't be convicted on the footage alone. After all, nobody could prove that the 5 security guards and Jennifer were the only people in the house, and it was possible that someone else had snuck in. The blood pattern analysis, however, was the turning point. The bloodstain which old Grayson had taken note of could have only been caused by hitting the victim with a stick. With the 2 pieces of evidence, Morgan couldn't get away, not without the best lawyer. Moreover, he had been in the interrogation room, and had no idea that Manny was already dead. So, he thought that it was only an assault, and had no idea that it had turned into a murder. After Morgan pleaded guilty, he confessed a lot of things, including why he had attacked Manny. He claimed that it was in retaliation because Manny had injured Millis first. Only the 3 women had been in the house last night. Jennifer liked Millis, who was younger and better. It was highly unlikely that she would kill Millis. It was more likely that Manny had done it, fearing that Millis would replace her. Besides, it was also Manny who had found Millis unconscious in the living room. But after hearing what Elsa said, and recalling the files he had read, Luke understood where Morgan was coming from. Both maids had a special relationship with Jennifer. It was possible that one of them had attacked the other out of jealousy. If Luke didn't have sharp nose, he might have also believed that Manny was a suspect. However, with sharp nose, he knew that it was Thompson who had attacked Millis. Then what about the evidence? Luke thought for a moment, before he led Elizabeth into the house. On his way, he asked, "Elizabeth, how's the other case coming along?" Walking behind him, Elizabeth said in a low voice, "It's really weird. That body, really is the mother." Luke hadn't expected that answer, and paused for a moment. "Let's not be hasty. We'll finish this case first before we think about that body that's still fresh even after being dead for a year." Elizabeth nodded, and had absolutely no doubt that Luke would be able to solve this case today. As they walked, Luke asked, "What would you do to find evidence that it was Thompson who did it?" Elizabeth knew that Luke was using this case to teach her. She immediately frowned and mulled it over. She had just read Thompson's file. The man was quite suspicious, but there was no evidence to link him to the assault on Millis. No fingerprints, no bloodstains, no eyewitnesses, no surveillance footage, nothing at all. Even though he was lying, that wasn't proof that he had committed the crime. Thinking for a moment, Elizabeth suggested, "The crime scene, Millis was found in the living room, but from what I saw in the report, the living room was too clean and tidy to be the crime scene." Luke nodded. "Go on." Elizabeth said, "Could she have been attacked in her room?" Luke nodded, but then shook his head. "We checked her room, but we didn't find anything." Elizabeth frowned. "Is it possible that we missed something?" Luke said, "It's possible. Do you have any other thoughts?" By then, they had reached the hallway which separated the maids' rooms. Looking to the left and right, Elizabeth was suddenly struck by an idea. Could it have happened in Manny's room? Luke smiled. "Yes, that's a possibility. Let's go in and take a look." They pushed open the door and entered, and looked around Manny's room. After her conversation with Luke, Elizabeth immediately found it odd. "Wait, why do I feel that?" Luke finished the thought, "This place has been reorganized." This room wasn't exactly tidy, but the items in the room were all in place, as if they had just been put back. Luke and Elizabeth observed the room. Manny was a woman, and didn't have OCD. There were a lot of things in her room. The room wasn't exactly dirty or messy, but there was perfume, makeup, and accessories everywhere in the room. Elizabeth was amazed. Do maids really make so much money? She can afford Dior perfume. Let me see. This one is from last year, designed for youthful women. Well, these two are from this year, one for mature women, and the other for girls. Slowly surveying the room, Luke asked, "She's only 24. She's still a girl, isn't she?" Elizabeth was silent for a moment, before she said, "But this perfume is only designed for those around 20. Judging from her other bottles of perfume, she doesn't look like someone who would choose the wrong perfume." Luke said, "What if she suddenly wanted to feel young instead of mature?" Elizabeth said, "Well, that's indeed a possibility." Luke asked, "Find anything else?" He thought that Manny might have indeed felt threatened by Millis. Millis was only 20. She was much younger than Manny. The perfume for girls was clearly more suitable for Millis, but Manny had still bought it. It was obvious what she had been thinking. Wait. Something wasn't right. Sensing something, Luke went over to the perfume and sniffed it. With his sharp nose, Luke sensed Thompson's and Millis's scents on the perfume bottle, but not Manny's. That was interesting. To put it simply, Manny had never touched the perfume that was on her dresser, but Millis and Thompson had. Also, the perfume smelled familiar. Luke remembered it from Jennifer's room, but mixed as it was with the other perfumes, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that an entire bottle was in front of him, Luke immediately sensed that something was wrong with this perfume. Carefully smelling the perfume for a while, he said, "Elizabeth, take another look around the room." Are there any other items here that don't match Manny's style? Elizabeth looked around and saw something. I don't think Manny would like this art piece, would she? Also, it doesn't fit here, right? She was referring to an elegant, abstract statue on the top of a black, square pedestal. It sat on a box to one side of the mirror. Luke looked at it and then remembered that there was a similar statue in Jennifer's bedroom. He didn't touch it, and merely activated his sharp nose. Same as the perfume bottle, it only had Melissa's and Thompson's scents on it, though the latter's scent was faint, which clearly indicated that he had only touched it briefly. In the meantime, Luke smelled something else inside the statue that was out of place. Luke put on a pair of gloves and observed it for a moment. Then, he pressed a particular area, and part of the pedestal fell open. Elizabeth exclaimed, "Wow! A hidden camera?" She was taken aback. The pedestal turned out to be hollow, and a tiny camera had been installed inside. Luke took out the camera, only to find that its battery had run out. "Elizabeth, see if you can find the charger for this camera in Melissa's room," said Luke. Elizabeth immediately went to Melissa's room, and soon returned with a charger. Luke plugged in the charger and pressed the playback function on the camera. Then, they heard Melissa's voice. "Ha! Manny, you're screwed. With these videotapes, Jennifer will do anything I tell her. All her money will be mine." Elizabeth was dumbfounded. Two maids were fighting over Jennifer's money. Several seconds later, however, Melis disappeared off camera after a dull thump. On the camera screen, Melis was struck in the head from behind with a red rubber product, and she collapsed to one side. Then, a man growled in a low voice, "You want to ditch Manny and take all the money? The money is mine. Mine. Go to hell, *tch. As he roared, there was the sound of the rubber product hitting flesh. Elizabeth was completely lost for words as she looked at the video. On the screen was the twisted but clear face of a man, and it was none other than Thompson, the head of security. Luke didn't say anything. After the man beat Melis up in a frenzy, he suddenly came back to his senses and began to clean up the mess. He was a little panicky, but still organized. He put the items that Melis had knocked over with her fall back in place, before he dragged the unconscious Melis out. Then, the room was quiet once more. Luke played the video at 24x the normal speed and confirmed that nobody entered the room again, until the camera stopped recording when it ran out of battery. He raised his head and looked at Elizabeth. "It seems that this case is over now. Elizabeth, you did a great job. Keep it up." "Elizabeth, Okay." Elizabeth found some evidence bags and packed up the statue, the camera, and the perfume bottle. She then left the room with Luke. In the garden, Luke spoke to Jennifer, who was still in a daze. "Miss Perry, please summon your security guards here." Jennifer didn't ask anything and simply called for them. The 4 security guards who were resting in the dorm soon arrived. None of them looked good. They hadn't been asked many questions, but it was still rather irritating. Everybody was eyeing them as if they were all murderers. Also, Morgan had been taken away in the afternoon, never to return. After being co-workers for so long, they inevitably felt sorry for him. Looking at the security guards, Luke said, "Okay. Green, Ram and Ricky, you can go now." The 3 of them looked at each other before they left. Luke looked at Thompson and said, "Thompson, let's go. We need you to help us with the investigation at the police department." Thompson suddenly rushed toward Jennifer while he reached for his gun at the same time. All the security guards, including Thompson, were armed. Shaking his head, Luke stepped forward and blocked his way. He raised one hand to stop Thompson from reaching for his gun, then punched him in the stomach with his other hand. Thompson immediately collapsed. Luke's punch looked light, but Thompson felt as if his stomach was cramping. Luke handcuffed Thompson unhurriedly and said, "Thompson, what should I say about you? Trying to take Miss Perry hostage in front of 3 police detectives. Should I commend you on your courage? It was over for this guy. There were cameras on Luke's car, which wasn't parked very far away, and they had recorded yet more evidence to use against Thompson. Thompson couldn't say anything at all. There was nothing but panic and fear in his eyes. He had no idea why he had done that either. Maybe because Morgan had been taken away, or it was the way Luke had looked at Thompson, and how he had been kept back when his coworkers were told to go. Everything seemed to be telling Thompson that his assault on Millis had been revealed. He wasn't wrong. Luke had asked all the security guards to come over in case Thompson grew suspicious and fled. While Luke could still catch Thompson even if the latter ran away, he certainly wouldn't give up an easier approach. Jennifer appeared calm, but she looked at Thompson with abhorrence and disgust. Luke made a call. "Boss, I'm done on my end. I'll have Selina and Elizabeth bring Thompson in." Elsa was at a loss. "Huh?" Luke said, "I found evidence. Elizabeth will give you the report later. She did a good job today." After hanging up, Luke said, "Selina, you and Elizabeth take Thompson to the police department in our car. Elizabeth, give me your car key. I'll drive it back when I'm done here." Both girls nodded and returned to the police department with Thompson and the new evidence. Could Thompson escape from a car that Luke had modified? Not unless he had super abilities. Watching the car drive away from the back door, Luke picked up the videotapes on the table and said, "Let's go, Miss Perry. I need to watch all the videotapes." Jennifer couldn't remain calm anymore. "Why? Haven't you already arrested the suspects?" Luke said casually, "Miss Perry, forgive my bluntness, but you are at the center of both cases, and you could be a suspect too. Too many celebrities have killed to keep their secrets safe." Jennifer was lost for words. As they talked, they returned to Millis's room. An hour later, Luke came out, empty-handed. Before he got into the car, he looked back at the security guard standing at the gate and the beautiful mansion close by, before he shook his head. Beverly Hills. Rich people. He met Elsa back at the police department. "Boss, you're not taking a break." Elsa had just come out of the interrogation room. She shook her head. "Millis is also dead, from bleeding in her brain." Luke immediately understood. One assault case had escalated into 2 murder cases, which was much more serious. However, Elsa was feeling relaxed, since the cases had already been solved. Evidence on both criminals had been found, there was practically no way for them to turn things around now. "Where's Elizabeth?" Luke asked. Elsa said, "She's taking Thompson's statement in the interrogation room. She'll become used to it after she works on more cases like this." Luke nodded his head. It was better to give the rookie detectives this part of the job since Elsa and Luke had taken care of the critical portion. Elizabeth and her partner could freely familiarize them with the standard procedure for resolving cases. After they entered Elsa's office, Luke finally asked, "Is there anything I should pay attention to with these cases?" He was sure that he hadn't made any mistakes during the day, but he still asked Elsa the question out of habit. After all, she was the person in charge. Elsa shook her head. "No. Are you interested in the information we managed to get?" Luke nodded and said, "Just the gist will be fine." After Elsa told him the gist of the interrogation, Luke said, "All right, boss. You shouldn't talk anymore. You spent the whole day yelling at the suspects, didn't you?" Elsa had some water and lowered her voice. "Did I have a choice? I have to raise my voice to put pressure on them." Luke asked again, "What about Selina?" Elsa said, "She's watching Elizabeth and her partner in the interrogation room." Luke rose and said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer. Boss, you should take a break, you deserve it for cracking 2 murder cases in one day." Elsa nodded and watched Luke leave for the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Elizabeth and Billy were bombarding Thompson with questions, and Selina was observing Thompson as well as the detectives through a one-way mirror from next door. She would notice any unusual reactions on Thompson's part as well as any flaws the rookies might have. Once she noticed something, she would remind Elizabeth and her partner via their earphones. It was hard for a suspect to withstand the joint assault of multiple detectives in the interrogation room. Seeing Luke come in, Selina asked curiously, "What did you do back there?" "Did you, he. Luke rolled his eyes. "Didn't you see what her personal hobby is? You're getting more and more dirty-minded nowadays." Selina snorted. "Then what did you do, exactly?" Luke coughed and said, "I watched all the videotapes." Selina was lost for words. "And you're saying that I'm getting more dirty-minded?" Luke said, "Those videotapes have to do with the cases, after all, and if we follow procedure, they should be processed. However, do you think that's a good idea?" Selina immediately shook her head. Unless necessary, it was best not to take the videotapes back to the police department, in case someone copied them and sold them for money. They had to do with Jennifer Perry's private life, and could easily sell for millions of dollars. Few officers would care about ethics or professionalism with so much money on the line. Since I promised Jennifer that I wouldn't take the videotapes with me, I could only watch the videotapes there in case I missed anything. Don't forget that Jennifer is the employer of the two victims as well as the two suspects. How can we be sure that she's clean?" Luke said. Selina thought for a moment and nodded. "That does make sense. What did you find in the end?" Luke nodded. "There are 3 types of recordings. 2 are of Jennifer and either one of the maids, and 1 is of all of them together. There's nothing else." Selina clicked her tongue and looked at him. "You must have really enjoyed it." Luke chuckled. "As long as you're willing to pay, you can go to San Fernando Valley and immediately make a dozen movies like that. Alright, I think this is basically over now, right? Have Elizabeth come out. I'll give her back her car key." Selina rolled her eyes and said something into her headset. Elizabeth soon came out to take the key. Luke gave her some encouragement. "We'll be counting on you to wrap up the cases now. Also, don't be hasty with the Weaver case. I'll read the case file tomorrow, and then we'll decide what to do." Elizabeth nodded quickly. "Got it, don't worry, Luke." You too, Selina." Selina chuckled and pretended to look affronted, before she grabbed her purse and left. Luke smiled and waved goodbye. Elizabeth was feeling quite upbeat. Luke was obviously implying that she would get the credit as long as the cases were wrapped up. What Elizabeth and her partner needed most was credit. As soon as they had more credit, they wouldn't have to worry about making mistakes all the time. Seasoned detectives tended to be mean to rookies, which wasn't unusual in any trade. But the more cases they wrapped up, the less cocky the veteran detectives would act around them. Luke and Selina left the police department and drove home. When they got back, Selina took off her coat, kicked off her shoes, and threw her purse to one side, before she jumped on the couch. Oh, home sweet home. That mansion was beautiful, but I didn't feel comfortable there at all. Luke smiled and said, "I'll make dinner. Go and take a shower first." Ignoring him, Selina turned on the TV with the remote. "Let me see, where are the TV series I lined up?" They're right here." From the videotapes and the intelligence gathered, as well as the confessions that Elsa and Selina had related to him, Luke could guess what had happened in both cases. That in short, the cause was one simple reason: money. Millis and Manny had been receiving copious bonuses from Jennifer for their extensive and personal service. However, Millis, who was younger and less docile, had gotten it into her head to blackmail her employer after secretly recording their exploits. By her reckoning, she would earn at least $1 million from it. But she had been careless and was discovered by Morgan when she set up the camera, and she had been so scared that she confessed her scheme. Morgan, on the other hand, was no gentleman at all, and had threatened her. Also, he was more professional and audacious. He promised he would help her with the recordings and the blackmail, on the condition that he get half of the money. There was no way Millis could refuse. Morgan also disdained her lack of ambition, and felt that the videotapes were worth $10 million at the very least. Millis's eyes were opened by Morgan. With his help, she was able to put her plan into action. However, Millis might be young, but she definitely wasn't an idiot. She did make the recordings, but she lied to Morgan and said that she couldn't make the videotapes because of Manny. However, she secretly recorded Morgan planning the blackmail operation, which was on the videotape that had a unique number on. Millis had placed the hidden camera disguised as a piece of artwork in Manny's room to test that it was working while she was putting on her makeup. Her declaration about teaching Manny a lesson and making Jennifer listen to her was all about the videotapes. If she did get $10 million, she certainly wouldn't work as a maid anymore. Furthermore, the perfume was something that Morgan had gotten for Millis, which had an aphrodisiac quality. The last time Millis had put on a bit of the perfume, neither Jennifer or Manny had noticed anything out of the ordinary, and instead had been very stimulated. So, Millis planned to use more of it this time. With the perfume and the cameras, she would be able to shoot a lot of scandalous things about Jennifer. She had come up with an excuse, then gone to her room to fetch the perfume. Fantasizing how she would become rich off the recordings, she made the gloating statement in front of Manny's mirror while freshening up. On the other hand, Thompson had been hitting on Manny while they worked together, and had promised that he would marry her after he divorced his wife. While Manny was older than Millis, she wasn't as cunning, and she did plan to be together with Thompson. Sensing that Jennifer preferred Millis, who was younger, Manny had planned to resign as well. However, she was reluctant to say goodbye to her paycheck and her special bonuses. Thompson occasionally asked Manny for money, and had her transfer it to his mother's account, with the excuse that he didn't want his wife to have access to it. Last night, Thompson went looking for Manny on the spur of the moment. He didn't find Manny in her room, and instead found Millis talking about monopolizing Jennifer's love and money. Manny had been waiting for Thompson's divorce to go through. She had transferred a lot of money to his mother's account, but still hadn't got any updates on the divorce. She grew suspicious of Thompson's motive, and was reluctant to give Thompson's mother more money. However, Manny gave him the excuse that Jennifer liked Millis more, so she didn't get as much of a caretaker fee anymore. Manny claimed that Jennifer was mentally weak and couldn't fall asleep unless someone was next to her at night, and whoever spent the night with her would receive a caretaker fee. Thompson didn't doubt that. He could tell that Jennifer liked Millis better after the latter was hired. Divorce proceedings weren't going well for Thompson. It was likely that he would lose all of his money and have to pay years of alimony. Manny had no money either, and judging from Millis's statement, it seemed that she was about to oust Manny. For Thompson, that was like breaking his moneymaker. Thompson, who had been feeling anxious all this time, exploded with rage, and smashed Millis over the head with a random thing that he grabbed behind her. After he came back to himself, he cleaned up the mess, but mistook Millis's perfume for Manny's and left it in Manny's room. After the assault, Thompson couldn't leave the mansion to dispose of the weapon, so he could only hide it in the communal bathroom. That way, nobody could trace it back to him even if the weapon was found. After learning of Millis's injury in the morning, Morgan, who had been conspiring with her, knew very well that Millis shouldn't have been in the living room at all because she had videos to take that night. Jennifer, Manny and Millis couldn't have been the only ones in the house last night. Recalling how Millis told him that Manny was in her way, and thinking that he had lost $10 million, Morgan was so enraged that he stole Thompson's baton and attacked Manny from behind. He didn't know that, just like him, Thompson could sneak into the mansion through a window. The only difference was that Thompson snuck through Manny's window, while Morgan snuck through Millis's. Little did he expect that Luke would show up that morning. As a result, his simple yet effective plan to set Thompson up failed. Selena, who had finished dinner and was resting as she digested the food, remarked, "Those men and women certainly worked really hard for the money, didn't they?" Luke agreed with her. So, never be blinded by money. Selena rolled her eyes. I'm very poor. You can stop worrying about that, because nobody has ever bedazzled me with money. Luke was amused. While Jennifer and Manny were innocent, everyone else involved deserved what happened to them. Jennifer Perry had paid for those special services, but nearly lost everything for it. Neither Millis nor the security guards had been satisfied with their salaries, and they all wanted to earn more from the owner of the mansion. Actually, everybody involved in the crime, including Jennifer herself, were slaves to money and desire, and couldn't resist temptation. Luke subconsciously looked at Selena, who was rolling over the couch like a caterpillar, and was amused. At the very least, he knew someone who preferred food over money. Selena didn't take a shower before dinner. Hence, while she was resting after dinner, Luke said, "Since you haven't showered yet, and we didn't work out during the day, we'll go to the gym now." Selena was lost for words. In the end, Selena took a shower and went to bed before 12 without needing Luke's help. She had exercised her brain more than her body today, which was practically a holiday for her compared with the training she had suffered in the last few days. After his shower, Luke confirmed that Selena had indeed gone to bed. He then returned to his workshop and continued working. It was a blessing to be ignorant sometimes. Selena, for example, could sleep soundly at night, while Luke had to bustle about every day. What was ironic was that he had earned the ability to overwork by overworking. It was quite hilarious. However, he wasn't sure if Bullseye had already left, so Luke couldn't go out just yet to clean up the streets, and could only stay home at night to make equipment for himself. He actually quite enjoyed the work. Ever since the system's appearance, Luke had gotten more and more fond of guns. Guns were weapons that he could openly use for the long term. With Tony Stark's abilities, it wasn't hard for him to make his own special weapons. Gun modification was like an instinct that was in the Playboy's blood. Beginning with Howard Stark, who was Tony Stark's father and also a playboy, they invented a lot of weapons, including the iron suits ultimately developed by Tony Stark. Although Tony Stark shut down the weapons division of his corporation, he never abandoned his pursuit of more powerful arms. Though Luke wasn't as good as Tony Stark, it wasn't hard for him to make guns with Tony's abilities. After he made 2 special pistols for himself, Luke fiddled around with other firearms. While he could use a pistol as a police detective, it was impossible to take a rifle out with him when he was on duty every day. So, the other guns he designed were for his vigilante pursuits. He had to make them himself so that there were no records of them anywhere. Like his pistols, these guns were built for different purposes and not just for killing. Seeing more and more guns in his inventory, Luke was actually quite excited despite his grumbles of overworking himself. He hadn't liked them before because he hadn't been good with them. It was like people who weren't smart and didn't like school. Now that he had enough abilities, he enjoyed making his own toys and defeating his opponents with them. He was busy the whole night. He went to bed later than Selena and got up before she did. After making a simple breakfast, he woke Selena up. After breakfast, Luke nodded at the box on the table. "Work harder today, all right? Your dessert for the day is inside." Selena quickly finished her sandwich and opened the box. "This is green tea cake." Luke nodded and said, "It's the first time I've made it. If you like it, I can make other green tea desserts, but if you don't, I'll work on something else next time." Selena had a piece of the cake and remarked, "The taste isn't bad. I guess we can have it every couple of days." "Luke, it seems you're not sold on it. Perhaps I'll make something else for you." "Selena, darling, you're so considerate." "Luke, it's nothing. You can have as much as you want as long as you don't slack off in your training." Selena immediately turned gloomy. "Can we talk about something less depressing on this beautiful morning?" "Luke, okay. I'll talk about it once we get off work then." "Selena." Selena split the green tea cake and packed them into multiple paper bags. Since Luke said he would make her more food, she decided to use the cake to bond with her less agreeable colleagues. Selina was quite comfortable doing so. As a gorgeous and friendly woman, it wasn't strange for her to give other people gifts. Luke, on the other hand, might appear polite, but he always seemed distant to his colleagues. So, Selina had to bond with their colleagues in his place. After they arrived, Selina began to distribute the cake. They hadn't come too early. By the time they arrived, 80% of the detectives were already there. Each paper bag contained 4 slices of cake for each team of detectives. Luke didn't leave, and simply smiled and nodded back at the colleagues who thanked him. After Selina was done distributing the paper bags, they went to Elsa's office. Elsa teased Luke. "You didn't prepare anything for me." Luke chuckled and shut the door, and Selina gave her 2 bags. "Boss, here are some sweets for you and Dustin." Elsa quickly hid the food and said, "You did a good job yesterday. Even Director Brad praised you." Luke and Selina weren't that excited. This wasn't Houston, and they weren't shut out here. While it might be too much to say that they had a lot of friends in the police department, they didn't really have any enemies. Elsa, Dustin, the director and the deputy director wouldn't give them any trouble, and would even offer help when necessary. Luke and Selina's life here was much better than in Houston. Elsa only mentioned Brad because she didn't want them to feel that they were being ignored, even if they were still young and weren't in a hurry to be promoted. "Are you going to investigate the 2 cases in Weaver today?" asked Elsa. Other detectives might take a break after resolving a major case, but she knew that these 2 wouldn't. Luke nodded and said, "I'm going to read up on them first. These cases might be tricky." Elsa nodded. "All right. If you haven't found any leads in 3 days, the cases will be transferred to the FBI." Selina found that odd. Huh. Were these crimes committed by a serial killer? Usually, the FBI wouldn't intervene unless a case was important or involved multiple murders and locations. These 2 cases were hardly major ones, so it could only be a serial killer. Elsa shook her head. "It's not clear, but Dustin already told us to pay extra attention in case we run into any trouble." Luke frowned. Trouble? Elsa didn't keep it a secret from Luke. The FBI has already decided that they'll take over in 3 days. Luke nodded. "What's the boss's opinion?" "He was actually fine with it." Elsa shook her head. "The boss has no objections. If the FBI wants to take over, just let them." Luke immediately got it. There wasn't anything to be gained from the cases in Weaver, so the police department would be happy to give them away to the FBI as a gesture of goodwill. "We'll go take a look first." Luke didn't give an answer right away. Elsa nodded. Luke and Selina then left Elsa's office and returned to their desks. At an adjacent desk, Elizabeth raised her head and gave Selina an inquiring look. Selina said, "Fine, Elizabeth, you can come over. There's no need to stare at me like that." Elizabeth rose with a smile and said, "Thank you for the cake, Selina." Selina could only chuckle. Elsa and Dustin were the only people in the police department who knew where the cake came from, while the rest of the officers thought that it was Selina who made it. Luke said, "Tell me the problems with this case." He then picked up Elizabeth's case file and browsed through it. Billy, Elizabeth's partner, was standing nearby. He was a quiet man, but Luke was very satisfied with him as he was calm and patient. Elizabeth had worked hard. Although she had helped with the Jennifer Perry case yesterday, she had still managed to gather a lot of new information for this case as well. Elizabeth said, "The biggest problem is that the female body has been identified to be Vivian Violent, who was buried a year ago." Luke nodded. "Okay. What about the missing little girl?" Elizabeth said, "We'll have to start with the Remus family who recently moved to Weaver." After listening to her explanation, Luke and Selina had a rough overview of the case. The Remus family, which was made up of a couple and their son Gary, bought a house in Weaver. The night they moved in, however, they ran out of the house, crying for help. When the police arrived, the family claimed that there were ghosts in the house that wanted to kill them. The police officers searched the house but didn't find anything. The Remus family was freaked out. They decided to leave the place. They asked the police officers to take out some of their belongings for them, so that they could leave. However, when they questioned the family, the police officers noticed that all of them mentioned two people. One of them was Harry Violet, a father who used to live here until he killed himself after his daughter went missing, and the other was Tessa Violet, the missing daughter. They were the ghosts that the new family encountered. As to why the new family knew the identities of the ghosts, the photos of the father and daughter had still been in the house when the new family moved in. The police officers would have laughed and let them leave if the new family had only seen Harry, but since the girl Tessa was a registered missing person, the family was asked to stay at a motel for the time being until Luke could ask them more questions. Luke thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and question the Remus family first, then check Vivian Violet's body." The four of them left and soon reached a motel. They found the Remus family at the motel. The family seemed tired and scared. Despite the warm LA sunshine, they shivered now and then as if they were cold. Luke showed them his badge and talked to the family. Half an hour later, Luke and his group left for the morgue. On their way to the morgue, Elizabeth asked, "Luke, did you notice anything?" Luke replied, "Although many people are good liars, I don't think this family is lying. Many critical parts of their statements are identical, like their descriptions of the father and daughter's appearances. Also, they used different phrasing in their descriptions, so I don't think they memorized anything beforehand." Selena asked, "You don't really think that the house is haunted, do you?" Luke didn't say anything, but murmured inwardly, "I can't say anything for sure yet." When they checked the body at the morgue and listened to the coroner, even Selena fell silent. Vivian had been dead for a year, but the body was as fresh as if she had passed away just 2 days ago. Her fingerprints, her DNA and her dental records all proved that she was Vivian Violet. Elizabeth had investigated the lady's grave and found no signs of excavation, but to open her coffin required her family's permission as well as court approval. Since Vivian's family was all dead and it was hard to reach out to any other relatives, her coffin couldn't be opened yet. 3 days later, the FBI would take over, and whether the coffin could be opened or not would no longer be the police officer's business. Luke even examined Vivian's body personally to confirm that she wasn't a fake. Selena didn't really dare touch it. She wasn't scared of bodies, which she had seen a lot of, but this case was still too creepy for her. After they left, Luke simply said, "Let's take a look at their house." Half an hour later, they arrived at number 1120 on Westchester Road. Looking at the house, Selena was again amazed. "Another mansion?" Luke chuckled. "This house covers around 1,000 square meters and has 3 floors, which include 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. Our salaries are barely enough for us to pay for the upkeep, much less to rent the house." The gate wasn't locked, and the 4 of them smoothly entered the front yard. Luke said, "Elizabeth, Billy, take a look around the place." The 2 naturally had no objections. Although the case had happened inside the house, there might still be leads outside. Luke and Selena wandered up to the front door, which wasn't locked either. Luke shook his head. How scared they must have been. They didn't lock any of the doors. He stepped inside. The moment he did, his face changed, and he retreated so quickly that he bumped hard into Selena, who had been about to enter behind him, rubbing her chest. Selena exclaimed, "Ouch! You did that on purpose, didn't you?" She wasn't being unreasonable. Luke's movement had been so violent that even her breasts hurt. Luke pulled her along as he walked away. He then took out his phone. "Elizabeth, is Billy with you? The both of you come back. Don't enter any part of the house, including the basement, garage, and tool shed." Elizabeth and her partner returned a couple of minutes later. They were both puzzled. "What's wrong, Luke?" Luke simply told everybody to get into the car. He didn't speak until they returned to the police department. "We'll drop this case. I'll talk to the boss later." After a brief hesitation, Elizabeth asked, "Luke, can I ask why we're dropping it?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said in a low voice, "A psychic will be able to do more than we can on this case." Elizabeth and Billy looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. They didn't really believe that Luke was a coward, because everybody said that Luke was the detective most capable of fighting in their department. Then, was he scared of ghosts? Looking at them, Luke asked, "Let me put it this way. If this case is a supernatural one, how are you going to resolve it?" Elizabeth and Billy looked at each other and shook their heads silently. They certainly didn't have an answer. They were detectives, not exorcists. Luke spread his hands and said, "So, we're not following up on this case anymore. Just give it to the FBI. We're police detectives, we work with the living." Elizabeth and Billy nodded with bitter smiles. They didn't want to upset Luke. After all, it wasn't a case that they had to crack. Luke then took Selina to Elsa's office and informed her of their decision to drop the case. Elsa wasn't too surprised. It wasn't unusual for a police detective to refuse to work on certain weird cases. However, it was the first time that Luke had dropped one after he started investigating it. Before he left the office, Luke casually asked, "Right, who's coming from the FBI? Do I know them?" Elsa said, "I think it's one of their senior researchers, but I don't know exactly who." Luke said, "Okay. I'll go read the case file first." Elsa lowered her head and waved her hand, implying that he could get out. Since he had dropped the Weaver case, Elsa naturally gave him a new one. After they returned to their desks, Selina asked in a low voice, "Are we really abandoning the case?" Luke nodded. "Yes. As police detectives, we should stay as far away from such cases as possible, since there's barely anything we can do except get ourselves killed." Selina nodded her head. Luke wasn't an ordinary detective, but even he was unwilling to investigate any longer. It was not hard to imagine how dangerous the place had to be. But at that moment, Luke wasn't feeling frightened, but delighted. When he had set foot inside the house, the system had suddenly reacted. System, unknown negative energy detected trying to establish a link with the host. "Do you accept?" Of course Luke didn't accept. The system was bound to Luke's soul, and didn't react to most dangers. It existed as a support tool all this time, and never stopped Luke from doing anything. Luke had been figuring out the rules of the system by running his own tests. Now that the system had voluntarily sent out an alert, it didn't seem right at all. Luke certainly wasn't an idiot to accept the link. Remembering the people who had died in that house and the Remus family who almost went crazy, Luke felt it was best that he stay away from tricky and weird beings. He was only capable of elementary self-healing and physical attacks for now, and couldn't deal with supernatural creatures. A reckless adventure wasn't worth it. However, there was still a silver lining. If the negative energy in the house was ghosts, and the system could reject a connection with them, then, by extrapolation, could the system reject the invasion of those with mental super abilities? Did that mean that the system could help him resist mental attacks? Luke was quite happy about that. This was much more important than finding out the truth about the haunted house. More importantly, it was an unnecessary risk, since he had another guy who had mental abilities, Bobby. Luke wondered if the head of his company's PR department had made any progress in mental communication. Later, he could have Bobby use mental communication on him. It would be a safe and convenient way of obtaining results. As he was thinking, the phone on the desk rang. Selina answered it, then said, "Dustin wants you in his office." Luke nodded. "You can read this case file first." He then got up and left. When he arrived at Dustin's office, he was stopped before he entered. Dustin got up and walked out, wearing his jacket. Hinting for Luke to follow him, he said in a low voice, "Jennifer is here." Luke asked, "That big celebrity?" Dustin nodded slightly and continued in a low voice, "She's waiting for you in the director's office." Luke was puzzled. "Huh? Is she here to file a complaint about me?" Dustin looked at him weirdly and continued, "No, she's here to thank you." "Luke, you're not being sarcastic, are you, boss?" Dustin found that strange. "You resolved a huge problem for her. It was her employees who caused the problem, not you. Why would she complain about you?" "Luke, I certainly can't tell you that I watched a dozen videotapes of her naked." Dustin continued, "She said that she's here to thank the police department, but she won't talk until you get there." Luke immediately got it. "She wants to make a donation." Dustin said, "We're not sure, but it's possible, and it won't be a small amount." Luke said, "I don't think I get to decide that for her, right? What if the star was here only to express her gratitude verbally, and the bosses thought that it was Luke who blew it?" Dustin knew what he was thinking. "No, you won't be blamed even if she doesn't donate anything. But the more generous she is, the more credit you'll get. Luke, it's not a pay rise or a bonus. What good will that credit do me?" Of course, he only thought that to himself. He actually didn't really care about a bonus either, he cared more about garnering support in his department. Take the Weaver case, for example. He could drop it without an explanation, which was precisely the police department's implicit support of him. Other detectives would have had to explain themselves if they wanted to give up a case, and if their boss got angry, they might be ordered to keep working on it. Luke didn't have any such trouble. He was now free to choose the cases he wanted to work on, just like his uncle Old Grayson. At the director's office, Dustin nodded and had Luke go in, and he simply said, "Director, Luke is here," at the door, before he left. Well, Dustin had been Director Brad Pierre's trusted subordinate for a long time. That was why he was so casual. Brad waved his hand at Luke in greeting, and Luke saluted the chief of the police department after he closed the door. "Director, Luke Coulson, reporting for duty." Brad nodded and said, "Have a seat." Luke sat down on the couch and glanced at Jennifer Perry, who was opposite him. Luke was calm and even smiled at her politely, but the big star involuntarily looked away. Thankfully, Director Brad broke the awkward atmosphere with a long and monotonous speech. It was basically what Dustin said to Luke earlier, but couched in very subtle and implicit terms. After he was done, Brad said, "Luke, Miss Perry would like to express her thanks to you alone. You'll talk to her in the reception room." The reception room was right next to the director's office. They went in and Luke closed the door. After a brief hesitation, Jennifer said, "I was saved a lot of trouble thanks to your efficiency. I'll give you $1 million as a personal reward." Luke shook his head in amusement. "No, Miss Perry, I didn't contribute that much to the case, so the reward is unnecessary." He certainly didn't want to take the money. On one hand, the money wasn't much to him, since he was living in a villa and had $1 million in his bank account as well as another $1 million which he looted off criminals. On the other hand, Jennifer's offer was a blatant attempt at keeping him quiet. If he took the money, he would feel like he was blackmailing her. Biting her lip, Jennifer said, "Please take it." Luke knew what her intentions were. He thought for a moment, then said, "Will you be donating to my police department this time?" Stunned for a moment, Jennifer said, "Yes, I'll donate $1 million to the police department." Naturally, it was meant to keep the police officers who were involved in her case quiet as well. As for the 2 security guards who had committed murder, it didn't matter what they said. The most important thing was to prevent the police from backing up their statements. Luke nodded. "Make it $2 million then. If you're willing, I would be very happy if you could donate half the money directly to the Major Crimes Division." Jennifer was surprised. The Major Crimes Division? He was giving away $1 million to the police department. For what? A bunch of medals? Luke nodded and said solemnly, "Yes. I work hard because I'm paid by the police department, not by the victims." "Okay, Miss Perry, I didn't take your videotapes with me yesterday. I think my attitude should be clear enough. There's no need to worry about it. I have better things to do. Jennifer almost felt ashamed after hearing that. Was she really overthinking it, and he was only trying to be a good police officer? After duping Jennifer, Luke returned to the director's office with her. Luke said, "Director, Miss Perry and I are done with our talk." Brad looked at them and nodded. "Okay, you can get back to work." Luke saluted and left the office. Selina was idly reading the case file when Luke returned. Her eyes glowed as she asked, "What did they give you this time?" Luke chuckled. "Why don't you think that Dustin summoned me to scold me?" Selina said, "Of course he won't scold someone like you who works hard and doesn't want a promotion." Luke agreed with that. He gestured for Selina to lean in close, and he told her about Jennifer. Selina was speechless. Luke said, "Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone, not even Elsa or Dustin. Do you understand?" Selina was dazed. "Huh?" Luke said, "It's all about acting, Detective Selina. You can't get a promotion or a pay rise without acting skills." Selina said, "Okay, got it." Soon, the phone on Luke's desk rang again. He picked it up and talked for a moment, only to look confused. "Selina, acting. It's all about acting, Detective Luke." "Luke. Hold that thought, it's possible that I might have to act later." Selina was surprised. "What?" Luke said, "The director just told me that the star wants to ask for a favor." Selina said, "Did she suddenly change her sexual orientation?" Luke chuckled and went to the director's office again. 10 minutes later, he returned. Selina looked at him curiously. While Selina wasn't a fan of any star in particular, Luke knew that she paid attention to everything about the stars, particularly embarrassing gossip on them. "All right, get ready. Give your case to Elizabeth for now." "We have a new mission," Luke said with a smile. Selina quickly rose and handed the case to Elizabeth. She then came back and put on her coat. Luke helped her pick up her purse, and they both walked out. Selina asked, "What's our new mission? Where are the files?" Passing Selina's purse to her, Luke said, "Let's talk in the car." They went to the parking lot and got into the car. Luke then drove the car over to a Benz Sprinter, before he rolled down the window and gave a honk. The Benz Sprinter slowly started up and moved forward, and Luke followed it. Selina looked at the car and asked curiously, "Is that Jennifer's car?" Luke said, "Of course. No regular person can afford such a luxurious car." Selina said, "How much does it cost?" $100,000. Luke said, "I don't know, but the car has been modified, chances are the modifications cost more than the car itself." Selina nodded. "Is she our new mission?" Luke said helplessly, "She's too rich for me to refuse her." Selina found that strange. What happened? "Apparently a lot of accidents have been happening in the production team that she's joining, so she's hiring us to protect her for a couple of days on set," said Luke. Selina, "What? We're not professional bodyguards." Luke, "But she gave us money." Selina, "Huh? What money?" Luke, $1 million to the police department, and another $1 million exclusively to the Major Crimes Division. Selina, "Okay. In that case, I can protect her. 24/7. Luke, we just need to watch over her on set. You don't have to be so excited. The money isn't for you, anyway." Selina, "But we'll definitely receive bonuses. I think we can celebrate at a big restaurant later." Luke couldn't argue with that. They had cracked the earlier case, and would certainly receive huge bonuses for it. It would be too outrageous if they got nothing after the police department received such a huge donation. As they spoke, Luke drove the car all the way to Hollywood. Hollywood was in Luke and Selina's area, but they rarely dropped by. Mostly, it was because Luke had been on too many vacations or work trips. Selena had always dreamed of working in this place. She was quite keen on meeting celebrities in person. Very soon, they followed Jennifer's car to a film set. With Jennifer's car leading the way, the guards at the gate simply gave Luke a temporary pass and let him in. Luke parked the car, but it wasn't until 5 minutes later that the star finally got out of her own car. Luke was confused when he saw Jennifer wearing a hat and a pair of big sunglasses. "Nobody can see your makeup at all, and you'll have to put on makeup again before you start shooting, so what were you doing in your car for the last 5 minutes?" Of course, he didn't really intend to ask the silly question out loud. He simply waited 5 meters away with Selena for Jennifer to enter the set. The star, however, waved her hand at Luke, and he had to go over. He didn't have a choice. After all, he was being paid. "Miss Perry, how can I help you?" asked Luke. Jennifer raised her hand. "Call me Jennifer." "You too, Selena." "You don't mind me calling you by your names, do you?" They shook their heads. "Can you stay by my side later except for when I'm filming?" she asked in an extremely low voice. Luke and Selena naturally nodded again. It was good to be in closer proximity to Jennifer since their mission was to protect her. The trickiest mission was trying to protect a client who forbade the guards from remaining close by, in which case the guards might not arrive in time when there was an emergency. After walking 100 meters, they entered the set. Selena almost exclaimed in amazement at the scene. It was a big forest set. At first sight, it was almost like a real forest. Of course, that was only in Selena's case. Luke had already detected the smell of modern electronic equipment which didn't feel like the air of a forest at all the moment he entered. Also, some fans and unknown equipment nearby were humming softly, so the place wasn't half as quiet as a real forest would be. Quite a few people greeted Jennifer when she entered. Jennifer simply nodded and barely said anything back to them. When she reached a camera, 2 men raised their heads from where they were sitting and looked at her. "Jenny, you're here." "Hey, Jenny. Do you feel any better?" Jennifer nodded at them. "I'm fine now. It was just a little cold." The 2 men suddenly noticed Luke and Selena behind her. One of them, who was slim and had a beard, found it strange. "You changed bodyguards?" Jennifer chuckled. "They're only temporary." The director was silent for a moment, but he said in a low voice, "Okay, if that's what you want." Luke and Selena clearly saw the director's face. It was obvious that he too was aware of the rumor that it wasn't safe in his crew. Done with making small talk, Jennifer sat down not far away. Many people immediately surrounded her. While they put makeup on Jennifer and got her into her costume, an assistant director gave her notes on the scenes to be shot next. Naturally, the assistant director wasn't teaching Jennifer how to act. He wasn't qualified to do so. He was simply telling her where the cameras would be and how the lights would be arranged so as not to waste Jennifer's precious time. Jennifer merely nodded now and then without saying anything. The staff nearby had to cater to her whims, and didn't dare ask her to be more cooperative at all. Selena clicked her tongue, amazed by the big star's demeanor. Unlike Selena, who was curious about Jennifer, Luke focused on the set. He didn't activate Sharp Nose fully, because the place didn't smell great. However, there weren't many dangerous objects here. The only smell of gunpowder was from the props department. Certain crimson bags didn't reek of blood, but of ketchup and honey. This explained why actors in horror movies could run so fast when they were bleeding all over. Clearly, their blood gave them too much sugar. Since Jennifer was still getting ready, the director shot other scenes first. It wasn't because Jennifer wasn't famous enough, but because the director wanted the other actors to adjust their mindsets first, in case they lost their cool when Jennifer started shooting. Jennifer was only appearing as a guest star in the movie. The director of this movie was also the one who picked Jennifer as the lead in the movie which made her famous. So, Jennifer was here to return the favor and take part in the director's new movie as a guest star without being paid. Luke knew this partly because Jennifer had told him earlier and partly because he had gotten Selena to look at the file. It might or might not be very helpful for his temporary bodyguard gig. In any case, without the information, he would have found it hard to understand why Jennifer would star in a low-budget horror flick. Luke had actually watched the movie which shot Jennifer Perry to fame before. He never thought that he would personally watch her shoot a horror movie one day. It did feel rather strange. In a quiet forest, a woman in a thin dress stumbled along and looked back every now and then, fear written all over her face. As she ran, her breasts almost bounced out of her dress. Suddenly, her face changed, and she screamed loudly. "Cut!" shouted Pierce, the director, and he jumped out of his chair. "Sarah, what are you doing?" The woman in the thin dress was at a loss. "Huh? What's with your face? Is it your time of the month? You're only scared, you haven't lost any limbs yet. You're acting like you've already been stabbed 100 times, when everything has only just started." Again. Pierce scolded her and returned to his seat. A moment later, they did another take. Dumbfounded, Selena said to Luke in a very soft voice, "Is this acting? I thought that the actress did quite well. I would have taken out my gun if I ran into her, it did seem like someone was chasing her." Luke smiled. "You'll see what truly great acting is like today. Maybe you won't look so silly anymore after you watch them." Selena was dissatisfied. "Are you any better than I am?" Luke smiled and didn't tell her that as a transmigrator, he had been acting since he was 5. After another 10 minutes, when even Luke felt that it was too much, the director finally approved the take. To be honest, Luke really couldn't tell the difference between the first and last takes. All he knew was that those breasts were indeed huge and perky. Jennifer was all dressed up. Seeing that Luke and Selena were interested in the filming, she said, "Pierce's demands can be very high. He often shoots the same scene a dozen times until he's satisfied. It may seem outrageous, but you have to admit that his work always has a unique vibe." Luke nodded, not really interested. Some strict directors could even literally traumatize the actors and actresses on set. These actors and actresses had to see a shrink after several months of torture, and it wasn't unusual for them to take a hiatus for a year or two after they returned to acting. Just as the crew was preparing the second scene, someone exclaimed in shock, "Ah, Frank. Frank's dead." Everybody looked at the screaming woman, who was Sarah Poach, the movie's lead actress. At that moment, she was trembling and pointing at the forest set. She had clearly been changing into her costume when she noticed the anomaly. Frightened, she pointed at the forest, and had yet to button up her dress. But few people had the time to gawk at Miss Poach's partial nudity. Everybody exclaimed and looked at where she was pointing. Luke quickly patted Selena on the shoulder and said, "Watch Jennifer and don't get distracted. I'll go over and take a look." Selena immediately withdrew her gaze. She nodded and paid attention to her surroundings. Luke stepped forward and flashed his badge. "LAPD. Stay where you are and don't come any closer." The few individuals who had been about to come forward stopped and looked at Pierce. Pierce frowned and glanced at Jennifer. Jennifer nodded at him and got to her feet. Hence, Pierce didn't say anything. Both of them had known each other for many years and worked together on many movies, and he trusted Jennifer. Jennifer approached him and told everyone else to leave, before she explained the matter to Pierce and Todd, his writer, in a low voice. On the other side, Luke had entered the forest set and was walking toward the body that was strung up. The moment he entered, his face changed. Who was this guy? Was this some kind of joke? When he approached the body, his sharp nose told him that the man was still alive. Gloomily, Luke picked up a random branch prop and whacked the man's butt. The body suddenly moved and shouted, "Ouch! Stop! That hurts!" Everybody on set was confused. Exactly what was going on. Even Luke almost exploded with anger, despite his usual good temper. Get down here and tell me why you're doing this. The body obediently unhooked himself from a barely discernible metal rope at his waist, which had been holding him securely to the tree. When he dropped down, he couldn't help but lick the sweet and sour taste of the fake blood off his lips. Luke said, name, age, occupation, address, and social security number. I'll be taking you back to the police department if you don't give me your details. The body smiled awkwardly. Officer, it was just a joke. You don't have to arrest me, do you? Luke turned to the side. Miss Jennifer Perry, do you think this is a joke that won't affect your performance later? Jennifer's calm was restored. She shook her head and said, no, it's made me uneasy, which may affect filming. Luke turned back. Now, do you want to be a guest in our interrogation room at the police department? The body could only give in now. He certainly knew who Jennifer Perry was. Since she was the victim, and he had indeed disrupted filming on set, it was possible that he would be kept in custody for a day or two. Luke then took him to a corner and interrogated him. 10 minutes later, Luke calmly returned. Jennifer was already filming. When Luke returned, Selena asked in a low voice, what's that about? Luke shook his head. That guy is just an extra. Somebody paid him to play a dead body, claiming that it would help build up the atmosphere of a horror movie. Selena's eyes bulged. And he believed that? Luke chuckled. It does happen a lot. After all, many production teams have done bizarre things for a film. He even suspected that someone had intentionally fabricated the rumor of frequent accidents in the crew. So you let him go? Asked Selena. Luke said, no, I handcuffed him to a prop over there. He'll stay there until Jennifer is done. As Luke and Selena talked, Jennifer started shooting another scene. They stopped talking and focused. It would be embarrassing if anything really happened to the big star. Pierce approved her scenes after just 2 retakes, but it still took almost an hour. In fact, the 2 retakes weren't entirely necessary, but Jennifer's performance was slightly different in each one. So, Pierce was free to choose any of the takes he wanted during post-editing. When Jennifer walked back, she suddenly pointed at the ceiling in fright. What's that? Luke turned around, only to see a person hanging from the ceiling in a corner. Everybody was horrified at first, but then realized that it might be another practical joke, like what Mr. Body had done earlier. Selena, have them bring that person down. Luke, however, frowned and pointed at the person, before he ran to where Mr. Body was handcuffed. Ducking around the miscellaneous items on his way, Luke saw Mr. Body and came to an abrupt halt. He then drew out his pistol. Bang! Bang! A rope was immediately shot apart, and Mr. Body, who had almost suffocated, fell down, gasping harshly. Luke turned around and gestured at Selena, who took out her gun as well. He then freed Mr. Body and asked, who did this? Mr. Body shook his head in pain as he coughed hard. Luke took off the noose from around the man's neck and sniffed it, only to frown, not because there weren't any scents on the noose, but because there were too many. Most of the scents belonged to the props manager as well as his assistants, but that couldn't prove anything, as they were responsible for most of the props. The scents of other people on the noose were vague. That could be because they had touched the rope a long time ago, or because they had only touched it briefly. It was hard to tell the difference, particularly when the scents of a dozen people were all jumbled up. Putting the noose aside on a nearby wooden shelf, Luke observed the murder contraption that had almost turned Mr. Body into a real body. The fatal setup was very simple. A rope with a noose on one end had been tied to a wooden plank that was part of a windmill. As soon as the windmill turned, Mr. Body, whose hands were handcuffed to a prop, wouldn't be able to resist at all when the noose tightened around his neck. For filming convenience, it was an electric windmill, and the switch was on the ground nearby and turned on with a rope that was tied to it. Luke hadn't noticed it earlier since the environment was quite noisy with all kinds of machines and props. Also, Jennifer had been shooting a group scene in the forest. Although the camera was mostly focused on Jennifer, the other extras had to work hard to scream, stumble and fall, creating all kinds of noise. Luke wasn't God. He couldn't catch everything that was happening around him when his attention was fixed on Jennifer. Frowning, Luke carefully examined the clues he had. He couldn't detect any scent of a stranger, which was interesting. Luke slowly walked around the set. A few minutes later, he stopped and shook his head. There were too many people here. The production team, plus the staff which the actors and actresses had brought with them, amounted to more than 50 people. Also, this was a movie set, and people bustled to and fro all the time. It was hard to tell who the murderer was. He returned to Mr. Body again and asked, "Mike, can you talk now?" Mike struggled to nod. Luke asked, "Who attacked you?" Mike shook his head. "I didn't see. Just now, the windmill behind me started turning, and a noose just started to strangle me." Luke frowned. "Did you hear anything unusual?" Mike shook his head again. "No, I was strangled all of a sudden. I didn't notice anything." Luke didn't find that odd. To teach him a lesson, Luke had handcuffed him to a low iron shelf so that he could only squat there. It would be hard for him to turn around and see what was behind him. "Let's go, but don't say anything to anybody, got it?" Luke instructed him. Mike nodded and wobbled after him. Luke took the man, who had almost died for real after faking it, to Selena and whispered something to her, before he asked Jennifer, "Jennifer, are you done with filming?" Jennifer nodded. Luke said, "Then would you please leave first?" Jennifer knew what he meant. Her agreement with Luke was that he would protect her during filming. As soon as she left the set, Luke's job as a bodyguard would be over. He would then be free to fully dedicate himself to the case. Jennifer was well aware of the young detective's ability to crack a case. She didn't say anything else, and simply nodded. She then said something to Pierce and Todd, before bidding them farewell. Seeing her off, Luke turned to look at Pierce. "This is now a crime scene, so please cooperate with us by not moving around or talking to random people, and no one can leave without permission." Pierce silently looked at the naked body that was on the ground not far away. Luke looked at Selena, and she nodded and said, "I've contacted the police department. Forensics is on the way." Luke was quite satisfied. Selena did a great job as support. She had certainly learned a lot while working with Donald. Luke then bent his head and looked at the body that had been cut down from the ceiling. He was already familiar with the person, who was none other than Sarah Poach, the movie's lead actress. Now, her pretty eyes were closed and her naked body was covered with a blanket. Her mouth was half open, but she wasn't breathing. A doctor in the crew was performing CPR on Sarah, but Luke knew that Miss Sarah was already as dead as could be. Luke didn't see her chest move, and had already detected the smell of excrement when she had still been hanging from the ceiling. Selena had examined her pulse earlier and confirmed that she was dead. Luke seemed to be observing Sarah's body, but he was actually discreetly surveying everybody's reactions. Regretfully, while their reactions weren't entirely the same, nothing suspicious really stood out. Luke didn't find that odd. The murderer attacked two people after Luke identified himself as a police officer. The suspect had to be a psycho, since no sane person would commit a crime when they knew police officers were present. Luke and Selena began to ask everybody questions. Both of them were using recorders that Luke had modified, and they didn't have to write everything down themselves. Half an hour later, Elizabeth and Billy arrived. Elsa and her new partner Simmons, a young white detective, also showed up soon after that. Their help would be indispensable since there were too many people that had to be questioned. This was also a major case. The lead actress of a movie had been killed right in front of police officers and hung from the ceiling. It was a provocation no matter how you looked at it. The murderer had even attempted to kill one other person. Did they really think that the police was nothing? Luke quickly explained what happened to his colleagues who had just arrived. Frowning, Elsa asked, "Did anyone see you handcuff Mike?" "No. I handcuffed him in a corner. Nobody could have seen him behind all the items in the way unless they were nearby." Luke shook his head. He knew why Elsa had asked the question. It meant that the murderer's attack on Mike wasn't planned, but improvised. After all, the murderer couldn't have known that Luke was a police officer, or that he would handcuff Mike in that corner. Elsa turned gloomy. What is his goal? To provoke the police? Killing a suspect that Luke had handcuffed was even crazier than killing a random guy in front of him. Luke would have been in serious trouble if Mike had been killed. Mike didn't deserve to die because of his prank. If the incident was reported, Luke would probably be demoted and transferred out. If Elsa lost Luke, her team's efficiency would definitely plummet. Elsa said in a low voice, "We'll be working overtime today. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Nobody said anything. They certainly didn't have the courage to openly object to their boss. Elsa said, "Luke, you can take action freely. The rest of you will investigate the crew with me. Let me know if you find anything." Everybody nodded, and the crew was divided into several groups for questioning. Luke wasn't given a task because Elsa knew that he had a mysterious way of cracking cases. He could often find suspicious things after roaming the crime scene for a while. Hence, Elsa would rather not squander Luke's ability by having him interrogate the crew. Luke walked back and forth on set, mainly around where Sarah had been hung and where Mike had almost been strangled. But he didn't find anything. The murderer was quite cunning. The murder weapons he used were all props that had been touched by a lot of people, just like the noose around Mike's neck. After examining the crime scene, Luke deduced that the murderer must have used a simple yet practical trap to hang Sarah instead of doing it himself. When Sarah stepped into the trap, the noose dropped around her neck and tightened. Sarah was only 1.6 meters tall, and according to Jennifer, it helped Sarah cut a more pitiful-looking figure in the movie. Sarah wasn't a strong woman. The moment she stepped into the trap, the noose tightened around her neck and she was hung. Luke could totally imagine how desperate she must have felt with a bunch of people right in front of his eyes, yet she couldn't cry for help at all. Luke wasn't entirely disappointed after his inspection. The murderer was bold and used carefully devised traps. It was a good thing for the murderer, because it would be hard for the police to track him down. However, the murderer still left clues behind. And there was an obvious one in Sarah's death. Why was the murderer so confident that Sarah would set foot in his trap? This wasn't a jungle, and the murderer had only set up one trap, yet somehow, he knew that Sarah would fall into it. The trap range was very small, just 20 centimeters off, and it would have missed Sarah. Luke found that interesting. Else didn't contact him, which meant that she hadn't found anything yet. The forensic scientists were already on the job when he returned to Sarah's body. Luke questioned them, and their replies were within his expectations. Sarah had indeed died by hanging, and hadn't been strung up only after she was strangled, otherwise, the body would have exhibited a different set of marks. Also, there wasn't anything unusual under her fingernails. Clearly, the murderer hadn't given her a chance to struggle. Perhaps, the murderer had simply and silently watched her step into the trap and get hung. Cold-blooded and scheming, the murderer felt like a serial killer. As far as Luke could recall, though, many serial killers did like to use strangulation, but few would silently hang their victims next to a crowd. Soon, the forensic scientists took Sarah's body away. Until further examination, it was impossible for Luke to acquire any other leads from them. Luke circled the set again. This time, he calmed down and carefully analyzed the smells on the nooses that had been used to hang Sarah and Mike. Although he couldn't directly find the murderer this way, he could narrow down the range of suspects. There were traces of 20 people on the two nooses, which was roughly half of the crew of around 50 people. Following that, there were only 5 targets whose scents were on both nooses. It was only 1/10 of all the people on the set, which was good enough for his investigation. Luke went to Elsa and whispered something to her. After hearing him out, Elsa rearranged the tasks and had the rookies continue the interrogation, while she and Selena began to question the 5 biggest suspects. Luke stood behind them and observed the suspects' reactions during the interrogation. When the last man came in, the others greeted him. "Hey, Todd." He was none other than Todd Vince, the second in command on the crew. He was the writer and the first assistant director on the movie. Other than Pierce, the director of the movie, he was the most powerful man in the crew. After a few minutes of questioning, Todd got up and left. After a moment, Elsa turned back and looked at Luke. "Did you notice anything?" Luke approached them and said, "Maybe, but tell me what you found first so that I don't influence your view." Evidence was needed to convict a criminal. He could basically deduce who the murderer was, but that wasn't proof. Selena thought for a moment, then said, "As I recall, I didn't see the props manager and his assistants during the filming." Elsa pondered for a moment before she shook her head. Luke said that the murderer used a trap to kill Sarah, so he didn't have to be there. He could be using you and Luke as his best alibi. Luke nodded inwardly. Nobody knew how Sarah had stepped into the trap, and it was impossible to identify the murderer since the trap could have been set up much earlier on. Elsa said, "Even the people that were in your line of sight could still be suspects. They might have set up the trap before you arrived." Both Selena and Luke nodded. Doing so ran the risk of the trap being exposed earlier on, but it also made it much harder to investigate. Elsa looked at Luke and asked, "Now, can you tell us what you discovered?" Luke said, "Todd is the biggest suspect." Both Elsa and Selena were stunned for a moment. Elsa then asked, "Why him?" As the writer and an assistant director, he was always with Pierce, and a lot of people would have been paying attention to him. Luke had found an excuse. He spread his hands and said, "Precisely because he didn't have time to commit the crime." Elsa realized what Luke was getting at. He used a trap to murder Sarah because he couldn't disappear for long. Luke nodded and added, "Secondly, as the writer and an assistant director, he's one of the few people in the crew who can tell Sarah where to go." Elsa and Selena were struck with realization. Although Sarah was only a C-list actress, only Pierce and Todd could order her around in the crew. In this low-budget horror movie, she was the biggest star. Of course, in that regard, Pierce held even more power. If he told Sarah to take off her clothes and give him a lap dance, she would still do it. But Pierce didn't have a motive, and his scent wasn't on the 2 nooses either. Luke had compared the scents at the crime scenes with what was on the murder weapons to identify the murderer. Nobody had been near the area where Sarah had died today, but Todd's scent was present from the previous day, as well as Sarah's. Without looking at security footage, nobody else would realize it since everybody was busy filming and wouldn't be keeping track of each other's whereabouts. If Jennifer hadn't brought Luke by today, it was possible that Todd might have tricked everyone. If it's Todd, what's his motive? Selena was puzzled. He's the writer and an assistant director. What good will it do him for this movie to be haunted by negative news? Neither Elsa nor Luke could give her an answer, because there were too many possibilities. In any case, Elsa simply made a decision. "I'll have Billy and Simmons continue investigating the set as a distraction. Everybody else will focus on Todd and try to find his weak point." Luke and Selena certainly had no objections. It was best for the 3 female detectives to interrogate the crew since they were less aggressive as women and would communicate more easily with them. Both the detectives and the crew members were exhausted by yet another round of questions, but nobody complained. Who knew whether the crew would still exist after this incident? Many people in the crew were relying on this movie, and the police detectives were also hoping to close the case as fast as possible to minimize the negative impact. An hour later, Elsa returned and met up with Luke again. "There's something wrong with Todd." Luke didn't respond and simply waited for her to continue. But Elsa just had some water and hinted for Elizabeth to pick up where she left off. Elizabeth gave everybody a bottle of water and continued, based on our investigation, Todd was actually close to Sarah. In fact, it was Todd who recommended her as lead actress. Luke continued listening. However, it seemed that Pierce wasn't satisfied with Sarah's performance and was thinking about replacing her, Elizabeth went on. Luke was puzzled. But filming has already started. Won't they lose a lot of money if they replace the lead actress now? Elizabeth said, there'll be losses, but filming only started a week ago, and because Pierce has been unsatisfied with Sarah's performance, progress has been slow. If the lead actress is replaced, filming will proceed much more smoothly. Luke nodded. If Pierce was satisfied with the performance of the new lead actress, it was possible that the crew could save on weeks or even months of filming, so replacing the actress actually wouldn't be a waste. Elizabeth said, Todd and Sarah were more than close. Apparently, they were quite intimate. Looking at Elizabeth, Selena interjected, that isn't strange, but that's just our speculation. Nobody said anything outright. After adding that, she gestured for Elizabeth to continue. Elizabeth smiled awkwardly. She was quite embarrassed to talk about it. As a new police detective who had just graduated from college, she wasn't ready to face the ugliness of reality yet. Several people in the crew mentioned that Todd wasn't around for a bit before Sarah's body was spotted, but he was only gone for roughly 5 minutes, said Elizabeth. That's about everything we know. Luke nodded and looked at Elsa. Elsa concluded, so, Todd is indeed suspicious, but we don't have any direct evidence. She looked at Luke and asked, did you find anything else? Luke shook his head. No. Elsa frowned and said, then let's call it a day and head back to the police department. Although Todd was a suspect, it was unlikely that he would run off, given his reputation in the field. It wasn't common for the police to crack a case in one day. The 2 Jennifer Perry cases were exceptions because Luke happened to be there. Luke said, we'll have to interrogate Mike at another time. We should at least figure out why he was almost killed. Elsa nodded. He's been sent to hospital. We can visit him later. Everybody in the crew was relieved, because they could finally go home and get some rest. However, what Pierce said bummed them out. They were told that filming would be postponed until further notice. Elsa took Luke and Selena to the hospital, while the other detectives returned to the police department to sort through the files. They found Mike at the hospital. The film crew was covering his medical fees. Although the accident was partly Mike's fault, Pierce would rather that Mike didn't make a fuss about it. Seeing Luke come in and close the door, Mike grew anxious. He was pretty scared of Luke after being taught a lesson. Luke didn't ask him any questions, and instead left the job to Elsa. A moment later, after some prodding by Elsa, Mike finally confessed what he knew. The person who hired him to scare people on set was none other than Sarah Poach. The detectives looked at each other, feeling creeped out. Sarah told him to pretend to be a body hanging in mid-air, but very soon became a real one herself. Well, she was even worse off than Mike, who at least had kept his clothes on, while she had hung naked. Elsa prompted Mike to continue. In order to convince Mike, Sarah had mentioned that this was Todd's arrangement and that Mike wouldn't get in trouble for it. Mike dreamed of becoming an actor and knew who Todd was, so he had accepted the task without much hesitation. The detectives looked at each other and confirmed that something was off about Todd. However, there was no reason for him to kill Mike. Sarah hadn't betrayed herself at all when she saw Mike's performance. Even Pierce, who hadn't been satisfied with her performance, didn't notice anything wrong. After Sarah's death, nobody would believe that Todd was involved in this case, because Sarah could have been using Todd's name to dupe Mike. But if Mike had died today, there would certainly have been even fewer connections between Todd and Sarah's death. They didn't get any more useful information after that. Mike had only ever talked to Sarah and had never seen Sarah with Todd. His words couldn't be used as evidence, and could only point them in a direction for investigation. However, his statement did convince Elsa that Todd was a suspect. It was a lot easier to investigate Todd alone than it was to investigate 50 people. After that, everybody went home. The three rookies naturally had to work overtime. Elsa simply called them and told them to continue with the investigation before she went to bed. That was the perk of having newbies. They had to work hard if they wanted to establish themselves in the major crimes division. After dinner at home, Luke and Selena did some low-intensity training. Selena then went to bed, and Luke continued working at night. He wasn't really concerned about the new case. It wouldn't be strange if they couldn't find any evidence to arrest Todd in the end. He had worked on almost 100 cases in the Major Crimes Division, and had only cracked 30 of them. Even then, he still had the highest cleanup rate in the division. One had to learn to give up every now and then as a detective. The next day, Luke and Selena went to Elsa's office and found the three exhausted rookies reporting to her. They simply nodded at her and listened to what the rookies had to say. After hearing their report, Elsa looked at Luke. It seems that this case is getting tricky. Luke nodded. We can't convict Todd without any proof. Actually, everybody knew that the trickiest thing was Todd's identity. He wasn't powerful, but he knew too many people in show business. As long as some of them talked to the media might give the police department quite the headache. Elsa thought for a moment before she said, "I'll follow up on the case with Elizabeth's team. You can go work on other cases." That way, the three rookies would get some experience and the efficiency of the team as a whole wouldn't drop. Luke nodded. "I'll visit Jennifer later and see if she knows anything." Elsa simply nodded and dismissed everybody. After Luke and Selena left, he called Jennifer. It was Jennifer's private number, which Luke had obtained yesterday. Jennifer hesitated for a moment before she told Luke that she would call him back. A few minutes later, she called Luke. "Pierce is at my place. Do you want to talk to him?" Of course Luke wanted to talk to him. Pierce had worked with Todd for more than a decade and would be a convenient source of intelligence. When they reached Jennifer's home, Luke saw that the security guards had been replaced. After checking their badges, 2 new security guards let them in. Luke and Selena met Jennifer and Pierce in the familiar garden. Both of them were enjoying their coffee under an outdoor umbrella. After Luke and Selena sat down, Jennifer summoned a maid, a plump lady in her 40s who made good coffee. After the maid left, Jennifer said, "Pierce, those 2 detectives are very capable. Something happened here a few days back, and they fixed the problem in a day. You can chat with them, and I'll go put on a face mask." She then left after that. Luke and Selena's conversation with Pierce ended roughly 40 minutes later. After they left Jennifer's mansion, Selena remarked in the car, "That's show business. Todd wanted to direct this movie himself." Luke shrugged. "Politics are inevitable once you reach a certain level, even if you're only a police officer." "Huh, you're talking nonsense again." Selena smiled and said, "But that life seems so extravagant on TV. I don't think it's as hard as ours." Luke chuckled. "It depends on whom you're comparing them with. Everybody has to work hard if they want to live better lives." Talking in the car, they soon reached home. Selena found that strange. "Why are we back home?" Luke said, "We put off your training because of the investigation. Since Elsa said that this case isn't urgent, we can make up for it now." Selena closed her eyes in pain. "No wonder you said that nobody's life is easy. I already feel how hard mine is." Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He, for one, had never complained about working overtime at night. The team worked on the case at the film set for a few days before Elsa lowered the case priority. It wasn't the first time that Luke had run into something like this. He wasn't bothered at all. 2 nights ago, however, Todd had been mugged in a strange incident on his way home. The criminal punched him in the belly and dragged him into an alley. Then, Todd was forced by the crazy thug to play blackjack with him. In the end, the man suddenly stopped dealing and picked up a random stick. Thump. The writer passed out in the alley after a strong hit to the head. System, you have defeated Todd Vince and have received a list of his abilities. Todd Vince's abilities: Basic English, Basic Writing. Basic Ropework, 100 credit points. Naturally, Luke was the crazy thug. Everything that he was reluctant to do on a good guy, he tested on Todd. He defeated Todd 20 times in blackjack. Plus the punch he gave Todd when he first captured him, the man lost 21 times. After subduing Todd with that last whack, he received the system notification and learned basic ropework. Inferring from Todd's ability, Luke basically figured out how he had killed Sarah and almost killed Mike. Basic abilities actually weren't basic at all. The system only listed the excellent skills of ordinary people, and these were categorized as basic abilities. Todd, for example, was a successful writer, and the system acknowledged his abilities in basic English and basic writing. On a scale of 100, the skills that most people were capable of were below 60, and the system simply ignored these. Abilities classified as basic actually weren't necessarily on the same level, it was just how the system categorized them. The basic ropework which Todd was capable of was one of the better basic abilities. He could lasso a running bull or horse from dozens of meters away, and was even better than champion cowboys. However, he wanted to be an actor, and he used his ability to kill people. Luke didn't kill Todd. The guy was the best test subject. Looking at Todd's history, this was the first time that someone in his crew had died. He must have killed Sarah Poach for a reason, and it remained unknown what deal Sarah Poach had made with him. Luke planned to keep Todd alive and see how unlucky he would become. He was still figuring out more ways to learn other people's abilities. For example, he couldn't learn Bobby's mental communication ability yet, because Bobby didn't really feel grateful toward him. Luke felt that it was because Bobby wasn't rich yet and couldn't openly approach Shira. However, Luke didn't know when his company would make a fortune. Todd had committed a murder, but wasn't a serial killer, so he was the perfect test subject for Luke. Luke magnanimously let him go, then shifted his attention to his company. According to reliable sources, Bullseye had returned to New York, and Luke could stop being so wary now. He talked to Bobby first. After speaking to Bobby, Bobby tried mental communication on him, and as expected, Daddy's system appeared again. System, spiritual energy trying to establish a link with the host. Do you accept? Naturally, Luke refused, but he was quite excited. The system could really prevent other people from spying on his thoughts, which was very important. All this time, he had been worried about running into people with powerful mental abilities, such as Professor X, White Queen and Jean Grey. His system and the truth he knew about this world must not be detected by these people, or he might end up in a laboratory and spend the rest of his life as a lab rat. The system now gave him protection. While he didn't know how far this protection extended, it was still important. At the very least, the system would warn him when someone was trying to peek into his head, so he would always know if someone was trying to learn his secrets. In that case, it would be possible for him to run away when he met unbelievable men like Professor X. He didn't believe that Professor X in a wheelchair could be faster than he was. With Tony Stark's crafting abilities, and with enough time and money, who knew how far Luke's future combat ability could go? After that important experience, Luke asked Bobby about his progress in selling the technology, and Bobby said awkwardly, "Miss Jenny is very capable. She reached out to a senior manager at Google. We have a meeting in a day or two." Luke chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Don't feel ashamed. Her father is a magnate. You don't have that benefit. Were you of any help during the discussion?" Bobby nodded, but added in a strange tone, "However, Miss Jenny seems to be missing you." Luke nodded, got up and said goodbye to Bobby. When he was at the door, Luke said without turning back, "Bobby, you need to learn to control your abilities, all right?" Bobby nodded with a bitter smile. "I know. In fact, I can only sense intense emotions, like when Miss Jenny misses you. Luke waved his hand. Okay, I'm not criticizing you, but it would be best if you can fully control your ability. Keep it up. He was both slightly disappointed and reassured. Bobby didn't seem very gifted when it came to his mental ability. It was highly unlikely that he would turn into another Professor X. After he left, Luke called Jenny. Hey, how've you been? Jenny was all dressed up and was about to leave when she received Luke's call. She said in delight, did you learn from Bobby that I'm going to negotiate with Google? Luke was stunned for a moment. Negotiate? Jenny smiled. I reached out to a vice president at Google with my personal connections. He's actually my dad's friend. I call him Uncle Lamarck. He happens to be in town and is very interested in your product after my introduction, so I'm meeting him today. Luke smiled too. That's good. Since you're busy today, I won't waste your time anymore. Jenny hastily stopped him. Wait, are you only calling me to ask about work? She sounded upset. Luke chuckled. You're my assistant. Of course I care about work first. Okay, can I now invite the beautiful Miss Queenies to dinner? I'm free tonight or tomorrow night. Jenny rolled her eyes and said, okay, it's a deal. You'll have dinner with me tonight and tomorrow night. Stumped, Luke smiled. As you wish, Miss Queenies. After teasing each other for a while, Luke hung up. Given his physical attributes, he was in fact willing to accept Jenny's invitation every day. However, he couldn't spend too much time on her. 2 nights were already extravagant enough. He only slept for 2 hours at night nowadays, and devoted the rest of the time to making equipment and training. Having dinner with Jenny meant that he would lose at least 20 hours of work and exercise. However, he needed to relax every now and then to avoid psychological issues. That night, Luke found a hidden gem of a 3-star Michelin restaurant that served Western food in Los Angeles. He barely went to restaurants as he could cook himself. However, Jenny was clearly very familiar with restaurants like these. They hadn't grown distant despite not seeing each other for days, and had actually been keeping in touch by phone. Jenny was aware that Luke was busy with tricky cases, so she didn't insist that they meet. Luke naturally didn't tell her about the cases he worked on. It wasn't because he didn't trust her, but because his cases couldn't do anything except make one feel uncomfortable. He simply entertained Jenny with the more hilarious cases he encountered when he had been on patrol in Houston. Now that he thought about it, Brock's arrangement back then hadn't been all bad. At the very least, it gave him a lot of stories to tell. He wondered how the man was doing after he unfortunately lost his job because of Faraday. Page. Luke would feel much better if he knew that the man wasn't doing great. Neither of them went home after dinner, but left for a hotel. Luke didn't go to another 3-star hotel. He found a 4-star one in Beverly Hills. Jenny hesitated and said, actually, 3 stars is fine. Luke chuckled. That's fine. I made a fortune recently. They checked in and chatted in their room over a bottle of wine. Jenny told him about her meeting with her uncle. That Vice President Lamarck was very interested in Luke's navigation map, and said that he would give it consideration. Then, Jenny couldn't help but ask, will you really not consider lowering the price? Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. They can buy it if they want. If they don't, it's fine. Jenny was surprised. Huh? Why? Luke said with a smile, because I've developed capacitive touchscreens. So, it doesn't matter now whether or not the technology can be sold. Jenny asked, why? Luke said, with capacitive touchscreens, we can start our own phone company. If Google is interested, however, we can negotiate with them over the capacitive touchscreens too. There was no Apple or Steve Jobs in this world, so it remained unknown who would usher the world into the age of touchscreen smartphones. Jenny was rather shocked. While she had inherited her father's business talent and had picked up many things quickly, she couldn't always foresee whether or not something would make money. So, she was simply overwhelmed with disbelief after hearing what Luke said. Jenny had seen and used the touchscreen phone that Luke had made. It was indeed convenient, but she wasn't ambitious enough to build a major company on it. Luke shrugged and said, "It's fine. You're an MBA student, and I'm just a high school graduate. I'm waiting for you to make our business flourish. We're still young, anyway." Jenny rolled her eyes. "Are you mocking me by explicitly saying that I'm an MBA student when you're a high school graduate?" In her fury, she jumped on his back and attacked Luke's ears. Luke simply smiled and pulled her in his arms. The night was too great to be wasted on talk of money. Luke went to work the next day, completely refreshed, leaving Jenny sound asleep. They had been busy until 2 in the morning and busy again later in the morning. She was completely exhausted. Thankfully, she didn't have to work, and there were no classes on the weekend. It was also why she had invited Luke to dinner 2 days in a row. Luke picked Selina up on his way and gave her the dessert that he had bought at a store as her snack for the day. While having the chocolate mousse, Selina grumbled, "Well, you're not entirely inconsiderate." Luke chuckled. "Did it hurt your conscience to say that?" Luke and Selina had no urgent cases for the day. In the morning, they went to investigate a theft at a mansion. Because the lost accessories were valuable, the case was given to the most capable squad in the Major Crimes Division. The rich always had special privileges in this country. After examining the crime scene at the mansion, Luke and Selina went for lunch. In the afternoon, they practiced shooting at a range, as the theft case wasn't really important. They weren't in a hurry to crack it. After 2 hours of practice, they were about to leave the range and get into their car, when Luke's phone rang. He looked at the number and picked up in surprise. "Grayson, what's up?" Old Grayson was much busier than Luke was, and the two of them hardly talked. Robert and Catherine, on the other hand, contacted him every couple of days to catch up. After a brief silence, old Grayson asked, "Do you know Todd Vince?" Luke was stunned. "I do. I met him recently." Old Grayson was obviously surprised. A moment later, he said, "I need to ask you a favor." Luke asked, "What is it?" "Old Grayson, I have a friend who just flew into Los Angeles. She might be going after Todd." Luke was shocked. What? He certainly hadn't seen that coming. After his surprise, he immediately asked, "She?" Old Grayson, "Yes. So, you must stop her at the airport." "I'm on my way." Luke, "Fine. What's her full name?" An hour later, Luke called old Grayson in his car. "Grayson, your friend wasn't on the plane, although she did buy a ticket." Old Grayson replied, "She might have gone straight to Todd." Luke couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Old Grayson, "She suspects that Todd killed her sister." Luke, "What? Who's her sister?" "Sarah Poach, an actress," replied old Grayson. Luke, "I know her. I actually investigated her case a couple of days ago." "Why does your friend think that Todd killed Sarah?" "Only Elsa's team knew that Todd was the primary suspect. They had never disclosed that. Sarah's sister should have been in Las Vegas." "How did she learn of it?" Old Grayson said, "The letters and recordings that her sister sent to her hinted at it." Luke was lost for words. Was this a coincidence? He thought for a moment, then said to old Grayson, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Todd in case your friend does anything that she'll regret." Old Grayson said, "Thank you. Give me Todd's address. I'll be there in 2 hours." After Luke hung up, Selina was already checking for updates on Todd. "Todd is resting at home today after he got food poisoning yesterday." Luke found that odd. "How do you know that?" Selina said, "He got a stomachache in a restaurant yesterday, and argued with the chef, so the restaurant called the police." Luke realized that Todd's run of bad luck might be starting. He asked casually, was it the restaurant's fault? Selena shook her head. Not sure, but Todd was the only customer who had diarrhea yesterday. Luke smiled and said, so, in other words, all we need to do is keep an eye on Mr. Todd's home. With his bad luck, Todd would probably run into disaster, such as a vengeful sister, even at home. They went to Todd's home, which was also in Beverly Hills. Though it wasn't a big mansion, the house was extravagant enough for a writer. Of course, Todd's horror fiction was quite famous, or Pierce wouldn't have personally hired him as his writer. It was already evening, and the sky was getting dark. Luke drove the car around Todd's house and set up 4 surveillance cameras. He then parked the car dozens of meters away to wait. After night fell, a woman drove to Todd's house. When she pressed the doorbell, the door opened soon after. Luke and Selena were both surprised. Why would Todd let her in? The woman who had just entered was precisely old Grayson's friend. They had just seen her photo that afternoon. Luke thought for a moment and said, I'll go in and have a look. You stay here and let me know if you notice anything. Selena nodded. Luke quickly got out. He put on a pair of gloves and new shoes, before he avoided the surveillance cameras and climbed a wall into Todd's house. A lot of police officers patrolled this area. Most burglars wouldn't try anything here as they might be caught easily. So, the walls around here weren't too high, though most of the houses had alarm systems installed. As long as the alarm went off, the patrolling officers would arrive in less than 5 minutes. That was the privilege of being rich. It was also the reason why Luke could sneak in easily. Todd lived alone. He used to be married, but was now divorced. Apparently, his wife could no longer stand his queer temper. Luke wasn't in a hurry. Old Grayson's friend didn't seem to be in a rush, nor was she carrying knives or guns. However, Luke did smell the scent of a familiar rope. It seemed to be some kind of prop, the same rope that Sarah Poach had been hung with. Luke approached the door and exerted a bit of force, but it was locked. He took out a gadget and stuck it into the keyhole. A moment later, the door unlocked with a click. Basic theft turned out to be a very convenient ability. After he entered, Luke observed the room unhurriedly. At the end of the hallway, he stopped and brought out a camera. A good show was taking place on the couch in the living room. Todd said, looking unhealthy, "Where is Dr. Burley? Why isn't he here?" The woman in a nurse uniform smiled gently. "He's taking care of an emergency patient, so he sent me here. He said that I could give you a shot first, and you can go to the hospital if you still don't feel well tomorrow." Todd was angry. "I pay him to be my personal doctor. How can he do this?" The nurse had long black hair and sultry lips. Her eyes and her smile were charming too. She didn't get annoyed, but explained patiently, "Yes, but you know that he's also the personal doctor for a few other people. His patient is in really bad condition. If you want, you can call him after he's done with the surgery." Todd grumbled but eventually gave up. He had been suffering diarrhea for an entire day, so he had to ask his personal doctor to come see him. As they talked, the nurse had already given Todd the injection. Luke took a sniff with a strange expression, but he didn't say anything. Thinking for a moment, he placed the mini camera on a shelf not far away and started recording. Very soon, Todd was immersed in a strange state. He looked like he was murmuring soundlessly in a daze. The nurse kept smiling. "Mr. Todd, how do you feel?" "Todd, I'm a little uncomfortable." The nurse, "You've been busy." Todd, "Yes." The nurse, "What have you been busy with?" One person asked a question and the other answered, and Luke observed and recorded them. He couldn't help but feel amazed by old Grayson's friend, who was clearly a professional, with her nurse costume and her truth serum. Their conversation reached a critical point. "Did you kill Sarah Poach?" "Yes." Luke saw the veins pop on the back of the nurse's hands. She was clearly holding herself back from exploding with rage. She asked again, "How did you kill her?" "I told her to wait for me in the corner where we often had sex. She stepped into the trap I set up and was hung." "Why did you kill her?" Luke was curious too when he heard the question. Todd replied dizzily, "Because she hit on me first. She then blackmailed me into making her the lead actress after she found evidence that I killed Kelly. But she was already the lead actress." "Why did you still kill her?" Pierce had already made up his mind to replace her next week. "She said that she would drag me into hell if she couldn't be the lead actress." Luke was surprised. This Sarah obviously wasn't simple either, considering that she had the courage to threaten a murderer. But who was Kelly? Thinking quickly, he recalled that the only Kelly around Todd was his ex-wife. It was said that his ex-wife went out traveling after the divorce and never returned. It seemed that Kelly might not have wanted to go on that trip. At that moment, Luke's phone buzzed. He connected it to his earpiece and heard old Grayson's voice. "I'm outside Todd's house." "Where is she?" Luke looked at the nurse who seemed calm but had tears running down her face, and saw her give Todd another injection. After she put the syringe back into the medical kit she had with her, she took out a string of rope. Luke thought for a moment and quickly typed, "I'll bring you in." Old Grayson hung up the phone on the other side. Luke quietly retreated and opened the gate by pressing a button in the house. Old Grayson frowned when the gate opened, but he then saw Luke waving at him. He quickly ran to Luke. Old Grayson had always been a graceful and scholarly man. Luke had never seen him run or look so anxious before. It seemed that the lady inside was very important to old Grayson. Old Grayson was about to say something at the front door, when Luke hushed him, ushered him inside, and pointed at the living room. Old Grayson looked at the living room, only to see a rope dangling from a glamorous chandelier. Todd was gradually becoming more conscious. He looked at the beautiful nurse in fear. "What? What do you want?" The nurse said calmly, "I told my sister that she could give a man a lot of things, such as her body or her heart, but she must never give them power, because they can use that to hurt her anytime they want. It seems that she forgot my warning." Old Grayson couldn't help but walk out. "Enough, Lady Heather, stop." The nurse, who was putting Todd's head into the noose, was stunned when she turned around. "Gil." Old Grayson said helplessly, "I told you to stop. There are better ways. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself?" Luke was quite surprised. His uncle didn't seem to be blaming this Lady Heather for getting revenge, and was only implying that she shouldn't do it herself. Also, Lady Heather stopped after old Grayson told her to. What was that about? Luke simply stayed back and fiddled with the camera in his hand. He had retrieved it after recording Todd's confession. The video might not be enough to put Todd in jail, but it could ruin his reputation. More importantly, the guy might have killed his ex-wife, and Sarah had had that evidence. If Todd could be convicted for both murders, the guy would spend decades in prison. While Luke pondered the matter, old Grayson was already embracing Lady Heather, who was weeping. "Okay, let's go." Then, he left with the charming Lady Heather without looking at Luke at all. Luke scratched his head. Did he have to clean up someone else's mess again? He went back to the living room and packed up the irrelevant stuff, before he called the hospital. "This is LAPD. I have a patient who is in a coma due to food poisoning. Please send an ambulance." He then left the house and put Lady Heather's professional tools in old Grayson's car. Old Grayson had rented a car and come straight here after his plane landed. Now, the car would take the mature lady as well as her professional tools away. Old Grayson looked at Luke and said, "Call me if you run into trouble." Luke smiled. "Don't worry, I will." Old Grayson nodded and drove away. He wasn't worried about Luke. In fact, he was even more familiar with Luke's style than Robert was. It was also the reason why he came to Luke when he needed help in Los Angeles. It was because Luke was trustworthy and wasn't bound by rules. After seeing old Grayson off, Luke told Selina what happened in the house. The two of them entered the house again and saw that Todd was calling the police in a panic. Luke said in amusement, "Mr. Vince, you can hang up. I'm in charge of your case." As he spoke, he couldn't help but step back and give Todd a strange look. "An ambulance will take you to the hospital soon. So, can you pull yourself together and not soil your couch?" Before he even finished speaking, he and Selina both stepped back again. Todd was delighted at first, but then exploded with anger. "Why are you here? Are you with that woman?" Luke had no choice but to turn off his sharp nose. "It seems that you aren't thinking straight. This is my partner. Of course I'm with her." "Todd, no, I'm not talking about her, ugh." Shocked, Luke and Selina retreated right up into the hallway, and Luke simply shouted, "Mr. Vince, let's focus more on talking instead of doing." Todd's face was pale from near dehydration, but diarrhea wasn't something that one could control. At that moment, the ambulance arrived. 2 paramedics rushed inside. "Where's the patient?" Holding their noses, Luke and Selina pointed at the living room. The paramedics ran over, and a while later, carried Todd back out with dark faces. They confirmed with Luke, "Is this the man, detectives?" Luke and Selina were now at least 10 meters away from the door. They simply nodded. "That's him. Right, he's Todd Vince, a famous horror writer. Us." Todd rose up on the stretcher in fury, only to lose control of his bowels again. He immediately lay down and shouted weakly, "Just you wait. Just wait." Luke and Selina looked at each other, not really worried. Todd wasn't actually a big deal. It wasn't easy for the police to deal with him, but it wasn't easy for him to deal with the police either. They belonged to different worlds, and it would be hard for the man to get back at Luke. As for the female nurse, Todd might not remember what he told her. Even if he did, what could he tell the public? That he killed Sarah in order to hide the fact that he killed his ex-wife? So, Luke simply got into his car and followed the ambulance to the hospital. He had to make sure that there was a proper ending to this incident. If Todd insisted on taking revenge on old Grayson's friend, chances were that Luke would have to reason with him. While he was thinking this, the ambulance up ahead ran a red light at an intersection. This was very normal. Ambulances and police cars were allowed to run lights in an emergency, as long as they paid attention to the other vehicles around them. However, a speeding car appeared from the right and slammed into the ambulance. The ambulance doors at the back were smashed open, and a stretcher flew out. The stretcher skidded over the road on its wheels, right into the path of a fast-moving truck at the intersection. Dumbfounded, Luke could only remark, "What the heck?" After a long pause, Selina murmured, "Was that Todd on the stretcher?" "Luke, let's go down and take a look." Neither of them went over to the truck that had stopped. They put up lights at the scene of the traffic accident as a warning to passing cars and checked the ambulance first. After a brief inspection, Luke was relieved. The paramedics and the ambulance driver only had scratches and were fine on the whole, mainly because the ambulance had been hit in the rear while they had been in the front. Luke had them call another ambulance, before he went to check the car that had been speeding. After a quick glance, Selina whistled. "Wow, it's still March, right? Isn't she cold?" In the driver's seat was a muddle-headed young girl who was only wearing a bikini. She was stuck behind the airbag, and was looking around bewilderedly. She had clearly heard Selina's whistle. Luke said, "You take care of this. Remember to have the hospital run a blood test." If she was speeding in a bikini in LA in March, she was probably driving under the influence. Luke would rather not waste his time on her. Finally, he checked the truck. The truck must have been carrying goods out of the city, when there wasn't any traffic at night. But now, the driver was gloomily examining the accident. Seeing Luke and his badge, the middle-aged man immediately cried, "Officer, I didn't break any road rules. That damn thing simply flew under my truck." Luke looked at him and nodded. "I know, don't worry. My car's dash cam captured everything." The driver was relieved. "Really? That's wonderful." He was happy because his boss would probably fire him if he was blamed for this accident. Luke nodded and said casually, "That's right. That guy deserved to die anyway." The driver was too excited to hear what he said. "Huh? What did you say?" "Luke, hee." Staring at Todd, whose eyes had popped out under the truck, Luke sighed and said, "If you had seen this day coming, would you have done things differently?" He then rose and said to Selena, "Have them take care of the body. Todd's dead." Selena rolled her eyes. "I would be more surprised if he was still alive." She then made the call. Luke thought for a moment, then called old Grayson. "Todd was just hit by a car. He's dead." "Old Grayson, did you?" "Someone crashed into his ambulance and knocked him into the path of an oncoming truck." Luke rolled his eyes. What was old Grayson thinking? If it was Luke, he would have disposed of the guy far more cleanly. Old Grayson gave a rare apology. "Fine, I'm sorry." Luke said, "So, did Lady Heather's sister ever mention where is the evidence that Todd killed Kelly?" "I suspect that Kelly refers to Todd's ex-wife." "Old Grayson, I'll ask." Luke hung up and waited. Half an hour later, old Grayson sent Luke a message that there was a basement in Todd's house that had been sealed for 2 years. Seeing that another ambulance had arrived and the paramedics had started working, Luke looked at the truck inside. It seems that they really will be plagued with bad luck. Slightly disappointed, he walked to his car. Selena greeted him. "Okay, let's call it a day. I've transferred the job over to the hospital and the police department." Luke relaxed, he didn't have to waste time talking to other people anymore. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Selena said, "Barbecue." Luke was amused. "Okay, let's buy the meat first and then go home." After the barbecue, Selena did the dishes and went to train, while Luke went out again with Secretary Jenny. Since Luke had agreed to 2 nights, he certainly had to keep his promise. At midnight, Luke received old Grayson's call. He answered the phone on the balcony. "Hey, what's wrong?" Old Grayson said, "Nothing, I just want to take her back sooner." Luke thought for a moment and said, "Ask her if she wants to sue Todd for compensation over Sarah's death. If she does, she better gather all the evidence together quickly, since the matter of Todd's ex-wife will be reported tomorrow. Todd was dead, but he still had property under his name. As Sarah's sister, Lady Heather had the right to sue Todd. Once it was proven that he was Sarah's killer, Sarah's family would be able to get a share of his assets. But if Lady Heather was slow to act, Todd's money might all go to his ex-wife's family as compensation, and it would become tricky then. After a brief silence, old Grayson said, "Okay, I'll talk to her. Also, thank you." "Luke, let me ask you something. Are the 2 of you?" "Forget it. Bye." As soon as he started to ask the question, he felt that he had crossed the line. So far, old Grayson had never asked questions about his personal life, so it was obviously inappropriate for Luke to do so in return. If there was anything between them, old Grayson would have introduced her outright as his girlfriend or wife. The next day, Luke and Selena found Elsa and told her what happened last night. Of course, they simply said that they went to Todd's house because they received information from a source. Elsa looked at Luke and asked, "So, what's the lead?" She wouldn't ask who the source was. She wouldn't tell Luke who her sources were either. They were a detective's personal connections. The more people knew about them, the more danger they would be in. Luke said, Todd probably killed his ex-wife and buried her in cement in his basement. Elsa was stunned. Holy sh*t. That guy's so ruthless. She trusted Luke because most of what Luke said had turned out to be true so far. "Are you going to follow up on the case?" asked Elsa. Luke quickly shook his head. "If your new partner is free, boss, it'll be a good opportunity for him to gain more experience." Elsa rolled her eyes. "Okay, I'll remind Simmons to take a few more evidence bags with him." Luke gave her a thumbs up and left. What were the bags for? To contain the vomit, of course. Todd had been single for years, which meant that his ex-wife had been missing for years. Luke certainly wasn't interested in examining a body that had been buried for years. Luke's phone rang after he left Elsa's office. Looking at the number, Luke picked up the call. "Hello, Jennifer. How can I help you?" After a brief hesitation, Jennifer said on the phone, "I've hired a new security team, and I was wondering if you could help me take a look at them." Luke thought for a moment before agreeing to her request. The woman had just donated $2 million to the police department. It wouldn't be good if he came across as too cold. He spoke to Elsa before leaving for Jennifer's house with Selena. Jennifer received them in the garden. After the maid served them some drinks, she said, "Thanks for dropping by. I've been feeling uneasy since what happened a couple of days ago, so I'm hoping that you can check my security arrangements and see if there are any flaws or shortcomings." Luke was speechless for a moment. He then said, "Jennifer, I'm afraid you might have misunderstood something. We're police detectives. We're not trained to protect people, and we might not be able to pick out the flaws in your security if they exist." Jennifer was completely lost. "Huh. But I thought you're quite good. You found Thompson out so quickly." Luke was amused. Cracking cases and protecting key figures are two different things. "I really don't think I can help." Thinking for a moment, he then said, "However, I know a professional who's good at it." Jennifer asked, "Your colleague?" Luke shook his head. "Do you know Shira?" Jennifer frowned and thought for a moment. "The singer?" Luke nodded. "Yes, she hired a bunch of professionals as security guards for her concert. There's a guy called Brian who's quite good. If you want, I can help get you his contact." Jennifer didn't seem reassured. "But you don't know them well, do you?" Luke chuckled. "Brian and his team are professionals. Also, you're only hiring them to inspect your security, not to protect you forever. You don't have to worry." After a brief hesitation, Jennifer agreed to the plan. Luke called Shira and asked about Brian's team. They were indeed professionals, and they charged pretty high, too. Shira had paid almost $100,000 for their protection services at her concert previously, and that was still a family/friend rate since she knew someone in Brian's team. Brian's team was picky as well. They only accepted quick and short jobs, and refused tricky ones that might take a while. Shira specifically stated that the team was made of retirees, and they weren't really doing this for the money. Luke told Shira about Jennifer's request. He didn't mention Jennifer's name, and only described what she needed. Shira said that Brian would probably accept the job as long as he was free and the pay was good enough. Luke got Brian's number. He hung up after thanking Shira. Close by, Jennifer overheard most of the conversation, and was quite satisfied. Those people had proven that they could be trusted when they worked for Shira before. Luke contacted Brian and soon received an affirmative reply. Brian was happy to work for the big stars, who never hesitated to pay. After a brief conversation, they agreed that they would meet and talk in person. Half an hour later, Brian arrived, and he didn't come alone. Luke rose with a smile. "Hey, Brian, it's nice to see you again." Brian replied with a smile as well. "It's you. It's Luke, right? I didn't expect to work with you again." Luke quickly shook his head. "You're flattering me. I really don't know much about protection. That's why I told her that she should hire you." Brian nodded with the same shy smile on his seemingly plain face. Luke turned and smiled. Hi, we meet again, Kim. You're even more beautiful than last time. Brian, Selena and Jennifer looked at him curiously. Thinking back, Kim exclaimed, "You're that guy from the plane." Luke nodded with a smile. Haha. It seems that I haven't been completely forgotten yet. What an honor. Looking at everybody, he explained, I sat next to Kim and her friend on the plane when I was on a work trip. After we landed, I was too busy to contact them again. Everybody felt amazed by the coincidence. Finally, Brian introduced Kim to everyone. Nobody asked why he had brought his daughter to a meeting with his potential employer, but they could guess when they saw how excited Kim was at meeting Jennifer. However, Kim was very obedient. Except for exchanging greetings at the beginning, she didn't take part in the discussion. Brian was an efficient person, and after getting a quick outline of what Jennifer wanted, he simply said that he could take the job without asking for more details. Luke then rose with a smile. I think we've done our part here. Jennifer, call me if you have any problems. Jennifer nodded. Okay. Thank you, Luke. It was already 11 by the time they were done. Luke and Selena simply bought some Mexican food and brought it back to the police department. When they met Elsa, Selena said, you have something good to eat today, boss. Elsa nodded at them and said, I've asked Simmons to follow up on Todd's case. Are you interested in a new case? What case? Luke was curious. Generally speaking, when Elsa asked them whether or not they were willing to take on a case, it wasn't a simple one. Elsa picked up the phone on her desk to make a call. Elizabeth, come in. Elizabeth soon arrived. She smiled at Luke shyly. Hey, Luke, Selena. Elsa asked her to close the door. She then said, Elizabeth asked me for help with this case. Since none of our cases here are urgent, I thought you might want to lend a hand. Luke and Selena looked at each other. Is the case somewhere else? Elsa nodded and let Elizabeth speak. Elizabeth explained the situation to them. As it turned out, Elizabeth was from a town in Arizona. She had come to LA for college, and had stayed after graduation. Her mother, her sister and her brother still lived in her hometown. The town had been experiencing a rash of missing cases recently. At first, it was pets. A couple of days ago, however, 2 people disappeared. Luke found it strange. Is it really okay for us to go? They went to Woodsburg last time because of Deputy Director Condra's connections. Also, Woodsburg was still part of Greater Los Angeles. However, this case was in a different state altogether. It wasn't regulation for them to step in. Elizabeth said in embarrassment, My mother is the town sheriff. Luke and Selena were both enlightened. So, it was a female version of Robert. For the most part, sheriffs were the chief of the police in towns like these. They didn't really need to get anybody else's permission if they wanted to ask an outsider for help, as long as they were willing to pay. But could Luke and Selena ask for money in this case? Looking at Elizabeth, both of them sighed and knew that it was impossible. It was the classic case of doing someone a favor. Elsa didn't order them to take the case either, but told them to decide for themselves. They were free to take it or leave it. After all, the Woodsburg case helped them earn Condra's appreciation, but they probably wouldn't get anything from this one. Elizabeth was a new detective who didn't really matter. After a brief silence, Luke simply asked, Does your mother know that we're coming? Elizabeth cheered up. If you're willing to go, I'll call her and ask her to give you as much help as needed. Luke dropped his forehead into his palm. So, your mother doesn't know that you came to us? Elizabeth simply chuckled and didn't reply, but her answer was obvious. Luke sighed and said, Elizabeth, talk to your mother first and make sure that she won't be unhappy about us going over, all right? Luke was already being very nice to Elizabeth. Other veteran detectives might have simply berated Elizabeth as an idiot. Elizabeth had only asked for Luke's help because she knew how good-natured he was. Her mother was anxious. Her sister and her brother had also called her and told her creepy rumors that worried Elizabeth. That was why she had made this outrageous request. She wouldn't have dared ask for Luke's help if she didn't know him well. The police department in her mother's town only had the budget to cover Luke's accommodation and food at most. Elizabeth ran out happily to call her mother. On the other hand, Elsa looked at him and asked, "Why didn't you refuse her?" Luke chuckled. "If you wanted to turn her down, you would have done so already. I know that you like her." Elsa nodded and said, "Yes, she's careful and smart, and unlike some of the other ambitious newbies, she's willing to study the case files as instructed. She'll be as good as Selena in a few years." Selena laughed in amusement. "Boss, I'm only a high school graduate. She'll definitely be better than me." Elsa chuckled and said in a low voice, "If you and Luke want, you can register at a third-tier college and get a diploma in a few years. By then, you can easily be promoted." Luke didn't respond to that. He didn't want to do office work. As for Selena, he looked at her. Selena glared back at him warily. "When would I have time for college?" Luke thought about all the survival training that he had arranged for her, and realized that she really didn't have the time. However, he decided to ask Jenny if there was any college where they could get a diploma by shelling out a little more money and spending less time in class. Ignoring them as they winked at each other, Elsa said, "However, I can only give you 1 week on this case at most, and that includes your trip both ways." Luke shrugged and said, "Not a problem." If he couldn't resolve the case in a week, it would be pointless to remain there any longer. It was a matter of attitude if he went or not, while it was a matter of luck if he could crack the case. Luke and Selena were then driven out of the office. Half an hour later, Elizabeth returned happily. "Luke, Selena, my mother is glad for your help." Luke looked at her. "Elizabeth, tell us the truth. Your mother's attitude will determine what investigation methods we can use." Elizabeth ducked her head. "I persuaded her. She's willing to help you with whatever you need, except," Selena asked, "except that we're only helping with this case and we can't disrupt local order." Elizabeth lowered her head in silent confirmation. Luke said, "Raise your head, Elizabeth." Elizabeth subconsciously raised her head and looked at him. "It's your family," Luke said calmly. "There's no shame in wanting to help your family. So, don't act as if you've done something wrong." Elizabeth nodded slowly. "Okay." Luke suddenly chuckled. "Besides, it was Elsa who asked me for this favor. Do you think I could refuse?" Selena simply snorted. She certainly didn't believe that. If Luke didn't want to go, Elsa wouldn't force him to work on this case. Elizabeth nodded and was well aware of that. She knew that it wasn't Elsa but Luke who had the ultimate say on the matter. However, Elsa had shown her support by asking Luke to help her, and Luke had also accepted the case. Both of them were very kind. Luke continued, "Exactly what is going on over there? Tell us everything you know. We don't want to mess anything up." Elizabeth told them about the case in detail, and Luke frowned. "Your mother can totally contact the FBI now, can't she?" Considering the severity of the issue that Elizabeth had described, what mattered most was keeping everybody safe instead of preserving the local sheriff's dignity. Elizabeth smiled bitterly. She would have done that, but in the last couple of days, Wade, the town mayor, told everybody that the town isn't safe and that they should accept Vitello's terms and move. Now, many people are suspicious that Wade is behind everything. My mother isn't sure either. Luke asked, "Do you believe your brother?" Elizabeth turned solemn. "Mike and I have always been close. He hardly ever lies, and he wouldn't do so about something so horrible. So, I thought that you might be able to help. Because the two of you are the most capable detectives in LAPD, she secretly thought to herself. Luke and Elsa appreciated Elizabeth not just because she was pretty, but also because she was smart. She knew that Luke had once defeated 50 criminals on his own, plus he cracked the 2 Jennifer Perry cases on the day of his investigation. Nobody could ensure her family's safety better than he could. After talking for 20 minutes, Elizabeth gave the files on her hometown to Selina to analyze on the way. Luke and Selina wasted no time and simply set off. They were still driving the squad car which the police department had given to them. After Luke's modifications, it was far more useful than any other vehicle. Elizabeth's mother also faxed over a request for help. Although it was a bit unbelievable that a town in Arizona would ask LAPD for help, the fax made everything official. After hanging up the phone, Selina glanced at Luke and snorted. "Need I remind you that you're not supposed to date your student?" Luke, "What?" Selina, "Also, you're not supposed to date your colleague either." Luke was absolutely unmoved. "Okay." Bored, Selina sighed. "Your good student has done all the paperwork. We're now on an official work trip." Luke nodded and didn't say anything. "Selina, were you hitting on her just now? Don't act as if you've done something wrong. It wouldn't have ended well for her if she had tried this on another old detective in our division." Luke, "But I don't think I'm old. I'm still young." Stumped for a moment, Selina then realized his meaning, and said angrily, "I'm also young. I'm only 24. Luke, "Of course you are, but you'll be 25. Soon." Selina sighed. "I remember the good old days in Shackleford when someone called me an angel." Luke chuckled. "Yes. You're an angel, and you always will be." Selina snorted and focused on the files. After acquiring elementary self-healing, Luke drove most of the time since he didn't get tired. Selina was exhausted after reading the files, and she took a nap. Eventually, they reached Boomtown territory in the glow of the setting sun. An old sign next to the road said, 20 miles to Boomtown. This town used to be a prosperous one, hence its name. But after the gold mines here dried up, the town fell into inevitable decline. Now, the mayor was communicating with a corporation in the hopes of selling the town as a whole. However, the residents who had lived here for decades were reluctant to leave. The two parties were at an impasse. Boomtown hadn't been peaceful recently. Several pets and even 2 residents had gone missing, which made the mayor sound even more persuasive. When Luke and Selina entered the town's territory, they found the view pretty amazing. Different from Texas that was vast and spacious, this place lay between a wide open plain and a mountain, and they drove along a hilly road. Suddenly, there was an ear-splitting noise, which made Luke frown. A moment later, 3 motorbikes made a racket as they sped by their car. Luke calmed down. They were off-road bikes, and this was a wild country road. The noise was understandable. However, a police car with flashing lights suddenly showed up behind them. Luke slowed down and moved closer to the edge of the road. He didn't speed up again until the police car passed him as well. The police car didn't slow down or block him, which meant that it wasn't after him. After another several hundred meters, Luke saw the 3 motorbikes again, as well as a police officer who was writing the unlucky riders' tickets. Luke whistled and said, "Selina, that's the most beautiful sheriff I've ever seen other than you." Selina rolled her eyes. "I would be happier if you were praising just me, Luke." Luke said, "Hey, I'm stressing that she's a beautiful sheriff. Get a clue?" Selina immediately got it. "Is that Elizabeth's mother?" "Unbelievable. Elizabeth is 22. How can her mother be so young and beautiful?" Luke shrugged. "That's why I'm amazed. If this is Elizabeth's mother, she must be well over 40. Selina said, "Definitely, unless she gave birth to Elizabeth when she was 15 or something." As they talked, they stopped behind the police car. After they got out, they looked into the police car when they passed by, and Selina sighed. "I think we're right. I don't think there's another beautiful sheriff in this town who happens to have a gorgeous daughter and son." Luke saw the teenage girl and the little boy in the police car too. They both took after their mother. Most importantly, the beautiful sheriff and the passengers all resembled Elizabeth. After writing the tickets, the sheriff returned, not looking too happy. When she saw Luke, however, she still put on a polite smile and asked, "Are you in any trouble? Did your car break down? Or are you looking for directions?" Luke asked with a smile, "You must be Miss Samantha Parker, right?" The sheriff nodded and said, "Yes, and you are?" Luke said, "Miss Parker, we're Elizabeth's colleagues from Los Angeles. She must have told you about us." Samantha looked at them in surprise. "You're Elizabeth's colleagues?" She felt that Luke looked more like a freshman from her daughter's college. Selena, on the other hand, did look like a detective. Luke said, "My name is Luke Coulson. This is Selena Hayek. Elizabeth must have mentioned us to you." Selena nodded at her as well. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Parker." Samantha was finally convinced of their identities. "I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Luke shrugged. "Elizabeth has been doing a great job. Since she asked for help, we certainly had to come as soon as possible. If you don't mind, can we talk in town?" Samantha also realized that it was inconvenient to talk on the road. She nodded and said, "Do you want to come to my place? You can follow my car." Luke nodded with a smile. 10 minutes later, both cars parked in front of a house. After they got out, Selena couldn't help but say admiringly, "Wow, what a beautiful place." Luke looked around and nodded in agreement. Not far away was a majestic mountain. A classic American house sat among the trees beyond a lawn. The house was plain but big, and covered more than 200 square meters. The yard, surrounded by a white fence, was well tended. It was obvious that the owner of the house was a patient and diligent woman with good aesthetic taste. Samantha opened the door, and her children promptly entered the house. Samantha said, "Come in, please." Luke and Selena stopped talking and entered the house. There were no extraneous decorations in the house, everything had a practical use. The outdated design clearly hinted at how old the house was, but it was clean, warm and homey. Luke and Selena were led to the living room. After asking what they preferred, Samantha gave Luke a bottle of water and cola to Selena. Few people in this small Arizona town drank Dr. Pepper. They were the only three in the living room. Elizabeth's siblings had returned to their rooms. Finally, Luke and Selena showed Samantha their badges. It was standard procedure that couldn't be disregarded, in case something went wrong with their investigation. Samantha examined their credentials carefully. After returning the badges, she grew solemn. "What do you want to know?" Luke said, "Let's put the pets aside first. Have you found the missing residents?" Samantha shook her head. "No. Those two lived on their own on the edge of town, so there's no telling whether they left of their own accord or ran into any danger." Luke asked, "Are you aware of the situation your son mentioned?" Samantha was puzzled. "Mike? What did he say?" Luke and Selena looked at each other, lost for words. Obviously, Mike hadn't told Samantha anything because he didn't think she would believe him. Luke thought for a moment and asked, "Can I talk to Mike in private?" Samantha hesitated for a moment, but looking at Luke's friendly appearance, she nodded her head. After asking where Mike's room was, Luke headed over and left Selena to talk to Samantha. He knocked on Mike's door, and the boy said from inside, "Mom. Just a minute." Luke waited patiently and didn't go in until Mike said he could. Mike looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here?" Luke said with a smile, "Can I sit down?" He pointed at a stool in the room. Mike nodded. Luke sat down and looked at Mike, who was slightly nervous. "I have a sister who's in high school and a 5-year-old brother too. He's smart, just like you." Mike nodded and looked at him curiously. Luke said, your sister Elizabeth and I are good friends. I'm here because she told me that you found something weird, and I'm very interested in it." Mike grew alarmed. "What is it?" Instead of giving a straight answer, Luke simply said, "Do you know that I have an uncle who is an entomologist and a forensic scientist? His favorite snack is fried insects." Mike was shocked. Looking at his face, Luke chuckled. "You know that you can like something in many different ways, and eating is one of them." Mike was lost for words. Luke said, "So, can you show me your big discovery? If it's interesting, I can have my uncle analyze it. He's interested in unique insects." Mike still hesitated. Luke said, "Hey, kid, your sister asked me to help you. You don't want your mother to think you're a liar, do you?" Mike's trust in his sister and his sense of disquiet finally outweighed his fear of this stranger. He rose and took something out from a drawer. "This is it." Luke narrowed his eyes and sniffed the object. "You also told your sister that you spotted a terrifying monster." As he asked the question, Luke examined the object in his hand. Mike hesitated, but nodded again. "Yes. It's too big. It's like a moving cabin." Deep in thought, Luke asked, "Do you mind if I show this to my uncle?" Mike, "Huh." "Luke, I'm going to take a picture of this and send it to him." Of course, Mike had no objections. Elizabeth had told Luke that her brother loved insects. That was why Luke had used old Grayson as a lure. After sending a picture of the object and a message to old Grayson soon called back. "What did you just send me? Is it a movie prop?" "Luke, no, I'm holding it right now. I've confirmed that it's real." "Old Grayson, where are you?" "Luke, Boom Town, a small place in Arizona." "Old Grayson, Boom Town. Wait, I think I know someone who lives there." "Luke, who is it?" "Old Grayson, Joshua Taft. He specializes in spiders." Mike exclaimed, and Luke turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Mike said, "I found this when I visited Joshua's spider farm." After a brief silence, old Grayson asked, "Are you with someone?" "Luke, he's the person who discovered this object. I got it from him just now." "Old Grayson, has something happened to Joshua?" Luke looked at Mike. The boy shook his head. "I don't know. Mom hasn't allowed me to go back to the spider farm after the recent incidents. I did try calling Joshua, but he didn't pick up." "Luke, did you hear that, Grayson? Old Grayson, try to help him if you can, but don't put yourself in danger. I don't want Robert to scold me." Luke, "Got it. It's rather tricky here. 2 people are missing. Don't come yourself, I'll update you." Old Grayson was silent for a moment, before he sighed and said, "Okay, be careful. Right, take a clearer picture of that object, preferably with a ruler next to it." Mike, however, interjected, "I have some analytical data on my computer. If you want, I can send them to you, Mr. Grayson, if you have an email address." Luke. Old Grayson, "Okay, thank you. Right, what's your name?" "Mike, you can call me Mike." Old Grayson, "Thank you, Mike. I'll send my email address to you. Goodbye." After ending the call, Luke gave Mike the email address which old Grayson sent him. Then, Luke watched the little guy skillfully operate his computer and send out all the files. Luke couldn't help but ask, "Can I take a look at the files?" Mike said, "As long as you don't tell my mom." Luke raised 3 fingers and said, "I swear." Then, he lowered his head and examined the files on the computer. A moment later, he said in surprise, "Did you gather all this yourself?" Mike, however, didn't seem proud of it. "Well, I like studying them, and I've been writing reports on them, but Mom always says that the place is dangerous. I can't go there often." Luke actually agreed with Samantha, since clearly, something had happened to Joshua. As a mother and a police officer, Samantha was more focused on safety than her child was. If not for his mother's warning, this little boy might not be standing here now, whole and healthy. A moment later, Luke frowned and asked, "How many spiders are there in Joshua's spider farm?" Mike thought for a moment before he shook his head. "I'm not sure. He often raises new spiders. But the last time I counted them, it was already over 200. Luke was lost for words, and wondered if this was a joke. Looking at the model of a spider next to a human in the files, Luke was almost creeped out by the comparison of body size. A spider the size of a basin was certainly frightening. Arthropods, including but not limited to spiders, scorpions and centipedes, had always been Luke's least favorite creatures. When he thought that he might have to face some kind of massive spider, he felt distinctly ill. But Luke didn't have a choice. He couldn't call for backup, because he had nothing but the forearm of some prey hunted down by the spiders, which he had gotten from Mike. If police officers could be mobilized based on speculation, all of them would have long died of exhaustion. Luke thought for a moment and said, "Mike, your mother is right. Joshua's spider farm can be really dangerous now. You've already seen a monster, right? So, listen to your mother and don't go there." Looking at Mike's depressed face, Luke smiled and patted his head. "Hey, I'm Elizabeth's backup, and I'll save those in trouble. You're too small to fight the big monster, right?" Mike was suspicious. "Are you really that good? Even Elizabeth asked for your help." Luke chuckled and showed him the pistol in his holster as well as his badge. "Do you see these? Remember, keep it a secret between you and your mother. If anyone else finds out that your sister asked for our help, she'll be in trouble." Mike nodded obediently. Luke liked the kid, who was really smart, maybe even smarter than Elizabeth. He was obviously gifted, to be able to write up those reports at his young age. He was also quite sensible, unlike other innocent and naive kids. After giving the kid the reminder, Luke rose and left his room. Back in the living room, Selena was reading the files by herself. Luke asked, "Where's Samantha?" Selena pointed in one direction without raising her head. "She's cooking." Luke nodded and walked to the kitchen. "Samantha, do you have a minute?" A moment later, Samantha was surprised after hearing Luke's request. "You're not going to have dinner here. I can go with you." Luke shook his head solemnly. "Samantha, I think the situation is very bad, but what we have isn't enough for us to call for reinforcements, so we better investigate it as soon as possible." Hearing that, Samantha untied her apron. "I'll go with you." Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. "All right. As for food, Selena, fetch some of the sweets from our car so that Ashley and Mike can have that for dinner." Selena immediately went out. Samantha was stumped a little. That didn't feel right. Shouldn't she be the one entertaining the guests? Why were the guests offering her food instead? Luke said, "Samantha, you better remind Ashley and Mike to keep the doors and windows locked." Samantha frowned but still did so. It was common sense which she always told her children, and it was certainly handy now. A few minutes later, the three of them left. Samantha led the way in her car, and Luke and Samantha followed behind her. They first went to the home of Peter, the deputy sheriff. The bald, middle-aged man looked upset. "Checo, my cat, just screamed in the ventilation duct and then went quiet." "Is he?" Samantha and Luke looked at each other and had everybody go into the house. Luke went to the living room and took a deep breath at the ventilation duct. He then stood up. "Is this the spot?" Peter burst into tears. "Oh, yes. My poor Checo. Something must have happened to him." Luke said nothing and simply turned to Samantha. "Let's go to the homes of the missing residents first." After saying goodbye to the weeping Peter, Samantha asked in a low voice, "Did you find anything?" Luke said, "That cat is indeed dead, but I don't think we should say that to Peter's face, right?" Samantha asked, "Exactly what killed it?" Luke chuckled. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Let's just look for more evidence for now. An hour later, Luke had examined the homes of the two missing residents, the homes of the missing pets, and even Joshua's spider farm. Regretfully, he discovered that while Peter's unlucky cat had been dragged off by a spider, the other missing pets weren't attacked at home. The spiders on Joshua's spider farm, on the other hand, had completely disappeared, and their scents were scattered all over the nearby mountain. Luke discovered a lot of new caves on the mountain, but they were too narrow for any human to squeeze through. Remembering the number of spiders that Mike had mentioned, Luke certainly wasn't crazy enough to explore the caves. It wasn't like Selena was inside one of them this time. He still couldn't call for reinforcements. Backup might not come even if he exaggerated the severity of the matter. The police received all sorts of alerts every day, and would die of exhaustion if they checked every single one. No reinforcements would be deployed unless there was concrete evidence for raising the alarm. Luke and Selena returned to Samantha's home, and after some discussion, left once more. They bought a bunch of bullets and clips from the only gun store in town. With Samantha there, they weren't asked any questions about their purchase. Luke simply bought 1,000 bullets and 10 clips each for his pistol and his rifle. Samantha was completely shocked. Selena explained with a smile, he has this fear that he doesn't have enough firepower. He won't feel safe until he has enough bullets. Samantha was lost for words, but affected by their attitude, she borrowed an M4A1 and 3 clips from the store. Earlier, she had asked Luke if he needed a gun, and offered him 2 models. But Luke had declined the moment she told him what they were. Those guns were obsolete, and weren't even semi-automatics. Luke would be crazy to face a swarm of spiders with those guns that he had to admit that the place was too poor. Samantha and Peter were the only officers of the town's local police department. Boom Town had declined, and the townsfolk didn't have the money to hire more officers. Samantha and Peter's salaries were very low. Other than the Glock 17 which both sheriffs carried, the rifles and shotguns which the police department had were all antiques, there were even Winchester shotguns. That was also the reason why Samantha merely borrowed an M4A1 instead of buying it. Thanks to the sheriff's good reputation in the area, the owner of the store offered her an automatic M4A1, which was the ultimate treasure of his store. Luke wasn't interested in the weapons at the police department. He wasn't the nostalgic sort. And even if he were, he would have also chosen the M4A1. While not the best gun, it was the rifle which the American police were most commonly equipped with. Now, there were 2 M4A1s and 1 Benelli M1014 in Luke's car. In fact, Luke had a tremendous amount of clips and bullets in his inventory, but since he had the time, he naturally didn't mind creating cover for himself. If a battle did happen later, nobody would really be able to tell how many clips he had used, or which bullets were his. Later, Samantha drove them to a hotel in town, which was next to a fast food restaurant. Luke and Selena were satisfied with this arrangement, which was very convenient for them. They checked into the hotel and then ate at the restaurant next door. In a corner booth, Selena asked in a low voice, "Is it bad?" She was too familiar with Luke, and could infer from many small details that Luke was in a somber mood. Luke took a bite of his hamburger and looked out the window. "I'm not sure, but it never hurts to be careful." Selena nodded. "I know. Why else would you ask for a double room? You're scared that the spiders will attack me at night, right?" Luke nodded. "You're too sound a sleeper. It's not improbable that the spiders will capture you and bring you back to their cave in the middle of the night." Selena was lost for words. Suddenly, they saw many of the townspeople, including the customers in the restaurant, gather in one place. Luke observed them for a moment, before asking the waitress at the counter about it. The waitress, a middle-aged woman, replied unconcernedly, "They're joining the town meeting. Wade is once again trying to make them sell their houses and their land." Noticing that Luke was confused, the waitress asked, "You're not from around here, are you? I've never seen you before." "Wade is the mayor, and a bloody capitalist and leech. Luke thanked her with a smile and turned around, but he murmured inwardly that the townspeople only had themselves to blame. For electing Wade as mayor, he would have already been kicked out of office, if he didn't have supporters. Once they knew what it was about, Luke and Selina lost interest in the matter and went to their room. The owner of the hotel had quite a complicated expression when she watched the two of them return to their room, as if she was recalling the good old days of her youth. The next morning, Luke and Selina set off for McCormick Mining Corp. This company was the biggest mining company in town. However, after Mr. McCormick, the owner of the company, passed away a few months earlier, the company had gone bankrupt, and was waiting to be liquidated. Gladys McCormick, McCormick's sister, was running the company for the time being. When Luke pushed open the door of the so-called company, the bell over the door rang, letting the owner of the house know that a visitor had come. This was actually just a small bungalow. Luke saw a 50-year-old lady who was typing, a cigarette in her mouth. Without turning to look, she said, "We're not hiring anymore." Luke chuckled and was about to say something, when the black and white bulldog next to the old lady ran over and bit Luke's pants, growling intimidatingly. Luke was amused. He gestured at Selina to talk to the lady, before he crouched down and petted the naughty dog. "Oh, are you a hellhound? What a fearsome attack." The little guy threatened Luke at first, and seemed to ignore Luke's hand. Very quickly, however, it lay on the floor to reveal its belly at Luke's comfortable scratches. Luke picked it up with a smile and kept scratching its belly and chin as he went forward. The old lady was a little embarrassed. "Bruce is a little naughty, but he isn't really a biter." Luke nodded. "I know, Ms. McCormick. He's just a good boy who wants a playmate. Isn't that right, Bruce?" The bulldog grunted in his arms and narrowed its eyes comfortably. This old lady was none other than Gladys McCormick, who was the manager of the mining company for the time being. She would soon lose that identity, however, since the company was about to close down. Naturally, Luke and Selina had come to her about the mines in the mountain. The caves dug out by the enormous spiders which they had found last night probably led to the mines. Anyone who knew about mines understood how dangerous an unfamiliar mine could be. One could easily get lost inside, or encounter a collapse or an explosion. Anyone who rashly entered an unknown mine might very likely die down below without a sound, and their bodies might never be found. Naturally, Luke had come to the mining company for information on the mines, including maps and dangerous locations, so that it would be easier for him to find the spider's nest. Mines were undoubtedly still safer than the small, newly dug-out caves that he had found yesterday. At the very least, Luke could fight in the mines. After hearing their explanation, Gladys frowned. "Although this company is shutting down, my brother said before that he had discovered a new mother lode in the mines." "So?" Luke and Selina looked at each other, and were somewhat at a loss. It couldn't be said that this old woman was being stingy. McCormick Corp had always mined gold, and it was possible that the deceased owner of the company had left some clues in the files. If new gold lodes were found, that would mean a huge fortune. Luke didn't try to convince the old lady, since he would have the same concerns if he were in her shoes. Besides, she wouldn't believe him even if he told her that there were big spiders in the mines. Luke and Selina could only say their goodbyes. Putting the bulldog down, Luke said, "Goodbye, Bruce. I'll bring you a bone next time, all right?" Bruce scrambled around his feet, and only went back reluctantly after Gladys called for it a couple of times. After they left, Selina looked at Luke. "What do we do now?" Luke said, "Let's go look for Samantha. The residents here trust her. After all, she's lived here for 38 years, she'll be much more persuasive than two strangers." When they went to Samantha's house, they saw a handsome middle-aged man talking to the beautiful sheriff at the door. Samantha was holding a bunch of flowers that had obviously just been picked. Luke parked the car at a distance as he didn't want to disrupt the sweet moment. Selina said enviously, "I haven't received flowers for a long time." Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. Luke didn't drive the car over until the man was gone. He greeted Samantha. "Hey, you're looking pretty good today, Samantha." Samantha was smiling, and was clearly in a better mood than yesterday. She invited Luke and Selena into the house. Luke and Selena didn't have time to waste, and simply told Samantha about the information they wanted on the mines as well as Gladys's attitude on the matter.